Fixing YouTube stream. 1 second. And then we will roll. Okay, wait, we're live. Yay. Okay, I think it worked. Can anybody confirm if I am or am not live on YouTube? Okay, fantastic. YouTube stream's back up. Yay. All right, today. Now, here's the thing. Okay, ready. Here we go. Ready. Okay, I'm ready. Let's go get this key. Let's do it. I am going to do this, and then here we go. I do need a shoulder enchant, though. You're very right about that. I don't think I have any in my bags right now, but it would be cool. Listen, WoW players have this very strange relationship with simplicity, and I don't understand where it comes from. Because actually simple is better, especially for tanks. I know that the highest end of play, people are kind of against it. I get that. Like, I really do. Believe me, I understand that at the highest level of play, people want the most complicated rotation, and they want to be able to flex and show off, and that's fine, honestly. Like, if that's what they want to do, then honestly, power to them. However, that is not how most people are actually going to enjoy the game, in my opinion. That was a bad gather, because I was just a little distracted. So, in my opinion, that isn't actually how most people are going to enjoy the game. How you play at the Yoda's level, at Dorky's level, is actually just fundamentally a different game than how you play with pugs. I seriously, I think that's like the first thing that a lot of times, like, people will parrot, you know, like the pirate parrot, where one person in the higher community will say, oh, you got to do this, and then you got to do that, or you got to do this, and then people will go like, oh, okay, so that's what you have to do, and it's like, not quite. There's, first of all, still nuance with this build. I actually was going to post a YouTube short, and I forgot. That's a good point. I'll remember to do that. So there's still actually a lot of min-max with this build. That's actually one of the things that people are just completely missing. I would say there's a similar level of min-max than Brewmaster. It's at least comparable to how Brewmaster plays. Brewmaster, you go keg fire, and if you're really good at Brewmaster, then you'll also understand when to not keg fire, but to blackout kick and weave that in. And then you'll understand how to weave in Tiger Palm if you're a really good Brewmaster. That's it. That's your rotation. That's literally how you play Brewmaster. And people are like, yeah, but Guardian Druid, you only hit this, and you hit, yeah, so if you're a basic Guardian Druid, right, then you will not understand how to hit how to maximize your thrash cast. And if you are an extremely good Guardian Druid, you will never waste a thrash cast. There are many Guardian Druids who would have already sent Sundering Roar in this pull, which would have been a mistake. You would have lost a lot of value if you sent it, because I haven't got a FC proc. There, I actually hit the wrong button, because I hit Thrash before Lunar Beam, which, by the way, I think I watched, whose guide was it this morning, where they mentioned that you start with Thrash. Actually, you start with Lunar Beam, because you'll get the cooldown reduction on it, so you'll be losing a little bit of value if you don't do that. I normally hold Incarn here, but my timings are a little off, so I'm just going to send it then. And then we're going to go like this. Molly's clicking. I mean, Zulian, that's how I work for me. I've talked about it for so many times, and people also, this is another thing in the community, people get mad at me for, like, clicking my cooldowns. Do you know why I click my cooldowns? It's because I have a physical disability. You don't see the physical disability, but I have a genetic condition. I think it's amazing that I have figured out a way to play the game, even though I have a genetic condition. I am able to play World of Warcraft, and I think I do pretty well, by the way. I love the fact that I'm able to play this game so successfully, even though I have a genetic condition that might affect my ability to play. How cool is that? Isn't that awesome? And yet, it's not celebrated. People are like, oh, but you click half your spells, and I'm like, I click my cooldowns because I struggle to use shift modifier keys. What's the condition? It's called EDS, Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It is a connective tissue disorder. I want you to take a look at the camera. I will show you after I hit the Sundering Roar, which is not bound to a key, so 1 second. So here I'm going to Lunar Beam, and then Thrash, and then Sundering Roar, and then Thrash again. Here, look at the camera, Zulian. Ready? My fingers are all super bendy. So when I try to use modifier keys and keys, oftentimes, as I move, my hand is different than your hand. I also have no nerves in the fingertips, so I cannot use an MMO mouse or anything like that. And also, I can still shift W if I need to, if I'm playing with one hand at the example. Instead of people saying, yo, woo, It's actually fascinating and honestly impressive that you have managed to find a way to play World of Warcraft and play and do what you want to do and lift weights and be a successful human being, even though you were born with a little bit different body than other people. You know what people say instead, Zulian? They say, hey, by the way, you suck. And I'm like, what? You never even asked why I do it. Also, I make certain you know why I make other adaptations too. I make other adaptations because I play with 250 ping. That's pretty cool. I figured out a way to play with extremely high ping. I think that's awesome. But again, instead of people saying, oh, but like you're doing it, it's just so weird, man. So it's called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. It's also why I get lightheaded sometimes at the end of stream. So here we're going to go like this, though. They probably know. Oh, yeah, they're probably nerfing Bear. Actually, so in my Discord, people have actually made a few really good points about the Bear situation right now. One of them is the fact that it isn't overperforming in Raid, because the nerfs were actually fair to Raid. So I wonder, what if they don't nerf Bear? What if they actually just leave it like this? To be honest with you, I don't think that would be that bad. I think that would be good. I think that this is... I think it's a little bit too far, but I honestly do think that this is healthy for the game. I do, actually. Yeah, you can feel the nerf to Raid, and so maybe I swear they don't actually tune for Mythic Plus. Thank you, Zillion. But no one ever asks. There are so many people who just go, but Awu clicks... First of all, I don't click... I am not clicking anything right now. My entire rotation is bound. I click for... And I can do it if I need to, but I find I have better cooldown timings, because sometimes my finger slips, and I have better cooldown timings if I actually just play like this. I think it's super cool that I have figured that out. But again, I don't know why people are so against the idea that maybe there might be a different way to play World of Warcraft. Because I hear you, by the way, Zulian, I appreciate you being kind after I explained it. A lot of people aren't. A lot of people are just like, but that means you're bad. And I'm like, does it? Does it actually, though? Does this one action that I take, by the way, so I'm going to Lunar Beam here, Thrash, then Sundering Roar, then Thrash again to get the biggest value during the Sundering Roar. There is min-max to this build. What I just did right now is a min-max. We play for fun. Yes, I think so too, Ghost Attack, for what it is worth. Can you do a guide? I will make a guide. I was going to try to make one today, because I still think that a lot of people... I don't like the way that the build is being talked about. It's almost still like people are like making the guide, but not seriously. Honestly, on faith, I'm glad that you're enjoying it right now. Yeah, there are so many different ways to play WoW, and honestly, they're all very valid. I'm so happy that people can find ways that they enjoy. That's my perspective, at the very least. I just think to myself, dude, it's so cool that people... Agus6 yesterday. There was a guy in my stream yesterday who said, I only have 3 fingers on my left hand. And I was like, really? He's like, there was an accident. I lost 2 of my fingers. And guess what? He finds a way to play World of Warcraft. And he's like, I prefer your no Apex because it makes it easier for me. Great. How could anybody hear that story and just go, nah, that sucks, you shouldn't be able to play? I don't understand that mentality. Like, that mentality is so backwards to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, how could you hear that and be like, oh, no, I don't actually think you should be allowed to play because, like, what? What? Have you changed your build on it? No, my build is the same as it was before. The min-max of this, though, I still don't think that people are understanding. There's actually, in the middle of a key, you still have things you can do to min-max. You can't just hit random buttons and expect to perform optimally on this build. It was already viable. That's one of the things also that people are like, well, now you can play it. It's like, you could already play this. This was already a build that people were having a lot of success with. Its damage was slightly lackluster, but it was, you know how tanky it is right now? It was this tanky before. And anyone who tried it for the time, by the way, knows that. That is just a fact. It was always this tanky. Like it was always this tanky. That's just how it is. It has never not been this tanky. But I have more fun being adequate. I think so too. I have more fun being adequate at this key level. This is a 20. And I just want to be a successful tank. You know how much knowledge goes into me being a successful tank here? At least for me, the way that I play. Not everybody plays like this, but for me personally, I'm doing a lot to min-max here. Like, there's a lot of things that I'm actually doing to make sure that everything goes successfully in this key. I'm not, like, super passively tanking. Although I certainly like it, you know? A lot, bro. You have to learn a lot. Yeah. That's what I think, B6. There's so much that goes into tanking high keys. And the last thing that a tank actually wants, with respect, I think that the vast majority of tanks... Oh, shit, Control gifting subs. Yo, thank you, Control. I appreciate that. I apologize if I missed your comment, though. I am slightly locked into the 20. Here's the thing. I've never had threat issues. I've also never had threat issues, except for Rep Pally in 1 key. Dude, so one of the things that everyone was saying was like, dude, Guardian Druid, I've been playing this build. This build had always had good threat. Now it's just Omega threat. If it was good before, it's really good now. It's extremely good now, actually. But, yeah. No, there's so much to learn about keys. I just don't understand, again, the mentality of, like, you can't enjoy a simple thing in World of Warcraft. It's a strange thing for me. I don't get it. I don't agree with it. I think that if you want to be a really good tank, there are so many things to optimize, though. You might not get away with... I don't click. And boss, the one thing I want to clarify, though, and everybody who's like, you're a clicker, I don't know where that comes from. I click my cooldowns. Like, I click my cooldowns, not my actual rotation. I have never clicked my rotation, which, by the way, would probably be a pretty substantial loss. I know. Like, most likely, if I were to actually be... Oh, I got that wrong a little bit. That one is a little bit of a tough spot. My bad, my bad. Here you go. Look, I don't need to click this. Yeah. It clearly does. The only thing about I.O. sometimes is that a lot of I.O. is who you know, and my only problem at the moment is the fact that I need to make sure... I would like to actually find some higher keys today because I think I can do them. I just need to actually make the connections to do them. You know what I mean? Okay, let's get this one here, and then we'll use the other one to line of sight. Oh, it's a tough spot. Nice, okay. Should be right here. I think he's closer to this far one. I'm praying that I'm right. Oh, thank God. Clicking 2-minute spells. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I only click... Normally, I click Barkskin, and I click other things. Is that not affecting? It does affect the way that I weightlift, actually. It does. I had to... Fitness has been a really hard thing for me to learn, and boss, with the fact that my joints are different. PvE makes you sleepy. PvP is difficult for me, and I don't super enjoy it, but I respect the people who do. I definitely think PvP is hard. PvP is definitely not easy. I have such terrible aim, I can't click anything. Fair enough. Yeah, and it's just something that I've learned. It's just, I make adaptations, and I think those adaptations should be celebrated for what it is worth. And I'm not a huge fan of people who want to flame instead of celebrate the fact that I have found a cool way to play. And then, by the way, I never told anyone that they have to play no Apex. That was also just like propaganda, you know, that was put into the mouth here. I started playing no Apex because I liked it. You know, I didn't make this build for anyone other than me. I made this build because this is how I wanted to play the game. And then other people were like, you can't do that. I'm like, but I'm just doing it for me. Because I stream, for what it is worth, okay? Because I stream, people are saying, oh, you know what I mean? Yeah, listen. Because I stream, people said, oh, he's recommending this. I'm not recommending it. This is a very dangerous pack. So we're going to pull these enforcers in, but with a shaman healer, I do not pull the dragon. This is actually an interesting adaptation. I think it's an interesting adaptation for what it is worth. I do not pull. Nice defensives. With a Mistweaver, I actually pull the Graveblade and Dragon into this because it will make them... It actually is easier for them to heal. Whereas with a Shaman Healer, I won't do that. Again, adaptations for routes and my understanding of the game. And once I saw your build, it's true. What do you think? I like it. It fits my playstyle. I've always liked this build. I played this build Bard before, actually, the buffs came in, and I'm having a really good time with it. As I think a lot of people are. So, I'm a big fan of it right now. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. I hope that it... I assume, guys, that it will probably get nerfed. Like, realistically, it's probably going to get nerfed. If you take a look at the overall meters right now, the chances that this stays are pretty low. However, not impossible. And allow me to explain why. Cali Rosa in my chat, in my Discord, had made a very, very interesting and kind of really good point. You know what I mean? They said this. Blizzard specifically stated that they want all tanks to be able to get the 3400 achievement and that they don't really care past that point. In Mythic Plus, they actually did come out and say that at one point. So now I'm curious. This is only overperforming in keys. It is not overperforming. The only thing about it is that you don't take your Apex. And I'm pretty sure that Blizzard will take a look at that. And I don't know what they're going to do. Maybe they'll put it so that the same... Maybe they'll put the Thrash buffs like into Apex or something. I'm not sure. Either way, I will be creative and find a way to play the way that I want to. Is it overperforming? Only damage-wise. Survivability-wise, it's very similar to Brew. By the way, you can still die. Like, it's not like you're immortal. Like, you can still die. So I would say it's doing good, but not like the most giga amazing, ultra fantastic. This cannot be, this is like the most ridiculous thing. Like, it's just good. I would say that it's slightly better than Brew, but within the same. Now, basically, you have S tier. Yeah, there are advantages to Brew and there are advantages to Bear. That's the thing. You have advantages to both. Gargoyle is really bad. I want the funnel in this. I just need to wait for the Gargoyle. Wait for it. It's a really bad pat. I don't want to rush. If I pull this, the Gargoyle should not pull. Okay, good. Okay, good. No need to pull Gargoyle into this. Are you Hawaii time zone? Oh, no, I live in Thailand. Nah, I'm Thailand time zone. That is why it is very bright outside right now. Okay, decursing here. Let me help my healer. Oh, the red stun. I will decurse that one. Perfect. Go over to the next shade. So here, I technically wasted that Sundering Roar a little bit. And then I'm here. I'm locked in slightly, guys, because I want to make sure that we time this. Right now, we have this. Like, our timer is super easy, and this would actually be the first 20 that I've done this season. So we'll be chilling, though. Is your ping terrible? Oh, yeah, Manzium. If you don't know this about me, I always play the game. I always am playing the game with, like, 250 ping. Yes, this is IO for me. This would actually be my first 20, so it's kind of a big deal. Now, obviously, because my build is overperforming, the thing is, I've been playing this build for a long time this season. People acting like it's a new thing. There's definitely a certain amount of discourse, which is like, wow, the new build is crazy. I'm like, new build? What are you talking about? New build? Like, I've been playing this for like 4 months now. But yeah, let's see. What's my ping right now? 270. I got 270 world ping. If I hover over to my bottom right, it's a factor. I just have to overcome that factor by playing better. Like, I can't react to things as much as some other people can. So we're gonna go over to this shade here. I cannot, I'm not as able to react to certain things comparatively to how many other people are able to play. So I have to, as an example, okay, I was going to kick this. Good. Let me just get rid of that shadow bind there. I might need to SI one of these hits. Here we go. Yeah, basically I'm perma OCE or NA. That's all it is. That's exactly what it is. That's what it is. Thank you, by the way, Control, for the gifted subs earlier. That Death Bolt, holy, this Shaman astral shifted because he saw it was casting on them, and we missed the kick. This Shaman is gaming. Whoa. He survived because he astral shifted the Death Bolt. That was clever. I'm surprised we missed the kick. But that was a very heads-up play by my Shaman here. This is a good Shaman. I respect that play. He was actually aware. What's up, Para? How's it going? Now, all they need to do for you, Para, is buff Holy Priest, right? Then you would be happy with the season. Are you enjoying the season, Para? Even though I think Holy Priest is actually not bad right now. It's just, it's a Holy Priest. But, like, technically speaking, it's in a pretty decent spot considering how Holy Priest normally is. So I don't think it's that bad at the moment. 0 death run at the moment here, okay? Okay, so we're going to go over to the clone here. I just want to make sure I get the first Death Bolt kick. And then we're going to bring this over. And then it's going to be a little bit off. I will decurse that right now. There we go. Yo. Okay, good. The stream element stuff is working now. I don't think that I can see. I'm still having to set up a few stream things. Like, I cannot currently see new follows or anything like that. And so if I miss any sort of... I don't know if I can see bits either. I can see subscriptions, but I don't know if I can see much else at the moment. Okay, watch out. Decursing. Holy, a little bit scary there. I'm doing a 20. Your brain research. Thank you, Doug. I have worked pretty hard to be able to do this. I want to be able to chat with people, and I also want to be able to do competitive content, so I try my best to do both. My only problem is that I have a hard time reading YouTube chat, because Noob, I couldn't figure out how to do it, by the way. Would you help me set that up, Noob, if you're still here? You sent me an article about how to get YouTube chat into the transparent overlay. Would you mind maybe helping with that sometime? Because I would love to be able to talk to people on YouTube as well, but I do have a hard time with that. So basically, my actual chat right there is like right here, though. You know, people online, that's my job, NBoss. NBoss, my literal job is to help people get better health. That is my actual job description. That's what I do, physically. Okay, boss is dead. 9 minutes on the timer. I feel like our timer is a little tight here, but should be all right. Here we go. One death is only... I want to know what the timer is like on 20. Obviously, my damage is good. Not worried about my damage. My bark skinned a second early there. We'll get the first kick going through like this. Ooh, I did see a new follow. Hi, Morgosa. Okay, hello. Prot Warriors buffed too. Prot Warriors were buffed, but unfortunately, their buffs were heavily overshadowed by the fact that Guardian Druid got more buffed. So, although it's cool that Prot Warriors got buffed, and I haven't seen a single Prot Warrior. I've only been playing tank, though. To be fair, I did a 19, I healed a 19 pit on my Mistweaver yesterday, but I haven't actually played my ults very much this week. I don't think I will. I just want to play Guardian right now. This is the most fun I've had all season, pretty much. This is actually the most fun. But yeah, NBoss, that's actually my job, is to help people. I've been working in health and fitness for a very long time. However much you think I know about... This is cool, I think. However much you think I know about the game, I know significantly more about physiology and how the human body works. Because that is a fascinating field of study, in my opinion. There's like so much that goes into how medical conditions are actually treated. And there's a lot of misunderstanding about those conditions. Okay, here we go. Just gotta make sure I don't die. We have triple Grave Blade into Lich here, so uno momento. Yep, I can do it, T-Muck. Not worried. I just have to know that I have to have a cooldown rotation here, and then we'll fine. Yeah, like, I like to take clients with interesting medical conditions because they're... A lot of times the medical system isn't great at working with people who have particularly, let's call it nuanced diagnoses. And so timer looks a little tight here. Yeah. For a one death run, the timer does look a little tight. We're gonna have to drag this Lich, not quite all the way. Like, we're gonna take the Grave Blade up. I think our timer's good. Like, timer's fine right now because we do that pull. That was like an aggressive chain there. I don't think that we want to pull mini boss here though. That would be a bad idea in my opinion. I think you just want to fight these real fast because we have freedom. To get rid of one of the Cold Wraith dots. But we will time the key at the moment, no problem, if we don't have a lot of deaths. This pack hurts a surprising amount. I think that people underestimate this little corridor with the Cold Wraith plus all the leaping guys. So I would rather do this and then single target the mini. We can take the Grave Blade into mini, no problem. Okay, once these are a little bit low, then I can go grab the mini so that we don't lose any sort of uptime here. There we go. And then we can pull this back a little, and then we'll be all right. So yeah, our timer is totally fine now. We'll get to boss with more than 5 minutes. We'll be all right. Yeah. I don't think this guy takes 2 minutes to kill. We'll see. I moved a second early. My apologies. Some people are saying because you played Apex a few times. Dude, I don't It's okay, Exilios. To be honest with you, I don't go in there anymore. I don't like to badmouth people if possible. But I really am not a fan of how the Guardian Druid Discord has actually decided to handle this last few months. I feel like it's become significantly more dogmatic than it used to be. Because keep on, I've been in there for a long time. Like, I know everyone in there. Like, I've been in the Guardian Druid Disc because I played Bear for a very long time now. But I don't know, man. There's a lot of good people in there for what it's worth, though. There's a lot of great people in there. I just don't think it's as valuable of a resource as it used to be, which is unfortunate because a lot of new players, specifically, and I'll clarify, for new players, I'm very passionate about the fact that if somebody wants to try tanking in World of Warcraft, I want to give them the most positive experience that I can give them. Like, I think that that's important. I think that tanking is stressful, and I think that if you want to try tanking, I want to be able to make your life as easy as I can. And that makes sense to me. But a lot of people are just of the opinion that, like, but you have to do it a certain way. But why? And it's like, that's the thing. I've always been the sort of person. That's why I would be a terrible soldier. Like, there's no way I could ever succeed in the military because they would be like, you got to wake up at 4 a.m. And I'd be like, but why? And they'll be like, stop asking questions. And I'd be like, but why can't I ask questions? And then I would fail, like, miserably if I tried to be in the military. Our timer's fine. 5 minutes is totally fine here. We just have to live this with no problems, though. You know? Yeah, I don't know, man. Holy. Here we go. All right. No mistakes here, guys. No mistakes. We have melee, so I'm going to roar to try to keep their uptime. And then we're going to intentionally position this boss over here. I'm going to let him throw me back. I'm not going to charge back because with melee, I know that my shaman and my DK that's going to get the next set of circles, okay? So I know that's going to happen, and therefore I want to make sure that I position it so that the DK can hit this one and the shaman can hit that one. You see that? All sorts of min-max that we can do. There's a lot of min-max here, and I'm saving Incarn and Sundering Roar just to make sure I have good snap threat. I'll get 2 uses out of this fight regardless. This one, I come back, and then I position the boss over here so that when he's casting, he's going to be a little closer to this guy. You see? It's going to be, the boss will come in. We're going to focus this anyways. Cool. I immediately get threat here, and we got to focus the big guy. Timer is okay. A little bit tight, it feels. I don't know if my route is slow comparatively to what people normally do on 20. I'm actually a little bit unsure. And then we'll have Sundering for each army phase. Cool. There's going to be a bolt in the back that might go off. That guy needs to die now. Cool. That was with Lust. So the next ad phase, we should make sure we have cooldowns for because the boss will die. But I'm a little worried about the next ad phase, to be honest, because that was all of our cooldowns. And I think that we could have problems in the next one. What are my secondary stats right now? Okay, maintain uptime. We're right here. See how I'm trying to position this so that my melee can maintain as much uptime as possible? Let's let this guy knock me back because this will be a good spot for the boss to be in. There's going to be 2 puddles here, and then we're going to go right for the next one. So this means that we can maintain full uptime. We just got to make sure that people understand that we have to get through 1 more ad phase at the very least, if not 2. That's like imperative. Our timer is good, not fantastic. So it really doesn't allow for a lot of mistakes, to be honest with you. Okay. I'm going to let him knock me back again, just because I'm worried that my melee aren't going to understand, so that I'm charging back just in case, though. Yeah, the Guardian Druid buffs are real. Okay, focus this ad here, okay? Listen, guys, just please focus the ad. I think if we get through this, we time, but I would be really sad if we didn't. I would be extremely sad if we didn't time this. So let's try our absolute best. What I'm going to do, watch this, is I'm going to go Typhoon this away so that we can actually kill the ad during the circles. These are all the little things that I swear, this is what makes a good tank, is doing things like that. Because I just understand what my team needs instead of selfishly trying to just pad my overall damage. You know what I mean? You need to kill the ads to be fair, so I don't completely disagree with the idea that maybe you should pad on them. Like, it might be worth sending AoE cooldowns there for what it is worth, okay? Warrior has melee uptime. He can hit from range. Okay? So we might get 1 more ad phase right now. Let me look at our timer, 130. See how I'm positioning the boss here now? And this is, again, just so that we can maintain the uptime that we need to maintain. These are the little things, because our timer is kind of close. And I think that these types of things can make a big difference. I know I only get 1 more Incarn, so I might as well hold it. I get 2 more Sundering Roars, though, so I might as well send that into boss here. And then this one, I'm still not going to charge back. I'm going to let the boss come to me. And then we're going to go here. And then we kill the boss, although we have to make sure that we have aggro on the ads. So this is here. I have the Lunar Beam down. Okay. Boom. I think you focus boss, and then we win. Okay, good job. That was my first 20. Nice job. That was actually my first 20 that I've ever done this season. Nice. Sweet. Felt really easy. GG's. GG's. Thank you for taking my bear. I appreciate it. Hold on. Let me just message this guy. Thank you for trusting my bear. I don't know if they know me or not, or if I'm just meta now. Am I just meta? Am I actually just meta? Just commenting, you done 20. Yep, that's a 20. I mean, so that key, for what it is worth, I could very easily... I wasn't close to death at any point. I could live it on 21. I could live it on 22, like, pretty easily, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, I was chilling. I think that was fine. Good tanking. Thank you. I fell behind this season. So, bit low at the moment. Great shift, by the way, on that death bolt. That was a good save. That was a good save. Are you using mangle or swipe at all? No, no. Because if I'm trying to min-max my damage, I actually do not mangle. Mangle would be a DP survivability increase slightly, but it would not actually be anything else. So let me just exchange my key, see if I get one that I actually still need. 19 seat. I do need that, actually. I don't know if our damage was low or not. It's hard to say. Maybe 20s are just tight. Mangle is if you need the rage. It's specifically if you need the rage, though. Hi, guys. Sorry, on YouTube, I wasn't able to actually watch any of that because I was actually tanking a 20. And here's the thing. GG's. Let me see if I can add you. Can I add you for more keys later? Can I add you? I think Mangle is still a DPS loss in AoE. Oh, 100%. It's a DPS loss in AoE and whatever, though. Gotta send it on the trash. Good luck, good luck. All right, let me just add this healer. I think he did very good, that key. Add battle tag friend. 20 wins is easy key, actually. Easy key, actually. My route for that would be really good if you want to do it. If you want to do it. I need a fucking guide. I want all the talents. So right now, for what it is worth, there is a guide if you want it. There is a guide on here. I made it free. It was originally for members, but now that everybody wants to play no Apex, it's absolutely fine. There is... Okay. So for what it is worth, there is nuance to the rotation. It isn't actually as straightforward as you just go boom, 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 boom. Like, you can't actually do this for what it is worth, okay? I started on my server course. Yes, yes. It is huge part of it, Pixie. It's a massive part of health, and understanding the human body is to understand that our nervous system regulates almost every system that we have. And so we treat everything as if it was my hand, but actually it's my nervous system. And in relation to my hand, it's both, if that makes sense. All right. Let me see. Do you want to do... If you want to do 20, I'll tank. If he wants to do it. All good if not. Let me just whisper him real quick. So there is a guide here right now. Let me pin it. Let me actually find the exact link for the guide. I have it in general of Discord. I pinned it to the Discord yesterday. Let me check the pins. Haha. Have I become a class Discord? I just had to check the pins. LOL. All right. Copy link here. This right here is a guide that I made months ago for this build. Everything is still applicable except the mangle. No problem. Okay. GG's. You should add people. Anyways, just add people for sure. And that warrior was pretty decent too, actually. All right, cool. GG's. Why use Thundering Roar, not Moonless Night? Moonless Night Sims... Okay, so Sims is a problem with Moonless Night. One of the problems with Moonless Night is that Sims, I believe, are still actually using Mangle and Maul for what it is worth, okay? This is important to understand. Hi, Sunday. Thank you for saying something nice yesterday. Oh, there's a 20 here. I wonder if they'll take me. They know... This guy knows me. If they... My bear is good if they want me for this 20. We can do it, like, no problem. I wouldn't be worried about it. I'll see if... You know what? Maybe I'm meta. Maybe I'm just meta now, and maybe they'll take me. But I don't think so, right? My build is meta if you want me. Here we go. I just got Mythic Heart of the Wind from bonus roll. Nice. You have Alnseer and Mythic Feather with... I think that... So, okay. One of the cool things about the No Apex build for what it is worth, okay? one of the cool things about it is the fact of this. Passive trinkets are better than active trinkets because you'll notice if you play it that one of the things is that you don't have these big incarn windows anymore. That's actually not what the build's about. It used to be about that, but it isn't. Like, Guardian Druid was always a constant feedback loop of trying to get incarn CDR and generate more rage and spend more rage and generate more rage and spend more rage and generate more rage. But this build has a different priority behind it, where you're not actually caring about your rage gen that much because 5 to 10 seconds off of incarn doesn't actually matter. And so I think that what's important to understand is that you used to pair on-use trinkets with incarn because that's how you did keys. But now you won't get as much value for what it is worth because you'll still get Heart of the Wind proccing during incarn, right? You'll still get this value of haste, but you don't need all of that value to be an incarn, which is what Feather is for what it is worth, right? No, Dreadscale is fine. If you want to play Dreadscale, play Dreadscale. That's no problem. Unfortunately, they took a different Guardian Druid. That's rough. Tough life, tough life. All right. We can do my 19 and just see what happens. What are best trinkets? I think that it will probably be the plume from keys if possible. Now, hi now. Hello there. I know who you are. Hi now. I hope you've been enjoying the Guardian Druid. It's good. I wasn't really pushing IO, so I've fallen behind. I'm just doing some chill stuff. Hi now. Thank you for stopping by and saying hi. I think, does this mean I've made it as a streamer? Is this actually what this means? Hi now. I look forward to watching you if you're playing in the MDI. I always actually like the MDI. But so, one of the things about the No Apex build, since we've been playing it for a while, for what it is worth, okay, is just the idea that it's a different philosophy of bear. And I think it's actually good for the game that there is simple ways to play the game. Like, I think that that's actually incredibly impactful. There should be good things for what it is worth, though. What is happening with the camera? Oh, yeah, I'm bouncing. I apologize. Yeah, no, there should be simple, because a lot of new players, not so much for the highest end of the game, but for the vast majority of tanks, when you start tanking, you just want to chill. What are the best trinkets? Probably passive trinkets, because, again, it's a different philosophy that you're not tied to doing these big incarn pulls, and so trying to maximize your output during incarn is not the philosophy of this build. And so I don't think like Puzzle Box or Feather or anything is going to be worth it. I do think, though, for what is worth it, for what it is worth, is this. I think the Plume, I would imagine that the Plume is better, but I don't like rating, so I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to get it. The Plume trinket. But I think that the other one is here. It's basically Heart of the Wind in this. And you saw I'm on stream today. I worked 4 hours on it. No, it's good, though, because a lot of tanks, they have this... There's a lot of pressure and responsibility on tanks, and there's so much toxicity when tanks die. And I think that a build like this makes it... You can still die. You can still die, and you still have to play well. Perhaps it is a little bit too far, but I like the fact that it's accessible. World of Warcraft should be accessible. You don't... Just because this build exists does not mean that everyone here is going to be pushing keys like now does. There are so many factors to being a good tank that are completely outside of the rotation of your tank. So, although it's a bit sleeper, and I think that at the highest level, I understand why people might not like it, but for what it is worth, I think it's good for the game if there is a simple tank. Also, remember, the best part about Bear, and this is a huge factor that no one considers. Do you know why Bear is the best first tank? Let me delist this key for a second while I'm ranting. Do you know why Bear is the best first tank for people? It's because everything is omnidirectional, and because you don't have to worry about backshots. I know that a lot of people in real life like backshots, but in-game, one of the things about tanking that isn't well explained is that there's no indicator in-game that shows you, hey, by the way, there's a mob behind you. And there are some tanks that get extremely punished by this. But Guardian Druid is the one tank that doesn't have to worry about it. You have a dodge chance, which is affected by your crit. So I'll take 24% more melees. But for what it is worth, my defensives, all of them apply, whether a mob is here, 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 or here. And that's a big deal because it also means that when I gather pulls, I can walk through instead of having super technical gathers. You can still improve that, and you'll get even better for what it is worth at Guardian. But when I do a big pull here like this, I can still, for example, go pull this. I can go Starfall for aggro, and then I can use Stampeding Roar to go back into Bear. But one thing you'll notice is, let's say I want to pull all of this, I can walk through and not immediately get clapped. So I can get better at gathers, but you see that right there? That's a huge boon and a huge benefit to new tank players. Because what most tanks have to do is understand, and learning gathers is complicated. And I think it's a big skill, and it's also a big mental drain for most tank players, if that makes sense. What are we doing with the 4-piece? 4-piece has zero benefit with this build, which is a little weird. It has always been like that, and I wonder if they're going to change it. I don't know if they will or will not. But there's a lot of factors, and I think they'll nerf it, but maybe not. I think they should nerf it. I think they should nerf it, but within like a certain... They should nerf it within a level that is reasonable for what it's worth, though. Your latest YouTube video, did you like that tab? For what it is worth, and this is so important to understand, it actually bothers me so much. How much easier could Bear be? Listen, Bear is just Brewmaster. It's the same. It's the same. Basically, it's just Brewmaster. This version of Bear plays almost identical to a Brewmaster. I mean, it's very similar. It's extremely similar to Brewmaster. It's actually, you understand? It's like, basically people are like, oh, dude, this version of Bear, man, it can't be this easy. It's too easy. It's only 2 buttons. It's like, bro, Brewmaster is 4 buttons. And you have an off the GCD frenzied regen. No, listen, I will explain. It's not blaspheme. I will explain. Brewmaster is a very friendly tank right now because you walk in and you go keg, fire. During your aux window, all of your damage is passive because each fire will launch 9 flurry strikes. And that is not something you think about. But you try to maximize your aux window by getting as many fires as possible. So you want to walk in, for example, keg, maybe blackout keg, then hit aux, then fire, keg, and then you use certain things to reset keg, and then you go in Celestial Infusion to reset keg, and then you go Exploding Keg to reset keg, but those are not real cooldowns. You just use it to get more fires in your aux window and more kegs. And then outside of that, you have to weave in blackout kicks. So you go keg, fire, blackout kick, keg, fire, blackout kick, keg, fire. And then if you're in a high level key and you're playing Counter-Strike, then you weave in some Tiger Palms. And on single target, you go keg, fire, blackout kick, Tiger Palm. That's it. That's how you play Brew. And then if you, for example, take a lot of damage or you've done a weird movements and whoopsie daisy or stagger, you just have an off the GCD Purifying Brew, which has 2 charges. Congratulations. Purifying Brew is effectively Frenzied Regen. Your keg is effectively your Thrash, and your Breath of Fire is something along the lines of Moonfire. It's very simple. Just like this. Boom, 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 boom. Like this. It goes back and forth, back and forth. And then I weave in Lunar Beam, whereas Brewmasters weave in Blackout Kick. What's the difference? There's a slight bit more spam. It's a little bit more straightforward. The reason it doesn't feel like that is because Thrash is omnidirectional. Frenzied Regen is on the GCD and costs Rage. Purifying Brew costs no Rage. And you have more of them. It's not as powerful, but you see what I mean? Like, it's not that dissimilar. And then also on Bear, I still have to have cooldown timings. I still have to understand I bark on Gather, then Incarn, then bark. And I still have to plan things. Whereas on Brew, I don't even have to do that. They're pretty similar. It's just that Brew has more technical gathers. Brew feels more technical because you have to be facing the mobs, etc., etc. That's the only reason. I don't understand why people are so mad at Guardian. People were like, Brew is so great right now. I watched so many videos, I don't get why. Unusual. If you're struggling with Brewmaster damage, a large part of it is 2 things. Number 1, you got to understand that during your aux window, your Breath of Fire does 9 flurry strikes. It is a big part of your damage. So you want to get as much of this. How much do you value Iron for max stacks? Nothing, Poopy Pants. Great name. You made me say it. But so here's the thing. You don't value Iron Fur, max Iron Fur. Let me show you why. I will explain this very simple. Watch this. Can I call you Pants instead of Poopy Pants? It feels a little weird to say that a lot on stream. Okay. Well, with the Guardian is that it doesn't have Brew S roll. True. Drew Tank was very fun yesterday. Awesome. I'm glad people are enjoying this. I'm glad they buffed it so it's playable. They could probably nerf Thrash a little bit. It'd be fine. Watch this, okay? So if I just go pull a few things here. Oh, wait. This is not... Wait. Because it's... Oh, I have to go to the city. That's fine. I realized. Because it's not actually a mythic or something. It's like scaling weird. All right, hold up. Maybe they need to nerf Moonfire. Holy... They should nerf Moonfire. Doesn't matter if it's good, though. I think it does at the higher levels, for what it's worth. What is the Iron Fur plugin? The nerf? I bet $100 on Parky Market. Wait, you bet money that it will get nerfed on Poly Market? Is that a bet that you could do? Holy, wait, you could do that? I didn't even know you could do that. That's cool. Yeah, hold up. All right, let me go to the target mobs. I want to show you how Iron Fur works. I think that many bears still don't understand this. I got you. Pants, look at this, okay? I'm going to explain it very simple. Your first stack of Iron Fur is more valuable than your second, and your second stack is more valuable than your third. Watch my armor here, okay? Let me get full rage. I want you to look at my armor in this. So baseline, oh, sorry, I have it bound. Let me just get full without Iron Fur, okay? Watch this. Here we go. So without any Iron Fur, I have 40% physical damage reduction, which means as mobs are slamming on me, you know, when they're trying to clap my shit, I have 40% physical damage reduction. Yes? If I use one Iron Fur, then I get approximately 17% more physical damage reduction, which is awesome. But let's, for the sake of simple math, let's call it 15%, because when we were playing with Apex before, we didn't have this talent, so it was more like 15%. Let's call it simple math, 15% for an easy way to understand, okay? So it's 40%. One Iron Fur is 15% physical damage reduction. Two Iron Fur is now only 10% physical damage reduction. 3 Iron Fur is only giving me 5%. It basically has diminishing returns. So the 5th or the 6th Iron Fur stack is only giving you like 1 or 2%. It's like 2 or 3% physical armor reduction. That doesn't matter as much. But the first 2 stacks are important. So you want to make sure that you have 1 Iron Fur up, because that is going to really make a difference in your gameplay, right? But what's important is that to understand, if I just mash Iron Fur, the stacks that I could have, let me actually thrash these mobs as well so we can show you, there's a limit to how much benefit I can get. Does that make sense? Here, let me do this and I can show you here. So if I am just mashing my buttons and I just have like infinite Iron Fur stacks, it doesn't actually give me that much more physical armor reduction at a certain point. You want 2 to 3. 2 to 3 is great. 4 to 5 is like, eh. You get a few percent more. It's not nothing, but it's very little. Does that make sense? All right, let's go 19 Nexus. Let's get this real fast. Does that kind of make sense, though? Yeah, okay, there you go. So max Iron Fur every season, because it's dependent on your primary stats, so your gear and stuff like this. You can macro Iron Fur to thrash with this build. There are going to be many people who tell you that you can't. They're wrong, and I will explain why instead of just telling you that they're wrong. The only reason, there are some times where it is worth banking rage. Very rarely, but sometimes. There are some mechanics this season, which are physical hits. You want to make sure you have 2 Iron Fur up. If you're playing this build, you'll have them up anyways. But for what it is worth, let's imagine that you are at the end of a pull and you want to walk into the next pull with 100 rage. This is actually a good little min-max. You can have Mangle on your bar, and you just, at the very last global of a pull, you just don't hit Thrash and you hit Mangle, and you will have Rage going into the next pull. That's number 1. Number 2, okay? Yes, Iron Fur is your only Rage spender, correct. Number 2, and this is also important. For B-Res, your B-Res costs Rage. So if you have no Rage, you cannot B-Res. I tell you what, if you ever need to B-Res in a key, you just hit Mangle, and then you B-Res. And then problem solved. Congratulations. You can macro your Iron Fur. I don't understand where that philosophy came from, that you cannot macro Iron Fur. You can't macro on Brewmaster because those things are not off the GCD, Danzerb. So you can macro when things are off the GCD. You cannot macro when things are on the GCD. Does that make sense? This is an important piece of clarification to understand. So Iron Fur is off the GCD. Do you think nerfing Fury of Nature would be all that's needed? I think that they could probably nerf Thrash by like 30%, and then it would be fair. If they nerf it by 50%, it might be too much. Like 30%, I think would be very fair. You can macro Iron Fur into everything for what it is worth. However, the important thing to understand about macroing Iron Fur to everything is that you need Rage for Frenzied Regen. They should nerf it, Tab, by the way. As much as I do enjoy this, but it's a little bit. Monk is rotationally difficult. Could you explain how it's rotationally difficult? It's not, but the thing is, if you random spam Bear, instead of doing 140k in the Pit of Sauron I just did, I would do 100k. Blackout Kick is not rotationally difficult. Blackout Kick is not rotationally difficult. You press it. You literally press it. What is rotationally difficult about Blackout Kick? What class are you going to do next? You don't know what it does? You want to test me? I could answer that question if you'd like. If you're playing Fluidity in Motion, Blackout Kick is something that you actually have to make sure that you are pressing every 3 seconds, give or take. If you are playing Shadowboxing Treads, the advantage of this is the fact that you benefit more from your mastery because it will actually cleave to 3 targets, which affects your mastery. So this is important to actually use, especially in certain packs where you really want to maximize your dodge chance. There used to be, in fact, you saw people do this back when Blackrock Hold was a thing and you needed to immune the boss, the third boss. You could force dodge by actually gaming things like Shuffle and Blackout Kick. Now, what you want to do from here is that Blackout Kick used to affect an actual host of abilities through Blackout Combo, which was something that was very complicated for most Brewmasters to understand. Because if you were to Blackout Combo and then Purifying Brew, you would lose a lot of value. That would actually be really bad, because what you want to do is Blackout Combo the right ability to get the right effect, where you could Blackout Combo Breath of Fire to get an extra 4% DR, but that wasn't always the right chance because that was actually more for defensive. And if you were playing Brew at the time, you wanted to actually offensively use Blackout Combo. One thing they did in Midnight was they simplified it by only allowing Blackout Combo and Blackout Kick to therefore affect. You had only, for example, you can only affect now Tiger Palm, which gives a 100% modifier. 1 second. Hold up. Ranting on stream. Ranting on stream. Uno momento, 1 minute. All right. Now, so what they changed in Midnight is the fact that Blackout Kick can only be used on Keg Smash or Tiger Palm. If you use Blackout Combo on Tiger Palm, then you get 100% more damage on the Tiger Palm. That is an interesting modifier for Brewmaster because Brewmaster, unlike other things, has a weird additive multiplier on Tiger Palm. So when you use Face Palm, the talent, and Counter-Strike, it's 100% on top of the previous 100% value. This is interesting because most tanks, what happens is that you get a multiplicative value, and for whatever reason, Brewmaster Tiger Palm can actually get to like 400% value, especially if you're using Blackout Kick correctly. So when you have Counter-Strike and Face Palm and Blackout Kick, then you get a juiced up Tiger Palm. This is very interesting because most tanks don't work like that in this game. Now, from that point, okay, also, you can still, however, defensively get more benefit from Blackout Kicking into Keg Smash, although the Wowhead guide for Brewmaster at this exact moment in time does say that you only ever Blackout Kick into Tiger Palm because that guide is more geared towards single target raid parsing, and that is a problem because in most keys, for what it is worth, you actually want to Blackout Combo your Keg Smash so that you get more cooldown reduction on your brews so that you can force proc your Apex way more often. All right, ready. Any other questions? Would you like to know anything else? And by the way, Brewmaster is the only tank in the entire history of World of Warcraft that I have not mained in a season, for what it is worth. Brewmaster is actually the only thing that I have not actually mained in a season, believe it or not. I have actually played everything else. I just haven't played Brewmaster in a season. But I'm happy. So I don't mind getting checked. The one thing is I have zero problem with people wanting to have conversations. But you can't say this version of Guardian is certainly the friendliest and easiest tank. But a lot of people are not understanding why. It isn't the rotation that makes it so giga-friendly, by the way. That's actually not what creates this sort of ease of access and what makes people feel like, oh, this is so boring. It isn't the rotation. It's actually the fact that Guardian Druid is the only tank that can ignore certain tank mechanics. That's one of the interesting things. Does that make sense? Because I can walk through mobs, because the positioning of my abilities doesn't matter as much. And that is a big change up from how most tanks are required to play. So it feels like Bear is a cheat code, but it actually is just because it can functionally ignore many mechanics that other tanks have to significantly worry about. Because my Thrash and Moonfire are omnidirectional, which is a big deal, by the way. Like, that is a massive... People don't understand how big of a deal that is. Also, hi, Twix, and hi, Kimmy. Does that make sense? And so, like, one thing that... Okay, so I've been making tank content now for a year, or like over a year. I've had my YouTube channel for like a year and 4 months now. Cool? It's been a little bit. And I can tell you, the vast majority of tanks... Okay, let me make sure I leave these null sunders. This is a little bit of a tough pull, actually. Deceivingly tough pull. The vast majority of tank players struggle severely with routing and positioning. That is the biggest barrier to tanking compared to every other mechanic. And a lot of people don't acknowledge that because you think it's all rotation. But the biggest barrier for new tanks being successful at the role is actually not rotation. It isn't how complicated your rotation is. The biggest barrier for tanks is the fact that they need to learn how to gather, and bear makes that extremely easy, which is why most people think, oh man, my bear feels so much better than my other tanks. However, if you get good at gathering, then it's just a nice little break. Because many tanks, like a lot of people are like, dude, Prot Warrior feels so squishy. And I'm like, because 50% of the melees you are taking right now are actually, wait, there's no way we let the battery go off, right? There's no way we don't have DPS to kill the battery and cleave here. Really? I think we might actually live this. My healer might be able to do this. If we're going to have another AoE here. Don't get hit by circles. Yeah, so there's a lot to tanking that people don't consider. I'm not playing Dream of Cenarius. He's working extremely hard here, yeah. I figured we would have the cleave damage to actually just kill this here. Yeah, we all use defensives and he was good. To be fair, although it is very cool for Mistweaver to save stuff like that, no one is complaining about the fact that Mistweaver is also successful at their role by pressing effectively one button. But to be fair, I actually think Mistweaver is omega fun right now, and I'm not even mad about that. I'm, like, actually pretty happy about it. Mistweaver is super fun right now, though. Okay? So, Warrior Tank is actually not... I don't know how it is in higher keys right now, because keep in mind, I have not played this season in higher keys. So I wouldn't be able to say truly how Warrior Tank feels at the moment, because Warrior Tank has a problem where it's Giga Immortal until all of a sudden it isn't, because at some point your Ignore Pain just actually gets eaten through before you can refresh it, especially with how slow that tank is feeling now compared to before, okay? So... yeah, there's a lot of complaining right now about the simplicity of Guardian Druid. But last season, Prot Warrior, what was the rotational... Let me ask you a question. Did anybody complain about Prot Warrior last season? What was the rotational complexity of Prot Warrior last season, out of curiosity? Can anybody tell me that? Let me see if I can bait this. I might be able to, because we got... that was a bad line here. There's a little bit of space here, and then we're going to get kind of... up here, though. Out of curiosity, what was the rotational complexity of Prot Warrior? It was, hey, I hit my shield slam faster than you hit your shield slam. Congratulations. That's it. That was literally like, okay, well, if you're a really good Prot Warrior, congratulations. You got more Thunder Blast and shield slams than the other Prot Warrior. No one complained about that because the tank still felt technical, because a lot of Prot Warriors would die because they were taking a bunch of back shots, because they weren't actually understanding that shield wall and demo shout has cooldown reduction, so they weren't actually planning for the actual mechanics that would kill them, among other things, right? Like, that was what was wrong with Prot Warrior. But rotationally, it's the simplest tank that has ever... it was actually simpler than Bear was, even with Thorns of Iron. You didn't even press Ignore, and basically there was a build with Mountain Thane where you could press Execute, but you could honestly just ignore that too. And you were chilling, and everything was great. And people were like, man, this Warrior feels great right now. It's only Bear that for some reason gets this weird reputation of like, oh, but Thorns of Iron is bad. I actually don't understand why Bear gets that. I think it's because Bear can ignore certain tank mechanics. And so you feel very sleeper, because what a lot of tanks don't realize is that for the vast majority of their gameplay experience, they are having their brain very on, but I swear they don't understand what their brain is really thinking about. Does that make sense? I swear. So, for example, a lot of tanks are not considering the fact that most of their brain power actually goes to their positioning, to all of the other things that they can be doing instead of just their rotation. But since they don't realize that, they feel as though the rotation is giving them that feeling of dopamine and of mastery. But that isn't actually what defines a good tank. A good tank is not defined by 100% rotational parse. A good tank is actually specifically defined by your ability to lead your team, pixel stack mobs, pace the dungeon, position where you need to, consistently do what your team requires you to do because your DPS will always do more damage than you. Is it cool to never miss a global on a tank? Yes. But most of all, your tank has to live. And so if your tank is hard to live on, then you feel rewarded for living. And Bear is a little bit easier to live on. Bear already before this, by the way, was doing better numbers than Brewmaster. But it was very difficult. Yeah, we got the prior Pit of Sauron 20. I saw prior, yeah, man. So there's just so much weird dogma against the fact that a tank could be simple. But I don't understand the fact that Bear receives the crux of it, because I swear no one was complaining about the fact that Brewmaster was simple before this. Does that make sense? Like, no one was complaining about that. And I just find it to be very interesting because I think that this version of Bear plays very similarly to how Brewmaster plays. Genuinely, we can do this. We actually have a DK who can grip this caster in, so that won't be a problem, and we can speed up the dungeon a lot by just combining all of this right here. As long as you have a DK, it's 2 casters, and then we'll get the guy in. So this is also because I can say, based on our group comp, my Mistweaver is going to have an easier time healing if we have more targets. So one thing I'll do is I'll route slightly differently if I play with a Mistweaver, because I also play Mistweaver and I really enjoy it. So I know that the way that they currently heal in this season means that they'll have an easier time healing this Dreadbellow and that Entropic Leech from this guy if I pull more targets. So this is actually something that can help my team instead of hurt my team by understanding these things. Where if I was playing with a shaman, that they would have a harder time because there would be more things for them to worry about, and they don't get what's called funnel healing, whereas Mistweaver does because of how Spinning Crane Kick, Way of the Crane, and everything works in Ancient Teachings right now. So there's a lot of min-max that you can do. Let me dispel somebody here. We want that to activate. Let me tell my team something. I don't want to die here because I can die actually a lot right now, especially 1 second. Let 2 activate. Let 2 activate on the next pull. The next pull, we actually want 2 of them, okay? So there's going to be a Dreadbellow here, which means I have to be careful about chaining. Our timer shouldn't be that much of a problem, although it's always a bit question mark with Aug in the group. I'm going to pull this, which means I'm going to need to spend SI because I'm going to get 2 of these Nullwork Blasts on me at the same time, but I'm going to kind of greed it a little bit. So I have here, and then I'm going to go like this. And then that second Nullwork Blast, I might actually be okay with just this right now, and it seems like I am. We had one little whoopsie daisies. Whoops, and that happened. What was that actually? Oh, that was just a Nullwork Blast because I got distracted. My bad. Almost. I got a little distracted there. I did say I needed to send SI if I did that. Is that a quick reset? We should do a 5 Guardian Druid key. I'm actually so down for that, by the way. Whoopsie. I got a little distracted there. I think that's a quick reset, yeah? I don't know how he died there. We could probably save the pull, but I don't know about the timer. Once again, it feels like my Aug is doing no damage, but it's hard for me to say. It feels like our timer is specifically not good right now. If we save this, I can actually pull. I have Incarn right now, so. Did a cast go off? We might have missed the kick. Because the Mistweaver died, and I wasn't sure how he died there. If I was paying more attention and I actually did send the SI, I could have totally lived that. That was my bad. Bring back Dumb Joggawoo. Hi, nerds, geeks, and weirdos. Well, to be fair, my Guardian Druid does a lot of damage right now, so that's a hard comparison. Hard comparison to say compared to that, but I do think Aug should be way higher than this. I can tell you that much. It's hard to say. We've done some very massive pulls, but we've missed a lot of DPS checks already, like on some of the barrels. So I do feel as though... So we would need to double this with this route, because keep in mind that we don't pull some other stuff earlier. So we're going to need to basically do this here, and then we're going to group on this one, and then that other guy is just going to come in, and we have to let a Dreadflail activate as well. I do not trust Augs from Q. Out of curiosity, but I'm not live logging this, and I should be live logging this to really confirm that. Well, no. So it's the 5% personal damage nerf doesn't affect their duplicates, I'm pretty sure. And so the one thing is that Aug is also rotationally very complicated to play, which I can happily explain that too if you want. We're supposed to let that activate if possible. I have no problem explaining to you why Aug is rotationally complicated, by the way. There's a lot to understand about how Aug plays, and it is not an easy spec to play. You can passenger princess it because nobody understands that you might be playing bad, so oftentimes you can just time keys regardless. Okay, we didn't get any. We stopped all of them. Ideally, you're actually supposed to let these activate. The dread flails are really good percentage here. I got it. I got it. Ouch. I chained too fast that I missed my thrash. No, the main problem with Aug is the fact that you can't actually identify their performance, and most people, unfortunately, over-prioritize their own personal performance. Well, not unfortunately. It's pretty human nature to say, well, I want to improve my gameplay, and that's fun for me. And so I think that one of the downsides of Aug is that it makes it so that no one can really compare their personal performance, right? You can't say, oh, I've improved, because it's like, is the Aug good or am I good? And you also can't tell, wait, did we fail the key because of this or because of that? It's hard to say. Like, even right now, I'm like, huh, we didn't kill that barrel. That was super weird. And I was like, wait, did the Aug drop all of his buffs during that? Or, like, what happened? It's hard to say. And it's not just Ebb and Might now, because, like, Ebb and Might used to be a lot more of an easy understanding for people to just say, right? You don't use swipe? No, no, no. Even if you're playing the full Apex version of Guardian, it's a no swipe build. You never swipe. Swipe is a very, very extremely lackluster button. Swipe is amazingly lackluster, by the way. You really, really, really kind of want to avoid swipe at all cost. The only reason you do it is that it has a chance to reset gore if you're wanting a lot more mangles. Because you have the gore proc, and so you have a chance to basically reset your mangle when you're playing like a heavy Druid of the Claw build or something like that. It also does extend Dreadful Wounds, but with this season and the new talents, with Harness Rage, if you're playing that build, then you don't really want to swipe. I think Moonfire, because you're playing Moonless Night, is still probably a better fill. There's probably some niche situation, but it basically is not a good button. It's very undertuned. It does as much damage as like one melee, give or take. If a Guardian Druid, if I can see swipe on your details meters, you're losing damage, not gaining damage. So if you are listening to this, though, and you are a Guardian Druid, I highly recommend, for what it is worth, that you consider just removing it from your bars. You will probably have a much better gameplay experience if you do that. We are going to need extra percentage at the ends, and I don't currently think that we have time. We can obviously try, because it's only a 19, but I have a feeling that we do not have time right now. For what it is worth, can I ask you guys a question? I think the ad just finished. Great. Let me ask you a question. They might nerf this. Overall, and this is an open-ended question. There's no judgment. I will not... Tell me your honest thoughts, genuinely. If you're like, this is too sleeper and I'm not going to enjoy tanking right now, just out of curiosity, my question for you is this. Are you having fun? If you are playing the no Apex Guardian, are you currently having fun? So much fun? Anyone else? This is a genuine question. I'm asking. I want to know people's thoughts, because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. And actually, the thing I'm missing is the fact that people are not going to have fun with this. You play and it's great. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a selection bias in my stream, but for what it is worth. But you think it'll get boring after a couple weeks. Okay, fair enough, Nix. I wonder if it will get old soon. Okay, fair enough. That makes sense. That would be the concern, right? That's ultimately the concern for sure. Is that what if it just gets boring? That makes sense. It's all right. I personally prefer the previous build, but this one you can focus on gathering and getting better, okay? If it wasn't OP, it wouldn't be fun. Fair enough. I enjoyed it before it was OP, but that makes sense. At the moment, I love it, though, okay? I wonder. It's fun, but I wish there was a tiny bit more to the rotation. Fair enough. That makes sense. What am I using for group cooldowns? Mini CC. Mini CC is the add-on. Keep the Dread Flail away from my team. This is an example, by the way, of how our damage feels a little low. There you go. That was a good burst. Okay. I will get a Feral Frenzy straight into the boss right now. during the damage amp. The problem is fun in games is inherently linked to power and viability. Oof, that is a great point, Poons, and I agree with you 1,000%. 1,000% you are correct on this. This season is fun. The rotation being more complex does not make it fun. Winning is fun. Fair enough. I also agree with you, Poons, though, that one of the key parts, for what it is worth, okay? One of the key differences... I shouldn't have sent Bark there. That was a mistake. And now I'm going to need to send SI on this next set of ads. It's okay. I have it. And then I kind of need Incarn for the following poll after this. What's our timer at right now? 12 minutes? It's actually not impossible that we could time this. You could time this right now. This is an SI. That was actually a fair... My monk is on top of it. He thought I might die. What's up, Chrisette? Early morning here. Good morning, good morning. On monk, you get punished for pressing things in the wrong order. I disagree. You lose damage. What do you get punished by, Tab? If you push... Okay, so that's fine, that's fine. No, that's fine, Tab. If right now on Brewmaster, let me ask you a question. If you push something in the wrong order on Brewmaster right now, you can't hold aggro. Is that anybody's experience right now? Has anybody struggled to hold aggro on Brewmaster compared to anything else, out of curiosity? This is just that because I disagree, personally. I think that Brewmaster, you connect with a keg or a fire, and you are good. If you press the wrong buttons on Brewmaster, what happens? You lose damage, right? You literally lose damage. The consequence of pressing the wrong button on Brewmaster is that you will do significantly less damage. Is that correct? Am I right about this? Okay. So let me ask you another question then. What's the consequences of pressing the wrong buttons on Guardian Druid? Currently with the no Apex build. We might have time, actually. So out of curiosity, what's the consequence of pressing the wrong global on a Guardian Druid currently with no Apex? That's not true, though, Tab. If I did that, I would do very little damage. Send me the... Oh, just find it in Discord. Do exclamation Discord. You can find it there. And I apologize. I'm kind of locked in. I think we can save this key, actually. I'm going to pull this momentarily. I'm going to help channel this for a second. If you miss a Thrash cast, so right here, for example, right? I'm going to Barkskin. I'm going to Frenzied Regen. I'm going to Moonfire from here, but I don't press Incarn yet. Because actually, I kind of want to triple this. If possible, I think I'm going to triple this, and I think that's how we'll save time. I can live the triple. And then from here, I Thrash. If I were to press a wrong global here, I think my Mistweaver can heal it, and I think that this will work. I can live 6 of these, believe it or not, right now. There's going to be a few frontals, which I honestly should position more away from my team. That's on me. I should have positioned them, like, clearly in the corner. This is kind of a crazy pull, by the way. Dude, 3 of these guys in one pull is kind of wild. I think it'll be fine. So I Lunar Beam. If I hit Thrash there before Lunar Beam, I would lose a lot of damage because I would lose the Lunation. Okay, from here, and then I'm going to have to rotate to Barkskin. There's going to be another 6 stack here. This is going to be tough. I actually managed to refresh just beforehand, luckily. This is a good pull. Good pull, good pull. I'm locked in right now. He did take 2 of the things. It's okay. The reset point is right here. I think that that pull was worth the death because we're going to need one more pack, remember. We didn't let any of the Dread Flails activate. So we are going to have a small problem here. You have a thought process on how to purify. I have a thought process on when to send my Frenzied Regens. Because we can take these down, basically. The idea now is that we can take this down and then we don't have to worry about it. We have to combine these pulls here. Just come through. If people can, you got to come through this. I know it's a little dangerous, but hopefully my team understands what we're doing here. Okay? So I will stop the first few casts like this. We'll group them, and then everybody can hit them as they're funneling in. So if we're all standing here, then this pull is... look at that grouping. Okay. This is pretty good so far. I'm going to go here to stop those casts. And then here. I'm going to choose to send... You actually do for what it is worth. That's Andy. I don't do that. I hit Frenzied Regen a bunch because I'm trying not to stress my healer out. Okay, War Stomp. Okay, that was a great pull. That was excellent. I think that we can time it right now, actually. Okay, I think we managed to save time. Don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. Okay, we taunt this. We go through. And then we're here. I can actually pull double. Is it worth it to pull double and then pull it with boss? I can pull double image. Double image is not impossible. I know there's going to be 2 dots, but I think my Mistweaver can do it. I think it'll be okay for my Mistweaver to do this, actually. It's dangerous, but it's doable. Because I know that I can live, and I think that my Mistweaver will be able to heal it. Other healers, maybe not, but Mistweaver can do this. As long as he's not fixated. He does Fort Brew here. Okay, that was a good Fort Brew. And then we just need to kind of send, like, Aug Stun and stuff. There you go, perfect. And we're going to go like this. This actually saves a lot of time, because what's gonna happen now is that we can pull that Light Rot. I'm pretty sure we can pull it with Boss. I think. I'm going to pull it a little early because it needs to be low when we pull Boss. But it's possible because Boss is going to spawn and then we need to kill Boss. We have plenty of time, actually. I don't even know if we need to be this aggressive with it right now because we need a pack after Boss, right? It's percentage after Boss right now. All right? Percentage after because we did not let the Dread Flails activate. So we will need percentage. This is not percentage, remember? But we have Giga time right now. Perfect. So when this guy dies, the boss will spawn, and I need to make sure I taunt him immediately. Perfect. Okay, all good. Bark here, and then we're good to go. All right, cool. I think those routing decisions actually saved this, because we will need 2 kills after this, and that pack's kind of dangerous. Nice job. Great healing. Good coordination by my team here. Some pretty good CCs and stuns. I think we might have it. Just in case I haven't rebuffed after a death, just in case I've forgotten. I'm focused a little bit, because I actually would like to time this, considering I made a small error earlier and did die. Are you still prioritizing? So this build is going to be interesting. One of the things about stats for me you have to realize is that I deprioritize haste in my rotation and my stat prio, but that doesn't mean that haste is bad. It means for what it is worth, okay? Tab, I welcome the discussion and the debate, but you have to be very careful about saying, oh, awoo, you don't know how this works. I do know how it works for what it is worth. I do think that at some point you are just rage baiting, so I'll probably ixnay the conversation, but I have zero issue discussing, and we can have a discussion. In my opinion on the internet, you know what? It's one of many. It's just an opinion. You don't have to give it that much. No, I'm serious though, but like it's just my opinion is one of many. It's not the best opinion. It's not it's not the worst opinion. It's just my opinion. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. If you want to have a conversation about why you disagree with that, sure. Let's have a conversation about it. Too many times on the internet, people are unwilling for what it is worth, though. No. We just do it after. After, we good. Timer is easy. Timer easy. Let's not risk it. What are we trying to achieve? That's a good question, Mr. Dave Crypto. I enjoy talking to people. I also enjoy evaluating and developing my own opinion. Because something, for example, I will tell you this. A year ago, I had very different thoughts about how tanks and what tanks wanted. I had extremely different opinions. But since I started making videos and started posting guides, I all of a sudden realized, I was like, wait a second. Tanks don't want this. Because I used to think, I was like, dude, hyper optimizing damage is like the most fun part of tanking and healing. I think that's wrong. I don't think that's true. I think that that's true in the community that I was a part of, which is a very small set of the player base. It's very difficult for what it is worth, by the way. It's incredibly difficult to identify what should be done in World of Warcraft. Do you want to know why? Because there are so many different types of people who play this game. So it's not so easy to identify, by the way, what it is that people want or even what Blizzard should do with that information. That isn't actually an easy... I don't envy them. I am glad that I am not a developer at Blizzard Entertainment because that seems like it would be super hard. How do you balance the fact that some people want to be able to get their max reward but only want to just collect, basically? How do you balance the fact that you have people who are heavily passionate about the game and you want to be able to market toward them, but at the same time just don't actually care if you, for example, do this, though? So the thing is, a lot of people, Brewmaster traditionally was incredibly difficult. That is true. It was a very high skill ceiling tank, and there still is a lot of skill expression with it. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that it is not nearly like that anymore. It is by far and large the easiest tank to play in this current season. by far. Part of that is tuning, but it's important to realize the fact that this is just a true statement. You cannot actually say that, like, oh, Brewmaster is, like, super hard. Actually, like, it's really not. Not anymore. It used to be, and I fully acknowledge that. I definitely, certainly don't want to pretend as if it isn't. Like, it absolutely used to be one of the hardest tanks to play at a high level. 100%. 100%. 100%. Good save, by the way, on this key. We did it. Yeah. Brew is easy for many reasons. GG's, by the way. Nice save. Nice recovery. Oh, this is my bonus roll. Wait, why don't I just use bonus roll? Holy, I forgot. This is where I'm setting my bonus rolls. All right, what'd I get? I got the cloak. All right, I didn't want the cloak. That's okay. But now every other bonus roll used here will be good because I don't want this cloak, but that's okay. GG's. Thank you for having me. All right. Do I want to reroll the 19 I have? No, it's seat. All right, cool. 20 time this time. Nice. I got a little bit of IO today. I'll take it. I'm going to order a milkshake, by the way. Hi, what's up, codename Daniel? A lot of new YouTube videos about the Guardian Druid no Apex build up today. Indeed. Do you also play that build? Or I play the no Apex build. I enjoyed it before as well. Alex from Cali. Yo, it's the rogue from the AA last night that... Okay, only if you know... Do you know... Hi, Alex. Sure, actually, I do still need it. I would love to come to 19 Alcatar Academy. Do you know that he came and trolled another key afterward on his Warlock? Did he tell you that? I don't know if he was intentionally trolling or not. I couldn't tell. He came on his Warlock to a 19 Seat of the Triumvirate after, and then banished. I don't know. I think he was. I don't know if it was intentional. I don't want to actually say that he did that intentionally. I think we missed a kick on second boss, and then we died. Yeah, that's okay. Like I said, there are so many ways to enjoy online gaming, and the truth is that many people vibe with me and many people don't, and you know what? That is a-okay. All right, YouTube, I apologize for ignoring you. I'm so sorry. I couldn't, while I'm tanking keys, I'm kind of tired today, so I'm a little bit back and forth. My apologies. I see you guys for what is worth. What is the least punishing, easiest tank for Mythic Plus? Brewmaster? Actually, seriously, is I think the easiest, least punishing tank at the moment. Sure, I'd love to. That would be great. Thank you very much for offering. I appreciate that. Let's do it. Or a 21 Nexus point. Mana, bananas, and out systems in the 21. Good luck. You can have a... There is a tab. May I play devil's advocate to my own point for what it is worth, okay? I would like to play devil's advocate to my own point. I do believe that Brewmaster is pretty easy this season. However, there are many Brewmasters that I have healed, because remember, I multi-spec. Whatever keys I have on my Guardian, I also have on my Resto Druid and my Mistweaver, pretty much, okay? I think it's important to understand that, okay? Where is Algathar, right? There are so many Brewmasters that are just not doing that well. Is this you here? In the 19 Brazil Algathar? Or is that you? Oh, there you are. I've just noticed your name, by the way. And I can't tell if you are a... I can't tell if you want to visit me in Thailand or if you just played Classic WoW and had a level 29 rogue or something like this. It's one or the other. I can't tell. I think that Brew is still actually easier, although this no Apex feels very remarkably similar. They're very similar in terms of how they play. So you have Brewmaster and you have this. Unless, here's a question. I've seen a bunch of people go for the big pulls because that's what you're supposed to do and die. And it gets me thinking, how do you know when the pull is big enough for your cooldowns gear? Bees, that's a great question for tanking. And the truth is experience. You know, one of the hardest things about tanking, you can watch as many guides as you want. You need reps. It's not the same for DPS, although DPS improve as well. Healers and tanks, you need to walk in and you need to die. It is actually part of playing the game. To be honest with you, there's no way around it. You need to walk in and you need to say, that didn't work. It has so many factors. There's a lot of factors. But what I can tell you is that, can I ask you, let me explain this. First pull Algathar Academy. Ready? I'm going to walk in, I will get my buff, and then I will immediately go cat form. On my bars, my dash is not on my stealth bars. So I'm going to hit dash, then I'm going to hit prowl. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk to the left of the 3 bees that are walking past. I will get to exactly the middle of the room when my bear icon is at the tree icon where the tree boss is. I am then going to Moonfire right, Moonfire center, Moonfire left, directly following this triple Moonfire in an effort to stack and pull evenly. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Moonkin form and I'm going to hit Starfall. I will then proceed back into bear form, in which case the first mobs will be reaching me because I'll be dragging it back. I will hit 1 Thrash, but not Incarn yet. So from that Thrash, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit Barkskin, but I will not hit Incarn yet. The rest of the mobs will be funneling toward me. So I'll hit a Frenzied Regen just to make sure that I'm alive. When the rest of the mobs funnel toward me, I will Lunar Beam, that I will Combat Potion. The Combat Potion will come around the time the Lunar Beam comes. Then I will Thrash again. Then I will hit Incarn. Then I will Thrash again. And if I got an FC proc, I'll Sundering Roar, but probably not, most likely. Most mobs are still going to be at around 2 to 3 stacks of Thrash. So I'll Thrash, then I'll Frenzied Regen, then I'll Thrash again, then I'll Frenzied Regen, then I'll Thrash, and then I'll hit Sundering Roar, then I'll Thrash again. Memorization. Because I have done it so many times. And unfortunately, I have died on that pull many times. So I had to develop a rotation. Does that make sense? That's actually what it is. That's just reps. But that happened because, do you know how many times I've tanked the first pull of Algathar Academy bees? 100 plus. And I failed it. And I still could fail it, even this key right now. Bear is pretty powerful right now, but I could absolutely fail it even here. If I'm not careful, I will die still in this key. You see? It's just reps. That's actually what it comes down to. It really is just repetition. That's how you get good as a tank and a healer. And I think it's an underrated part of tanking and healing as well. I don't know if they're going to... I think they should adjust it, but I don't know if they're going to nerf it. It certainly helps, Luigi. I'm seeing your YouTube comment there. All right, we took a fun comp for this. Okay? Well, let's live log this key, by the way. I think that Algathar is still kind of tight, but we have a fair route for this. Let's do it. So yeah, you have to learn your limits, but you can't learn them in lower keys, unfortunately. It's one of the problems. All right, I want to get, what's it called? A milkshake. Wait, do I want 2 milkshakes today? Hear me out. Hear me out. Wait a second. No. Hear me out. Do I want 2 or 1? I'm going to order a Burger King milkshake. Is it 2 or 1? I also want to make sure that I do the right things here. I cannot see properly. If I am missing notifications, by the way, because I just saw that I missed the hype train. Wait, there was a gifted sub? Whoever gifted a sub, I didn't see it. I don't know why. I had to reset up a bunch of stream stuff, though. What trinkets are you running? 2 passive. It's Aln Seer plus this. Asking 2, you want 2. I kind of want 2, but I want to split them. I had a rough morning. When I woke up today, my power was completely out, and the water in the house was also completely out. It was very frustrating. Here, let's do double milkshake. I tell you what. And then I also want to make sure I get my workout in today as well. Oh, it's okay. We got fixed, right? I just hope that it doesn't happen. Dude, Matt, I'm supposed to. I know I'm supposed to. I just don't know if I will. Like, I'm supposed to. We'll see. All right, hold on. Wait. Let me just order the milkshakes, and then we do Alcathar. This is a weird comp for sure. Let's see how it works. I don't have a log from that last key. I want to see what the AUG did in the last key. I really can't evaluate their performance. I guess we did good. Like, I guess we timed it, right? And Miss Weaver was pumping. Hold up. What shall we deliver? Burger King milkshake. That's what you should deliver. Yes. Splashing out today. Hey, man. Is a good day. It's a good day, man. I don't know if that Discord command is correct. If I am off with that here. I will try to work on this. Is your Ursoc Mog bugged? Oh, it does sometimes. Yeah, it has only one claw. Okay, give me a second. I'm ordering the milkshakes. One moment, please. I want one chocolate and one vanilla. I want a chocolate and a vanilla. One moment. Nice. Boom. I'm going to get 2 big milkshakes. This is the day. We'll drink one, and then we'll put the other one in the fridge, deal? Not both at once. I will feel bad. Last 20 keys I've done with Augs, all max 48% uptime. It's tough. Aug is a very difficult spec to play. If you did not know this, Aug is actually very difficult to play. It's an interesting thing that many people don't... a lot of people interpret Aug as like Passenger Princess, but it's actually quite difficult to play. Alaskan Outlaw. Yo, what's up, dude? How's it going? How's it going? Build linked in Discord. Yo, how are you enjoying your season, Alaskan Outlaw? Also, what are you playing? I remember you playing Enhancement Shaman from before. Is there a live log function? Crazy Panda, I actually need to learn. I'm not very good at live logging, to be honest. I don't know how to live log properly for what it is worth. I know how to combat log. I don't know how to live log. I never learned how to set it up. I really should, because I need to check Aug damage sometimes. I don't know how to do it. Do you have an add-on list in your Discord? Yeah, go to my UI and you'll find all the add-ons that I use. I think I need to put Simple Iron for a tracker there, but yeah, you'll see it there. I should probably spec Poison Dispel, unless the Aug can dispel me. What was I playing instead? I can do this here. You have Warcraft Logs app? Yeah, I have the Warcraft Logs. I'm combat logging. I just don't know how to live log. I hit live log, right? And then I have to choose, like, how do I do this here? I have to choose which thing it is, or like, how does this work? Choose the folder that has the logs in them. Okay. Retail, Raider IO logs archive, go. Does that work? Oh shit, never mind. Okay, stop. Never mind. Report created. Oh, never mind. Okay, well, I don't know. We'll figure it out later. If you can help me figure this out later, I would appreciate that, actually. It would be great to figure out how to do this even better. So let's see if I can execute now the same rotation. Remember, one of the reasons I have to memorize keys to that extent... Oh, what's up, Chad? One of the reasons that I do have to memorize keys like that is specifically because... See, I hit the dash just a second late. Is because I play with... What's my ping right now? 215. Not bad. 215 is actually pretty good for me. I lost a second of optimization here. Excuse me. Oh, no, I don't have my mouse over Moonfire macro. Okay, so this pull will still be fine, but it'll get a little bit messed up. Don't get disoriented. Reset real fast. Reset. My bar was wrong. My bad. I just realized. I couldn't figure out why that was wrong. I had changed something earlier. Sorry. I know it's Brazil, so I just let myself die. My apologies. Don't look at that. I forgot I moved my macro. I apologize. I know it was Brazil, so I just let myself die. I forgot I moved my macro, and I was like, why isn't this casting? Because I was showing something earlier. No, listen, I moved my macro. I was like, why isn't this casting? Oh, no, here, listen. I moved a macro around. That's my bad. I moved my... All right, how do I set up a live log again? Okay, so choose the folder that has them. Warcraft logs is here. Live log, and I don't choose Raider IO logs, right? You want me to just choose... It won't let me... Okay, so C, program files, World of Warcraft, retail logs, correct? And then just choose retail logs. Is that correct, Holy Tisa? And then I select this folder. Just this folder, okay? Oh, okay. No matter how experienced you are, people will make it. That is true, Bees. That is true. No matter how many times you do this poll, it not only can absolutely, but it will kill you. Okay, so I think I've done it now. Okay, so then I hit go, and then we'll see if it works. How do I figure out if it works, though? Open Warcraft logs report. You can review your report. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, wait, I have auction house mount. Here we go. Do a key. All right, bet. You'll see a stop button now. This is logging. Is this a live log? Wait, this isn't actually showing it right. What is this? We timed this one. Where is this from? No, this isn't working right. Okay, so it's not working correctly. Did you press go? Yes. It says processing existing fights. Uploading new fights. Data processed. Waiting for end of fight to be uploaded. Open Warcraft logs report. Oh, no, it's here. Okay, it's working. Okay, this is it right here. You can see it now. Okay. Wait a second. Here, first of all, let me do this. Second of all, let me do that. There you go. So we can pin the Warcraft logs report. Great. Here. And then let me pin this to YouTube as well, for what it's worth. Sorry about that. You don't need a macro anymore. That is true, except that I don't always want everything to be mouse over. That's the one problem, is I only want my Moonfire to be mouse over. So that's mostly just me being silly. Okay, ready. Okay, let's go. Let's get it. Let's see what this is like, by the way. I haven't actually played with a Disc Priest in pretty much forever. Let's find out. Let's do it. I gotta re-put my symbiotic relationship. Probably on the Aug Evoker to keep him alive. He's the squishiest one here. Weapon oil 4 minutes. It's gonna mess up my timings. Go. Wah. Whee. Wild charge. Saves it. All right, bet. Good call. Good call, Traith. Nice. After this, remember, because I don't really have time to go to the gym today, unless I end stream like very soon. I started stream late because of the power outage. So therefore, make sure I get some workout in today. This is important. I have a mission. I've got a mission. I got to make sure I get my workout in. All right. When do I press Sundering Roar? So I made a guide before, basically, and that guide is currently live right now. Much better, by the way. Cool. And then here, and then we drop the Lunar Beam, and then I wait, I incarn now. And then I get an extra Thrash while everything's here, and then I'm going to keep things as stacked as possible. In my Lunar Beam, I get one more Thrash, then I Sundering Roar, and then I go here. Sundering Roar at 5 stacks. Unless a pack is about to die, or you need it for some reason. But basically, only at 5 stacks of Thrash. You don't use it for aggro, you don't use it right away. You want to use it basically as best that you can. And one of the advantages of playing Bear on this poll is that I am actually allowed to keep things as stacked as possible. Whereas Monk does have to kite this, Bear does not. And that is actually a really nice benefit. Your DPS will thank you when you don't actually have to kite this out. We killed that so fast. That was actually an incredible level of damage. Well played, team. Good job, team. Well done. That was a lot of damage. I mean, I haven't seen an Assassination Rogue do this much damage in a long time. Have you seen an Assassination Rogue pop off like this? That's pretty good. Pretty good. That's nice. Wait, what's your rework idea? Okay, I want to hear this. Pre-Bear says, mini rework idea for EC. Nerf Thrash damage a bit. If swipe hits a target affected by Moonfire, no. No thanks. I don't like this idea anymore. I am all of a sudden, at first I was like, okay, I'm down for rework. I don't want to hit swipe. I mean, if they buff it enough that you kind of want to hit it, sure. One of the things that I think that people don't quite realize, okay, is the fact that if you have to make a decision on what globals to hit, well, I guess swipe would be okay. Okay, if they made swipe a little bit more valuable, I could see the argument for that, actually. That one, to be fair, does actually make a little bit of sense to me. So maybe you put swipe back on the table. I think you could just buff swipe damage enough, and then you would actually fill with it. That would also work, by the way. You don't even have to really change it that much. You could literally just go, hey, swipe damage increased by 300%, and then you would want to alternate with Thrash if you wanted to, like, get swipe into the rotation. Branch is not going to die. We might want to delay it now. It might be worth delaying this. Okay. Everybody stay in the circle. You gotta stay in the circle. Did we get it? The Aug has Cauterizing Flame. Can the Aug caught the healer, or is the healer dwarf? Wait, can you type? I can't type right now because I'm going to have to dispel myself. I don't think the Aug's dispelling me. Here we go. To refresh the Thrash dots? Okay. Caught healer. Cauterizing Flame the healer. We can live. Healer. Caught the healer. Healer's going to die. Cauterizing flame the healer in like 2 seconds. Caught the healer. Cauterizing flame, cauterizing flame, cauterizing flame. He pain subs himself. He might be able to live with that. Cauterizing flame. He definitely has it now. Caught healer. Caught healer. Or kill this branch extremely fast. It's one or the other. Cauterizing flame. No, cauterizing flame. Uh-oh. Okay, good job. He did it. Nice job. Whew, the healer will actually live now. That's good. Branch damage is definitely a little low. Okay, that one went well. Nice job, team. Nice job. Easy. Okay. Whew. That was close. Nicely done. Whew. Good live, good live. I will dispel myself. 50 stacks. Dangerous. Dangerous. Clutch. Indeed. Indeed. I'd like Mangle to be like 3 target by default instead of just an Incarn, and then Incarn buffs it by a little bit. Could see that as well. I definitely think... I think that the fact that you don't Mangle in this build is a little bit degenerate. Like, that's a weird thing. Remember, I was originally Mangling, and if you take a look at the guide that I made originally for this build, it very much involved Mangle. Where I was like, okay, on single target, and then during Incarn on 3 targets, you still press Mangle. But I'm actually not convinced. Like, I wasn't convinced at the time, and you could hear that I was saying I was going to update this guide depending on if this is accurate or not. And then turns out it was, in fact, not correct. That is weird. I do think that that is maybe not a great decision. I think that they could probably take a look at that. 50. Oh, my God. I didn't dispel myself. I was not... Man, I didn't dispel myself. I'm glad I took Dispel. I was like 53 stacks. Oh, I just got died. Yeah. Sometimes I don't actually spec Dispel in this dungeon because I kind of figured that, like, whoever has it... I did Dispel. No, all good, all good. If you could Dispel too in future, it helps. My bad. I had Dispel on myself there. I could have SI'd. I had a lot of buttons. I didn't think I would actually just vanish like that. I got a little lazy. This is the blood pressure issue for sure. After this key, win or lose, I must work out. Deal? The workout will save it. I can tell that my blood pressure is falling a little bit. I must move. It is part of having this condition. It also keeps me healthy and fit, so I can't complain that much, and I certainly don't want to complain about it for what it is worth, okay? Now, listen. I have to move after this key. Do not let me not move after this key. Are we all in accord? May you acquiesce to my request? That's Captain Barbossa. He said that in Pirates of the Caribbean. Great movie. Okay. Boom. It means no. I got stunned. I'm not playing very well right now. I'm losing my headway. I've got to move. I've ranted too long. I almost just jumped off the bridge without the wind active, bro. I'm trolling. Hold up. No, I've got this. Here we go, Dijin Monk. By all means, tell me, what's your question, dude? I almost jumped off the bridge. All right, I gotta lock in. On one hand, this is super easy. On the other hand, you can absolutely still die, and you will die. Lock in. I'm locked in. This is a 19 Alcathar Academy. I actually need this. This is the IO. This is IO here. Big IO. I gotta get it. Here we go. I'm locked in. Will the Aug caught me here? Does he know how to caught me here? If not, I'm gonna have to live. Keep in mind. Okay, I actually reset my bleeds anyways. Nice. How do you deal with those fiery talons? Okay, great question, Dijin. So, that is one of the advantages of being Monk, is that you don't even take that mechanic. Because you can auto-reset and just dodge them half the time, and if you ever take it, you just do this. Okay. You have a 3-factor authentication code to deal with these as a bear. The bleeds in Skyreach. They work like this. Are you ready? First one. Every 5 seconds, you need to kite outside of Incarn. So first of all, plan your major cooldowns so that you might actually get away with not kiting. But the idea is, you basically go like this. Are you ready? Vortex, backpedal, so everything stays stacked and your team can do max damage to them. That's number 1. Okay. Next thing that you want to do is that you will Typhoon them away from yourself, or you will try to incap and Stampeding Roar away. You have 3 abilities that you can use to reset. You do not Vortex and Typhoon together because you will need a fill on this, if that makes sense. And the fill for this, for what it is worth, is going to be here. Vortex, backpedal, then go back into the pack, do some damage. At 5+ stacks, you Typhoon away from you, preferably toward a wall. So once again, the mobs stay pixel stacked so your team can do big damage. Then after that, you go back in, and if you're Tauren, you War Stomp. Then after that, if needed, from this point, what you're going to do is you're basically going to incap, roar, and run. You have to kite, is the answer. Use movement speed abilities, but you must kite. You cannot soak them. You basically shouldn't take more than 7 to 10 stacks tops. Yeah, that's important, actually. Whoa. I've been a healer main for years. Tried Druid tank on your ult because of your videos. Thanks for all the fun updates. You're welcome. You like the Wither Scepter's Paw for a trinket? Actually, yeah. Could be. Yeah, that would work. I don't have it right now. Have I just missed you using Feral Frenzy in boss fights? That first boss, I don't use it because it really secures aggro. This fight, I'm going to open with it here. But actually, that was a min-max error because I could have put Lunar Beam down first, which would have buffed the Feral Frenzy. So to be fair, that was actually this, though. Yeah, I'm not actually going to grind. If there's a Delve trinket that's like a little bit ahead, I'm not getting that trinket ever in the history of ever. It's never going to happen. I will not grind Delves for a trinket that might be like 1% better. I think Heart of the Wind is fine. I also think Solar Flare Prism would be fine. I definitely don't think that I think I want to drop Haste, actually, for what it is worth. If I could optimize my stats a little bit for myself and my own gameplay only, I would actually drop Haste and then decide to play more crit inverse. Can you explain why you don't want to grind Delves? Oh, don't like Haste? Yeah. My ping is 215 right now, which is actually pretty good for me. Sometimes it's like more than that. And because I have higher ping, I have a GCD delay with my rotation. And the GCD delay basically makes it so that I cannot fit more globals in even if I get more haste. So haste is good because you're going to get more cast. If you get more cast, then haste is valuable. It also increases the tick rate of like your thrash and whatever, but that's less valuable, to be honest with you. It's mostly because most people, if you get more haste, you're going to get more thrash cast over a dungeon, which will translate to being better. However, in Incarn, you have a pretty strict rotation. It is, in fact, believe it or not, as I mentioned earlier, exactly the same as Brewmaster in your Ox window. In Incarn, you have... it is an identical rotation. And I don't understand, again, why Bear receives so much hate. Because you literally do what a Brewmaster does during their Ox window. It's exactly the same. Brewmaster goes keg fire, keg fire, keg fire, and you want to maximize how many fires you get during the Ox window. That is the entire point of that, because you get 9 flurry strikes with the Shadowpan Hero Talent tree. Okay? And then Bear, you want to maximize how many thrash casts you get during the window. It's the same thing. It's literally identical. So it is very strange to me that people are like so upset with the Guardian Druid version of this. So anyways, during my Incarn, if I had 3% more haste, I do not get more casts. If I had 3% less haste, I do not lose casts. So it would be better for me to have like 3% more crit probably, or verse. Or mastery if I wanted to. Mastery is pound for pound your best defensive stat, arguably speaking. And you could argue against that for what it is worth. I think we got all of them? Yep. It depends on the type of damage. Crit is actually your best defensive stat against heavy melee damage. Verse is your best defensive stat against high-level magic tank busters. Mastery is your best just overall defensive stat for what it is worth. This boss is one of the only times where I do feel a little sad not having my Apex. Okay. After this, I need a snack. I need that milkshake. I could tell my blood pressure and blood sugar are dangerously low right now. So I gotta basically move. You think I can switch to a standing desk while I'm in a key? Do you think it would break the key if I did that? I think it's dangerous. I think it's pushing it if I try to stand. What I could do is I could try to squat while tanking the next pack. That could work. If we basically are just like doing little squats or something, that could be a thing. While we're tanking this, all right, this is no Apex peak gameplay right here. This is the peak gameplay of the no Apex build. But I am getting tired, I can tell. All right, we are taking this Ravager. Oh my god. Was that a bear form? I need salt and I need movement. We're not going to double Ravager, even though I actually think this team would know how to do the tech. We're going to single Ravager. I'll stand right outside to make sure I take it. If they're all in the hitbox, my DK is a little bit out. He's going to take it. Oh, he wants to take it on purpose. He's intentionally baiting it. Whew. There you go, because he has that. Good call. Fair enough. Keep the reps in reserve low. I'm just trying to bounce. I'm trying to get blood flow. This isn't like me trying to build hypertrophy in my legs, you know. That's not the goal of this. I'm holding my incarn. I'm not going to do max damage this run. It's fine. All right, we're going now. Perfect. And we're chaining this in. The Mana Fiends are dead, so we're going to have double Ravager for a second, and then we'll pull Bridge. The Dispriest should be okay here. This is a pull which would have terrified me playing the Apex. 4 Battle Axes is not easy and kind for Bear. I'm sorry, not my best gameplay right now. Incap that one. I see the cast about to go off. It's actually so difficult to explain what happens to my head when this happens. Like a lot of people can just sit down and work for a long time, but I swear it's like my brain fizzles out. It's like I can't actually think. Like I can't form. I feel like I can't form sentences or anything without actually being able to just divert blood flow. Now there is a hack to this, which is very difficult to do while also tanking 19 Algathar Academy. The hack is that. Oh my god, I got hit by that. I almost missed the SI. Okay, let's see how fast this pack dies. I feel like our damage is pretty low right now, so I'm going to have to double SI here. Yeah, it's not a great lock-in position, to be honest with you. It feels like impossible to do for a little bit. Okay. I do feel like our damage is pretty low right now. And I do think if I am live logging this, he says he needs mana. Okay, so I cannot chain this either. I think you can still do this for what it's worth, though. That's fine. He needs mana. Okay. He's healing pretty well, so that's not a problem. And he benefits with PI. Okay. Let's go. Thank you, Brylex. Single into double, then double. We're going to go single here into the double. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Fuck. No, I'm dead. Fuck. I gotta move. I just reset the key, but also, but let me, that's okay. Well, let me move. I actually need this though. I'm gonna standing desk it first of all, and then we'll do. Yeah, it's okay. It's no problem. I need to move around a little bit. My bad. Okay. Whew. I need to do my jumping jacks and I need a snack. Whew. Let's do it. There we go. Bam, like so. Little standing desk action, a little salt, and we'll be good to go. I don't know if I don't really use the standing desk nearly as much though. Sorry about that. Let me just do this real quick. I got my Poons. We're definitely gonna actually get this though. Work off the jumping jacks total. I know. We were live logging it, right? Let me see. Curiosity. I don't want to say something that I'm unsure about. That was actually on me though, first of all, obviously. No, wait, this is not quite the right one. My milkshake is on the way as well. Yeah, I will. I just need to check something real quick. Not this one. The live log. So the live logging is delayed, right? I want to see if I can see an Algathar Academy, but I only see the very first one, which doesn't count. Yeah, I'd like to win. 1 second. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. One, 2, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. I was so excited for IO keys, I forgot to do my jumping jacks. I forgot to do my movements. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 15, 91, 92. 100. I'll take it. Ooh. Okay. That's pretty good. Not bad. A little bit more. Stamina buff acquired. That's the first step. Second step is this. Poons. I'm very excited to teach this to you because I'm going to fix this in a few minutes. All right. Second step is going to be taking something here, and then we go like this. I'm super excited about it. Yeah, I apologize. That was on me. That last key was on me. These are not the steps that you should take, Poons, just to clarify. Very important. You wouldn't start with this. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, that's my bad. I stopped caffeine recently, which was a mistake. Well, I'm like 3 days without caffeine at the moment. I would say it's affecting me, to say the least. I miss it. Good. It's an EA Sports. Okay, there's that. Good. Now, ooh, little spinny. Little spinny. Big jumps. Big jumps. So, Poons, I'll explain it to you. It's not well understood. Ready? Big jumps. Big muscle contraction. Okay, I'm ready now. Now Izuki. I hope you know how much I value this because my milkshakes are going to be here in like 10 minutes. So they're going to have to wait outside in the Thai heat for a little bit. But luckily, they're not made with actual real food probably. So the plastic in them will start to melt a little bit. It's no problem. What's up, man, Tim? You see the, it's just a refresh. Reset instead of cooking ourselves on the keyboard. You know, it's important. Hi, Woo. What do you think about tanking being a problem? Yeah, it's important. It's helpful. It does make a difference. I mean, I have noticed that it makes a difference, at least in my health. But no problem. Okay. I hope you guys know that I will not be eating a milkshake because of this. Mantium, I live in a house. I have no upstairs neighbor, so I don't have to worry about that for what it's worth. I'm on the 3rd floor of my house, and no one is home except the cats. So the cats are probably... Well, I have 2 cats and 2 lizards. By the way, one of my bearded dragons earlier today, he was being so weird. I've never seen him do this. I was giving him a bath. His name is Jimmy. And I was giving Jimmy a bath. But the problem was that Jimmy decided he wanted to drink a bunch of the water, which I have never seen him do before. And then all of a sudden, he's just sitting there drinking literally all the bath water. And I don't know if Jimmy's trying to be a Twitch streamer or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, Carly's still vibing, although she's been very feisty recently. She's decided that every single time I try to play with her or cuddle with her, that I am actually food. I don't know why she's decided that, but it is a thing. I'm not going to get full damage here because I didn't Sundering Roar on time. What's up, Shin Warcraft? I gotta say, you're the most refreshing Oh, thank you. Please know that your work is appreciated. Shinny, for what it is worth, thank you very much for saying the kind words. I've said this a lot, and I will continue to say this. The internet right now is so full of people who are very willing to say very mean things. I feel like we collectively need to remember and just kind of push toward a new movement, Shinny, where we actually intentionally say uncharacteristically kind things out of nowhere, unexpected. I really like that. And I think that we should totally move more toward that. Do you know what I mean? I feel like actually just popping into somebody's stream and saying, hey, I really like your stuff. Thank you. That makes me feel good. It makes you feel good. I feel like giving compliments is underrated. It genuinely is. I really mean that too. Like, I actually think that people just saying nice things is kind of underrated. And it's helpful. Because, I don't know about you guys, but the world is stressful. There have been a lot of actual in real life things happening with my life these days. Stream is my happy place. It's my place to just exist, chill, play the game, enjoy myself. It's an extension of who I am because of those things. Because of all those reasons, stream is just a huge part of my personality now. I feel like it is, actually. I spend all of my free time effectively streaming and playing WoW. So I appreciate the fact that people actually do enjoy spending time with me, even though I occasionally get very lightheaded and, break a key or two. Happens sometimes. As it were. So here, I'm just going to make sure. Oh, my Aug did actually dispel me. You know what? I appreciate that. I can also dispel myself, of course. 50 stacks will kill me. Good. And I will dispel myself one more time. Perfect. And all good to go. Nice. So I appreciate that. I really think that there's so much obvious hatred or vitriol is the better word on the internet nowadays. It's so valuable to just spread a little bit of kindness. You know what I mean? I think that that's underrated, and I think it's a really, really easy, free, kind thing to do. So I appreciate you stopping by and saying so, Cinny. Thank you. Now, Shinny, I have a question for you since we're here and we're hanging out as I tank this 19 Alcathar Academy. Your name, Shinny, what is it, an anime reference? And if so, what anime reference? I can't tell if it's like a Death Note Shinigami reference or what type of reference it is. Is it an Omaiwa Shinderu? Is it that reference? Oh. My first character was called Shinigami. Yeah, from Death Note. Okay, that makes sense. Death Note is actually still such a good anime. All right, make sure we're tight in the circle. Tight in the circle, guys. Full aggro. Nice job. Nice job. I'll watch my own dispel here. I want to make sure I get this one global off, then dispel. I haven't been watching a lot of the newer anime. I gotta say, these days, I feel like I don't have time to just sit down and watch a show. And to be honest with you, I think that I'm actually pushing myself into a bad direction. I think I'm not valuing my own mental health. So something that I want to work on, Shinigami, yeah, but in Japanese, G and K are pretty similar. So basically, they both work. The idea, though, is that I don't think I've been doing a good job resting. I think I've been basically like working a bit too hard because I took a few new clients as well. And although I really appreciate it, I like my work. I've just definitely just been busy. Like I used to always have more downtime where I would just actually sit down and basically for an entire day, just like binge watch a show. That was like one of my favorite things to do. I think that I am going to try to give myself a weekend off. Like not just one day every now and again, but 2 days in a row. I think that this is actually important. I'm not going to die. Watch this. Wild charge back. Easy, easy, easy. Like that is actually something that I think I need to work on that. I think I need to physically get better at it. Because one of the problems with stream, which is so awesome with stream, is that I could always be streaming. As funny as that sounds, it's actually a weirdly difficult thing to contend with because I could literally always be doing it. So I never really have time where I'm like, oh, like it's not a day off because I could just start stream and then that would be cool. And then progressing stream is like the coolest real life video game character sheet of all time. It's basically like in real life D&D. Yeah, I think that it's important. I value rest a lot. It's called Mini CC, by the way. All of my add-ons and UI stuff are linked in Discord if you so desire it. I think it's definitely a large factor in being a human being is that we need the time to do nothing. We need the time to rest. Oh, you're very welcome. No problem. Also, a llama vortex. What a name. What a name. Like, is it a vortex of llamas? Why not alpacas? Is there an alpaca vortex? I want to know. I also wanted to see if I had time today to, like, make a guide, but I don't know. Life has been challenging me. Ultima Online. I know what that is, of course. I'm not that old. What did you think I wouldn't know what Ultima Online was? Wait a second. Would you think that I didn't know what Ultima... How old do you think I am? Wait a second. Wait. How old do you think I am? Why wouldn't I know what that is? What? Do I look that young? It's from the 90s. When do you think I was born? When do you think I was born? It's from the 90s. Yeah. When? Hold on. Wait. What do you mean it's from the 90s? Yeah? What? The majority. That's fair, though. That's fair. It's very fair. I wasn't born in the 80s. I was born in the 90s. But I wasn't born in the 2000s. I tell you that. I was my birth year starts with a 1. It's funny. Do you have any chance to have an Evoker guide? I really like Evoker, but actually no. I do not have an Evoker guide. When I used to play it like a long time ago, I still think it's probably the most fun spec to play in Mythic Plus. Like, no joke, it is, in my opinion, the most fun spec to play in Mythic Plus. I really enjoy Aug Evoker right now. I've always enjoyed Aug as a key spec. I'm born in the 70s. You don't know what it is? Fair enough. Basically, before we had the current iteration of gaming, there was a genre of games and basically the 90s. I think maybe some in the 80s, but there were some very, let's call them notorious games in the 90s. Many games. You had Ultima Online. You had a bunch of things. This is basically like, how would you describe Ultima? I never actually played it, but I know of it. How would you describe it? The original MMORPG? Would that be a fair way to describe Ultima Online? Just like the original MMORPG, basically. Yeah, like we had... Warcraft was such a big boon to the gaming community, but I think we forget that it wasn't always sunshine and rainbows. You probably said a lot today, but how's the bear? Oh, no problem, LaRusso. You can ask me any amount. If I'm streaming, feel free to ask questions. I think bear feels extremely good. I really, really enjoy how simple and straightforward and yet powerful it feels. I do feel as though, reasonably speaking, it probably deserves a nerf. I hope that they're not overhanded with the nerf for what it's worth. I want them to be kind with it, you know? I would appreciate it if they were reasonable with the nerf. We'll see if they will be or not. Who knows? They do tend to over-nerf when tanks are doing too much damage. I think so. No, they could nerf it by like 10%. It would be fine. I think even 20% and it would still be like pretty powerful, just more in line. It does a lot of damage. Although, to be fair, the type of damage it does is less valuable in higher keys, although people normally don't play like that, so it's fine. Yeah, it's been a while since Bear was technically meta, you know? The threat, threat is amazing. The reason they did this change was to basically take power out of the Apex and give you more threat, and they absolutely succeeded with that. Your threat is so good, LaRusso, even if you are playing Apex. But a lot of people are now preferring no Apex, mostly because it's simple. And I think that it's... Do I have a play? Oh, yeah, Shrenko. Just go to My UI, and you'll find it there. Yeah, you'll find it under My UI in Discord. Okay, my head definitely still needs a snack. I feel better, but not fantastic. So I'm going to kind of try to lock in because we have this key right now. Our timer is decent. Maybe not the best, but it's decent at the moment. I'll roar for my team. I think I might have forgotten to rebuff earlier. Not my best gameplay at the moment, folks. I can do better. I'll even combat potion. We'll get a lunar beam on the damage amp. Guys, wait, did we? Oh my god, that was really close. That was either perfectly timed or suspiciously close. Yeah, you're welcome. But a lot of people, including all of the, you know, the big name tanks now, Dorky, all these people are really enjoying the no Apex variety of Bear. And also, thank you for the Prime sub, Alama Vortex. I like creative names. I think that we forget that names is my first interpretation of you. On the internet, I don't know what you look like. I don't know what clothes you're wearing or are not wearing, because I don't know why you would wear clothes if you live alone, to be honest with you. So, like, no, I haven't uploaded it to Waggo. You can just find it in my Discord. You just find it in the Discord. I need to lock in. Lock in, lock in. Boss not dead yet. Boss not dead yet. I feel like we will get a classic. Oh, yeah, probably. Closed because it's cold? Oh, I guess. It's very hot here. Right now, the weather in Thailand is basically like 110 degrees Fahrenheit and also thunderstorms. You just AFK. You have a Guardian Druid as a healer. I mean, it's not that they don't need healing. I would say specifically on pull, this build is particularly susceptible to on pull deaths. So you have to be a little bit aware as you walk into things. But it certainly is nice, yeah. Healers can kind of ignore you. But also, most healers right now, depends. If you're playing with a Resto Druid, then yeah, they can keep Life Bloom off of you pretty much. Like, I don't really need a healer. I feel extremely tanky as long as I sequence things correctly. Not that worried. So I need to save Incarn. What's your view on Prop Pally? If you can play it extremely well, it will make your keys feel safer. However, if you're off with your play, then it will make your keys feel way harder because you'll die. So it depends. If you are good at Prop Pally, the answer is it's a great spec. It might struggle as keys get much, much higher for what it is worth, okay? As keys get much, much higher, it can struggle to live a little bit. But otherwise, Prop Pally is actually good. Okay, I want to see if I can bait that Ravage. I need to be in range enough so that he wants to charge to me. There you go, perfect. And then I can actually pull this in now. Now my healer does need to watch out there. That Rift Breath is there, perfect. That was a great positioning. If I incarn this pull, it means that we need to go single into double because I have to be careful about tanking 4 battle axes. We got it. It translates to a 3% armor buff, which is good, but not like game-breaking or anything like that. For what it is worth, though. He does, Wyro, indeed. I asked him about it earlier. I feel like I have to be careful if he ever comes to visit me in Thailand. Although, the other thing, though, Wyro, is I don't know if that really applies to me anymore because I'm getting older. People have told me that I have officially gone through twink death, and I don't know if that's true. I feel like I would have a hard time accepting that if it is. You know, I've always been a young, strapping young lad. So if that isn't me anymore, then who am I? You know what I mean? So I'm just going to kite this out so I can save cooldowns. I still prefer a single into a double with this, but if my team needs me to, I can probably live the next pull even without Incarn with the new build buffs. I have both this. He needs mana, right? Okay. So I'll Barkskin, get back in to get this kick. Our DPS on these pulls seems a little low, so we have to kind of stagger it a bit. Here's the problem. Our timer is not good, and we've only had the one death. I feel like I really need to see the Aug Evoker's damage. It's very difficult for me to identify if an Aug Evoker is good or bad. All right, we're going to go into the double here. I'm just going to figure it out. I'm sure I will live this. I normally have a different sequence of abilities, but what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. I Barkskin plus Lunar Beam, and then Frenzied Regen, and then I'll get back to my Incarn. I'll be okay if I do it this way. We just had to gather it perfectly. Not bad. Incap that. Right as this expires, I'm going to rotate to 1 SI just so I don't get one-tapped, because that can happen here. Then I Incarn. Then we're good. And then we're here. Yo, guys, thank you for the subs, by the way. What's this? Smack resubscribe. 17 months. Dude, it is crazy for me to think about the fact that I've been streaming that long. Soap had a 20-month sub recently. What's up, Biodominator? Can I let my Druid to check out the no Apex build? Do you think that even with nerfs? Yeah, so I was playing this beforehand, by the way, Biodominator. Like, I played this before the buffs, and I was still able to time pretty much every key that I wanted with it. It did a fair bit less damage than the Apex version, but was absolutely playable for what it's worth. Bro, I'm going to try to route this as much as we can, but I have a feeling that this is like a pretty aggressive route for this place. Like, I can't really do it any faster because you either do double Ravager into single bridge or you play it like we've played it thus far. You can't really actually change the pacing that much. We need to focus the big Ravager. It might be a group comp diff a little bit. Let's fill with this to make sure I don't die. Good. Lunar Beam's up. SI expires. We go like this. Quick question. Is Sundering Roar still stacking to 10? It stacks to 10, yes. Not sure if I understood the talent correctly. So when you use Sundering Roar, it actually gives you a buff, not the enemies a debuff. It gives you a buff that will allow your stack to do this, though. Oh, yeah, it's a huge buff, Smack. For sure. It's a massive buff, 100%. A lot of people are now adopting this build because it is just powerful. It's just extremely powerful now, which is cool. But Biodominator, it depends on how they nerf it. To be honest with you, it just depends on how they nerf it. The only thing about it is that it is not overperforming in Raid. Blizzard tends to tune around the Raid. So it's possible, by the way, that actually speaking, yes. Yeah, I think that it will not only survive the tuning, but could still be extremely viable depending even if they nerf it. It depends how they nerf it. The thing is that this build, I mean, Guardian Druid did actually get nerfed, according to the raid. And so that is interesting. Like, if they didn't nerf this, it would be a big signal for that, though, for what it's worth, though. Yeah, Smack. A lot of people have been enjoying it, even before these buffs came in, because the truth is that optimizing, like, parsing 100 for tank damage is not that important. You will time your keys even without it, you know what I mean? You can convince Blizzard to not nerf it. XV, I would appreciate it. No, I haven't tried the Convoke. That would be a pure raid build for sure. I have been playing Sundering Roar for this entire season, but I have not tried it with Convoke. I think that in keys, you would never drop Incarn. For the specific raid build, it's possible. What I'm going to do here, by the way, is CC these Foragers because they're still alive on this overlap. Good job, healer. We're going to come like this. I'm going to save my Bark, and then we'll soak this orb, Bark skin this Tang Frontal, and then we're good to go. Yeah, I don't want them to nerf it either. I don't know if they will or will not, to be honest. I can't really figure out exactly how Blizzard feels about this. I did see the sub. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. I saw a few subs just now. Thank you. My interface has been a little bit weird. I had to reset up my entire Twitch, so some things are not working. Like, I still can't really see follows properly. Seems pretty low. Yeah, Dazzy, it seems... Sometimes it's hard to say. Like, it's... Oops, that's not good. I think we still have time because the route is extremely aggressive here, and it's like, it could probably save the timer, but it'll be tight. Because what we do is we Shroud after we get past the... So it's one pull, Shroud, Lust pull, and then Boss. And so if we had enough damage, it would be okay. Are you using Mangle? No. Mangle is a DPS loss with this build. If you want to press it, it's not a crazy difference, by the way. It's a very, 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 very small difference to either Mangle or not Mangle, by the way. Like, if you want to press it, go for it, to be honest with you. But it is a small DPS loss because of where the damage comes from in a build like this. Okay, don't die. Don't die. Good. Yeah, Aug does need a little bit of support here if they don't plan their healing potions and stuff extremely well. I probably shouldn't have incarned. What's up, Caesar? You use the extra mobs to generate resources, which you use on single target. Oh, that's funnel. Thank you, Caesar, for explaining that. Hi, Caesar. I might have been chaining really fast, so it's possible that I have not allowed him re-stealth for sure. Hitting Mangle on proc wouldn't be a bad thing, though. It probably is still a DPS loss. Not probably. It is a DPS loss to hit Mangle even on proc. Like, this entire key, I have hit it, I think, twice. Just to generate extra rage. The only reason... Oof, even with the ultimate penitence, he still dies because he didn't have a defensive on the overlap. Okay, now our timer is looking real suspicious. I wait for the frontal, then I res. Okay, resing. And, like, right there, I hit Mangle just to ensure that I had enough B-res to rage. That's why I still have it on my bars. Like, I haven't completely disabled it from my bars. Use scales. Okay, he's got scales up. Okay, what does our timer look like now? What do you think? We have 7 minutes after this boss. There are 2 pulls, and the boss still has a little bit of health. I don't know. It's starting to get kind of tight. It's starting to get a bit tight. Otherwise, oh. Okay. He releases here. I even have Symbiotic on him too, by the way. I actually am playing Symbiotic this key. I think... So, for what it's worth, it's very difficult to identify whether your Aug Evoker is good. I don't think that Aug is... I personally, and I hate to say this, but for what it is worth, I personally believe that I just wouldn't take an... If I was doing an IO key, like if I have a key that I need, I personally would not take Aug. And I hate to say that, like, I don't want to be classist necessarily, but I don't play with Aug out of queues. Because the top level Augs are amazing. Top damage But like low level Augs tend to do significantly less damage, I think. One button rotation, not high enough. The single button rotation does not work for this build. You cannot single button rotation your way to victory here. You actually do have to play it. Even here, our damage seems really low. So I'm trying to look at our timer here. I think you need 4 minutes for a boss. Because the single button rotation, actually. Aug is super difficult to play. It's really, really difficult to play. I feel like you can macro your Iron Fur for what it's worth, Rockite. Brewmaster, as funny as it sounds, would probably be easier to play single button rotation. We have 5 minutes right now. I don't think so. We stealth. It's Shroud. You Shroud, you'd have to pull this into boss right now. Basically, you have to pull it into boss. I think if you pull it into boss, it's doable. But you would actually have to go boss here. I think, Caesar, what do you think? Do we need to pull boss, like, right now? Like, after one set of slams, we basically need to pull boss, right? There's no way you live the triple Echo Knight pull with that. Like, I don't currently trust our damage. Oh, no, it's just dead anyways. No. No res. I am live logging it, but that's GG's for sure. I could not have routed this any faster. There's actually, like, nothing I could have done to make this faster. Yeah. Okay, all good. Or also the fact that you're playing with the Disc Priest is also a fair bit lower damage as well. All good, all good. I gotta go get my milkshake from downstairs. Let me see. I can check the log for what it's worth. Yeah, here's why. The AUG is 50... For what it is worth, the AUG is 50k less DPS compared to the live log right now. I don't know. It's really hard to play it well. It's really hard to play that spec really well right now. Caesar. Bear is super good. Caesar, do you have Brazil 20, by the way? I'm too off. You got... Oh, shit, really? What did you do? You don't have to tell me, but what did you do, Caesar? Wait, what did you do? Just to clarify the log, by the way, this is why it's hard to play with AUG. I found the log from the previous key, and then I found this one. Let's take a look. I was live logging both of them, though. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. What happens, Caesar? Here. It do be tough. But I have found that, like, Algathar is still probably the only key that's actually a tight timer. What about the Nexus we did? I did a Nexus with that same Aug Evoker. Nexus 19 here. Yeah. It's really tough, man. That's why the Nexus felt tight as well. That's actually why the Nexus also felt tight. It just do be tough. A PSA about... I see. Don't really understand why you don't move your camera only with keyboard and not mouse. Just preference. So I exposed... I see, Caesar. That happened to me the other day, actually. I was playing with a guy who had that. Yeah, it's tough. By the way, that doesn't necessarily... It's just really hard to play the spec well. But I unfortunately have just learned that if I just don't take AUGs out of queue, then the keys tend to go better. Unfortunate, though. Just easier. I don't think this key is that bad. All good. No worries. Thank you for invite. I'll get it whenever. Bear's super good right now. I need to get a little bit more IO so that people actually want to take me to their keys. Wait, 20 Nexus. Let's see if they'll take me. Bear is actually good right now if you want me. I have a good route for a Nexus too. Hold up. Wait. Let me whisper. Contacts. Friends list. Use the friends list. Hold up. My... So I got a 10-day ban, haven't been able to play. Ouch. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that, Caesar. I'm sorry to hear that. And how's the new Druid build? Snurry, I think it's really good. I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot, though, for what it's worth, though. Yeah, I'm going to go get my milkshake from downstairs. It's been outside. Call Motorshul. Okay, I'll be right back. 1 second, 1 second. Vaults are kind of useless now. It's weird for what it's worth. Oh, they did take me. Sweet. I can do it. I can actually do this. Hello. Hello. Just need a minute. Honestly, okay, great. We'll do a 20 Nexus. That's fine. I have a good route for this. We can do it. Ow. All right. Let's get it. Standing desk goes down, and then here we go. You ready for 20? 20 Nexus would actually be a good key. All right, let's do it. Lock in moment. Lock in. Is Guardian Druid good? Oh, yeah. No. You don't even have to worry about me at all. Dazzy, you basically, now with the buffs, you don't have to think about me. In this key, basically, you don't really need to worry. I should be chilling. Like, it hurts, but should be chilling. This is the route that I have been doing for what it's worth. I'm not so sure about this route, to be honest with you. I'm not sold that we should definitely be routing it like this, playing double Herald here. And also, you leave out these engineers, but then you need to activate a Dread Flail, right? Either 2 Dread Flails or pack after last boss. That's the problem with this route, is that you cannot find that percentage anywhere else you go. Chocolate milkshake. That's what I was thinking. We could do 2 engineers on boss if you want.
can do to... I'll ask them on 20. Just let me know.
I may just ask them about the route because these guys have more experience than I do with higher key routes. All right. They drop the mana bomb and they also give the circles that people need to get out of. And we don't actually have a good team for that, for what it's worth, though. I think it'll be okay. They're not saying anything with that, though. Oh, hi, Love-A-Lot. I didn't realize you streamed Love-A-Lot. Hi, Love. You're making me say that now. Hi, Love. Hi. I didn't realize you streamed. Ready. All right, we're just sending it, I guess. There's no comments on whether or not we should or should not play this, so here we go. I might have to lock in a little bit, guys, because this is a 20. And I found myself in a 20, so I might have to play it kind of well. Your call, no engineers on boss. We don't actually have a comp that can really get out of it properly. Here we go. I want chill music. Good luck, thank you. This would be a big key for sure. 20 Nexus is no joke, you know. Here we go. We're gonna go like this. I can hear my cat meowing in the background. You'll see. Like, does this first pull hurt? Absolutely, but I'll be fine. Because I can get through the Null Sunders with just that Frenzied. I can bark early. I go get the first kick on this Adept. And then I come here like this. And then Guardian Druid has the actual, probably the best tank to get rid of these Null Sunders, to be honest with you. Most other tanks would struggle more than Guardian Druid would struggle here, so you won't really notice my health move, especially with this build. But if I will lock in, because I don't see why we couldn't just actually walk in and one-tap this. Guardian Druid is extremely strong right now, and this is the build that I have actually been playing all season. So the fact that they buff this, yeah... That's good DPS, too. Look at that. See how easy that first pull was? See? Yeah. The Guardian Druid buffs are pretty nice. This pull is actually harder for me, to be honest with you, though. You out-heal them. They're a healing absorb, so you have to basically... You have to out-heal them. Actually, this pull is the one where I could be in trouble, so I'd have to plan well here. Maybe kite a little bit if needed. Double SI. I could kite this if I needed to, but actually I could just stay in and do damage right now. No need to worry too much. Yeah, Guardian. Well, so first of all, Guardian has always been good at that pull. But before, in the other build of Guardian, right, there was a small problem, which is that you had to choose whether to do self-healing or damage. And one of the reasons I like this build so much is that I don't have to choose that anymore. Does that make sense? Easy. And so that is a very friendly playstyle for me personally. The fact that I don't have to make that choice and I can just play both offensively and defensively simultaneously is a really big deal for me. Because part of the way that I understand the game with my ping problems is that I memorize what I need to do instead of react to what I need to do. Helps a lot for me how to play. So I also run lower keys. Totally depends on the day. I have like 7 ults that I like playing. One of my problems is that I actually don't stay on one character. Like, I'm not a one-trick. As much as I love Guardian, I'm actually not a one-trick Guardian. I really enjoy, like... I want to get my Mistweaver Resilient 19 as well. I really like Mistweaver right now. I actually like Aug Evoker right now, too, believe it or not. I'm an Aug enjoyer. I like how Aug plays. But I would have to gear the Aug, and then I also have a Prot Pally, a Prot Warrior, a Brewmaster, a Mistweaver, and Blood Death Knight / Unholy. So, I've got a bunch of... I have a lot of tunes to mess around with. Therefore, sometimes I'll basically be doing 10 to 12 Crest Farm. Depends on the day. I leveled my Demon Hunter, but I never actually played him. I also like Warlock and Hunter, but I didn't level that. I don't have time to do everything right now, though. Now this boss, I don't know if there's a specific tech for this. I normally just go corner to corner, basically. Like, you hold this one in higher keys, and then you go like this. Hey, biodenominator. I don't actually think that's your name. It's not denominator. That's a math reference. There you go. You hold this correct, and then you just get that perfect right there. Hold it right there. Yeah, that's the right one. Nice. That's the way you're supposed to do this, boss. Loving Feral this season. I made a guide with Cybear before the season started for Feral Druid, but I didn't actually do it. Hi, Little Tattoo. You know, you and a few others have made some very kind comments on my stream recently, and I just want to let you know I remember all of them. So now whenever you come say hi, I get happy. We're doing a 20 right now in case I miss like a comment or two. I'm kind of locked in. I don't want to troll this key. And so I'm not actually the best at positioning this boss. Like, I think we're supposed to move right now, right? Like, this is definitely a move out here moment. There you go. And then we try to position the thing, like, over this way. I'm pretty sure. DK is going to hold here. I definitely just actually sent in card, too. And then he... Dude, that's so helpful. If he just holds it like that, then we never have to worry about it. Leaves the... She's right next to me. No problem, Shitty. Thank you. Yeah. That's actually... This DK is very good. That makes this fight so much easier. Pugs always just immediately get rid of it, and it's, like, pretty toxic sometimes. That's true. You basically don't have to heal me, really. I mean, there's a few moments, like, second boss, I think, is actually the scariest for me here. When the ads plus Umbral Lash overlap are pretty scary for any tank. I don't think just Druid. I think that's just scary. So yeah, he's holding right now. And then they're going to go right there. Should be fine. Dude, that hold is so genius, bro. High keys are something else. When you actually get to play with people who have bothered to learn tech and then everybody actually, like, does the tech properly, it's a different beast, man. I don't think people realize how difficult lower keys are sometimes. Let's go middle here. He's going to have to break one there. Watch him. You don't save Incarn, but you need Bark, SI, or Incarn. You need one or the other. Lunar Beam and Frenzied is kind of enough. You basically want to get through the first two Umbral Lashes without big cooldowns. I'll show you when we get there. We'll see how hard it hits on 20, but it should be fine. Easy. I don't know, with this Guardian Druid build, personally speaking, I feel pretty chill. Like, I'm not stressing this key. That's one of the nice things about this type of build is that I don't really stress as key levels get higher. Even though I haven't done this on 20 before. This build is pretty chill, though. Minho, can I be honest with you? I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Oh, Shin, thank you for the sub. Minho. Tanks and healers have to learn how to play extremely well, extremely fast. Because if you aren't good as a tank or a healer, you are effectively GG's, right? That was a little close there. I was trying to hold the bark. It can actually just be GG's, just like that. I'm going to hit things a little early. I don't care about my damage here. I'm not trying to 100% parse this. So, one of the things about tanks and healers is that you can't really get carried. There are some exceptions to this, but effectively, it's going to be hard for you to get carried in keys. And so a lot of times tanks and healers will be like, yo, these DPS, how are they so good? What you don't realize is that most DPS don't actually play at 100% efficiency. Not anywhere close, by the way. We want that Dread Flail to activate. No, let them. Let them. I wanted that one. That would have been a good one, actually, Barkskin. I'm locked in a little bit. I'll try to tell you this after, but basically my point is that the vast majority of DPS are oftentimes hitting globals quite imperfectly. Like, they're not playing extremely well. Did like 80, like 90k? 80k? This is hard for me. I have to live this. This can kill me, by the way. This Sentinel can still absolutely kill me regardless of my build. 160k single target? No, it's not 160k single target. I might SI right now. I'm debating. I don't think I need to. I'll SI now. I'm locked in, guys. I'm locked in. We actually need to pull this up. I have 2 null work blasts on me for a second. Because this needs to go up here. Bark. Let me lock in a little bit. I'm also doing a route that I'm not as familiar with, by the way. This route is an adaptation for higher keys. I have to do it, basically. Sorry. I let him get threat there. I'm not tanking this extremely well right now, so I'm just trying to lock in, okay? We'll chain this now. And we'll go here. I'm not playing at my absolute best, which is, I would like to play better. I think our timer is extremely generous right now, so I don't think we need to actually do crazy aggressive strats right now, to be honest with you. I think we're actually going to be okay. We will need a pack after last boss, though. Okay, they're going to kick that for sure. We go here now. I won't die to this. Perfect. And then we chain this up. I would say let one activate. But I'm a little scared about dying, so I don't want to type, right? Let activate. I'm trying to type, but also I'm trying not to type, dude. I could die. This is still a 20. I also just Sunring Roared at the wrong time. It would be good if we could let them activate, no joke. Don't die, don't die. We forgot. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, we have to just do it after last boss then. We'll have to just get a pack after last boss. It's okay. I'll show you the logs after. I am live logging this, so we could take a look together. But also just keep in mind that the people I'm playing with, I think all of these guys are resilient 20, so they're good gamers, right? They're good DPS. We are blasting right now. I mean, our timer is, like, significantly ahead of where we were on 19. My only fear is that there is a giant thunderstorm outside right now because Thailand, welcome to Thai weather. And I want to make sure I don't troll this key by accidentally having a ping problem or something, because at the moment, we have this extremely easy, and this is my first ever opportunity to do a 20 Nexus. I have 0 reps on this key. I have literally never done this before, so I am excited to have this go well, yeah? It would be really cool to just grab a 20 Nexus. Yeah, he's just good. I'll show you maybe his cooldowns. The other thing about, like, single target DPS is maybe he did or did not send cooldowns. Like maybe he didn't hold, maybe he did hold, maybe he didn't use on the previous pack as an example. Let me incap this and get threat. The ad tech on this boss, you try to CC the melee ad? No. I don't think so, Meat Seeker. I just aim him away from my team. I just plant and aim him away, basically. But I can tell you right now that I'm not playing optimally, and my internet is definitely lagging a bit right now. Actually, it says I only have 200 ping. That's pretty good for me, but I feel laggy. Might just be my brain, to be honest with you. Okay, so the other ads shouldn't spawn yet. We just pull these in for a funnel over time. How I play it? Practice. It can kill me very fast. Bear can die on this boss extremely fast. This guy. There we go. Now the rest will spawn. Bear can Omega die on this. You have to be extremely hyper aware. This boss is maybe one of the scariest bosses for Bear, I think, the entire season.
And I'll pull funnel on it too. Like, I don't want to be too chill. Umbral Lash. It's not the Lash that will kill me. It's the Lash. Because the Lash gives you a debuff that gives you 50% increased damage taken. And I just incarn this pull, so I won't have incarn on boss. I mean, I just take it. I don't know if you can CC it, actually. I'm definitely, like, I want to make a good impression, too, because I want to see if they'll do more keys with me, you know? This is part of World of Warcraft, is networking. So, I want to be able to network, you know? Because I don't have Incarn walking in here. I don't quite have Bark either. I might actually have to SI the first one, and I would be kind of sad if I did. If they just let me pull now, then I'll have Bark for the first one. So first, Umbral Lash will be no problem. This is Bark. That's no problem. But the thing is that what people don't realize is the Umbral Lash gives you 50% increased damage taken. So when the Dread Flail claps you on top of that, it's hard. Otherwise, the biggest thing for Bear is watch. I'm going to live this Umbral Lash here with only Frenzied Regen shielding. So that means I can save my cooldowns for these. It's a big deal to not oversend your cooldowns on this fight. A lot of bears think you need a cooldown for every single Umbral Lash, but natural resilience will be enough. And then I just keep him away. We go back in. Nice. And then I hold Incarn for a second. Easy. You just have to get through the first two lashes, basically. Watch this. Only a natural resilience shield. So you frenzied regen before the hit. And then you won't die, see? Very, very healthy as long as you frenzied regen. But it's only dangerous when the ads are alive, you see? And so that's the key for this fight. You can hold Incarn here for a second if you want to be safe. So this next lash, watch. You just frenzied regen, and then you don't need to worry about anything else. You see? That's, I think, the key for this fight, to be honest with you. That's what I see a lot of bears do wrong, is they, like, oversend their Incarn, Lunar Beam, SI, Bark Skin without realizing that you only need it with the ads. So I'm just going to aim, like... Oh, sorry, that was very far. I'm going to aim the ad away. That's it. The ad actually died on time there, but otherwise I just aim him very away here for what it's worth, though. I think you will at this key level, Wiz. I'm pretty sure. Like, it has killed me before. If I miss a Frenzied Regen, it'll kill me. Unless my healer times a heal, like, on the 1, 2, 3 hit. Umbral Lash hurts. So here, for example, just Frenzied Regen right before the hit. I drop a Lunar Beam, too, of course, on cooldown. So that's 30% max health, plus my healer probably being, like, super good, because I know this healer. He's good. Our timer is very healthy right now, so we're chilling. Okay, Frenzied Regen. Yeah. On a 20, it's kind of wild, right? I'm good. I'm good. No! Res me. I can recover. I recover. We're fine. I thought I would be fine. I was not fine. We're still fine. No, I thought Barkskin was enough. It's okay. We might actually still have it. It's okay. I recover. I wasn't focused. I thought I would be fine. We actually are probably still fine. It's okay. I messed up one. Okay, Flail Storm's on me. We kill the boss right now. It's fine. Don't think about it. Don't think about the fact that that just happened. I should have health potion there. We're actually okay. We okay. My bad. I missed the single button. I thought I would be okay with Bark, but that is actually a little experience hit. My bad. Missed the one button. Okay, that was close. I feel like that overkill was not that much. We okay. We just double here. We have 11 minutes. Yeah. Did I get hit by circle? Oh. I was surprised that I died there, to be fair. Yeah, we're fine. We still have to do this double pull, to be fair. I thought that it would be enough, but I could actually probably triple this. I don't know how we feel about tripling this, though. What do you think? Do you think you should triple image ever, Caesar? I could probably triple image. I actually think I would live. Like, pretty easily. But he won't have meta going in here. I think we trust our timer now. Remember, we will need a pack after last boss because we did not let the Dread Flails activate. Yeah. The thought process is maybe if somebody dies, then we're fine, though. Whoops. Searing Rend. I think we're okay. But we are going to need a pack. Which kind of means we actually don't need that left side, to be fair. Like, those bats to the left, we technically don't need them. I kind of want my DK to grip the things up ahead. Otherwise, we shouldn't do them. So we're pulling it down, we're pulling it down. And then we group it, incap it, war stomp it. He banished one? Is that worth it? Is it worth banishing one of these? I feel like that banish tech actually is not helpful, no? Yeah? So where do you fight that? With boss? You CC one and then bring it, what, into boss? I mean, I know that pack really hurts, but do I bring this into the next or no? Like, I feel like we have to pull. Like, we have to kind of... But I feel like I have to then pull both of these, so he can banish this one if he wants, but otherwise the DK needs the grip. Yeah, okay, so he banishes this. I see, I see. I can play double image here, though. That should be fine, no? Or do we trust the timer, Caesar? I don't know what to do, actually. I see. Okay, so we're not going to double image then. I'm looking at our timer, and I think we're, like, totally chill right now. Trust timer, trust timer. Because we still need those packs anyways. But what I can do is basically just taunt the one image here. I will live one overlap. And then I've pulled it in a way where the Searing Rend and the Blistering Smites won't overlap. So nobody will get double stacked. Okay, trust timer, trust timer. Don't kick the wrong clone. Dude, that's what happened in my last Nexus. That's how we lost the last one, man. So then we pull basically... After this guy dies, we go into the next. That makes sense. Okay, I like the pacing. I like the pacing right now. Don't out of range this because actually it can cause problems. Remember, we need a pack after last boss too. Vortex. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. I was very surprised that I died on that boss, and now I'm panicking. Before I was like, dude, before I was like, I'm tanking this like super well right now. Like, I'm fine, right? I was like, I'm doing so good on this 20. Like, this feels so chill. And then my healer said that I got hit by a circle. I didn't realize I got clipped by one of the circles, and that's why I took an extra tick of damage. Because I had planned it pretty well, and I thought I was fine. But I was wrong. Our timer is Omega. We are, like, super chill. Yeah. The DPS in here are really good. Plus, bear damage is also still really solid right now. Yeah, we just play this boss nice and safe. We'll have a lot of time. I'm not even going to greed this Feral Frenzy. I just wait for this to expire on me because I don't want to take any extra damage. Go Feral Frenzy. I think over here is fine. It was just I missed the Frenzied regen, basically. That's what I did wrong. Feels so slow? Interesting. Let me lock in a little bit, by the way. This is a 20. We have it, like, super easy right now. Nice. Okay, basically, in order for me to not troll, it's going to be a very simple. I will never kick during that phase. Because I am blind. And, if I kick, the chances that I will kick the wrong one are extremely high. So I'm not going to lie. It's the most passenger princess behavior, but I will not do that RP. Like, I refuse. I will let someone else do it. I'm really, really, really bad at the RP. I genuinely let someone else do it. I won't risk it. Like, you know, like I refuse to do it. I feel really, I don't know if I'm stupid or what, but I feel like I can never even find it on time. I don't know how they do it that fast. They're doing the snowball tech? Is he doing the snowball tech? Oh shit, the snowball tech, that's clever. But how do you even find the snowball after you do it? Oh, no, 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 no! I didn't kick. To be fair, I thought you said they were doing the snowball tech. Wait, we have 2 reses. We have 2 reses. No, we only have 1 res. Not losing the 20 like this. Not losing the 20 like this. No way. No way. Do we time right now? Our timer is kind of healthy, but not this healthy. It is Brazil. I know you tell based on who doesn't have the horns. I don't think you time it. I don't think he's quite low enough. I guess they're going to fight for it just in case. I don't know either. It said Brazil when I applied for the group. I don't think so, because we still have to fight the pack. And we don't have a res. Boss is looking very healthy. It was probably a DK pet that got an image. Oh no, that can happen? Because of their stun or whatever? Yeah, me too, Henry. Timeable lock in? Okay. I'm doing as much damage as I can do. I'm not giving up. We need 45 seconds to kill the percentage that we require. I think we need less than 45. I think you could do it in 30 seconds. I think that pack with cooldowns is 30 seconds. So actually, we're going to get 1 more intermission. And then pull it in. It's fine. I think you might have to pull it on after. Pack after. We don't have a DK. Are you sure? I actually still think we have time. I can't find it, guys. I'm really bad at this. Pack now? Warlock banish? Okay. Banish one. I don't think it's a good idea. I War Stomp? It's a lot of damage here. It's Funnel. Spirit Link comes out. I'm gonna live. Like, I'm not worried about living myself. They have to live as well. No, they died. I don't think you can do that. Now it's over. I think we would have had it if I didn't do that, actually. I saw the ping. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Was that DK pet in intermission? Oh, we were doing so well. Is that part of the route? You're supposed to let Dread Flails activate. Was that the DK pet? The bug. The DK pet bug. Yeah. It's a pet. Oh, it wasn't that? Wasn't that? Oh, I have no idea then. Stream was telling me. No, not blaming. Not blaming. Not blaming, just wondering. Stream told me. Oh, man. We had it, too. That was a pretty easy key. Send it once more. What's up? Don't double caster pull. Where? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were there to banish. Yeah. Then someone just got the wrong one. Yeah. I was waiting. My bad. My apologies. Sorry. All right, we're gonna run it back one more. All right, one more, a little bit more lock in, Okay. Okay, all right. We run it back. It is actually a resilient key, luckily. Repair, yeah, good call. How do you deal with ass pulling? Try to be okay with it, to be honest with you. Honestly, you have to try to be okay with it. Dude, this is actually like big score for me. I lost the 19 Nexus twice to people kicking on the last boss too. Yeah, you can find it here. Hi, kitty. Okay, all right, we got this. Easy. I refuse to kick there, to be honest. I'm bad. I'm blind as shit. It's just that phase and let someone else do it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest and just tell him that I don't kick ever. I refuse to do it. How does it feel to play meta before it's meta? Pretty good. I'm just glad that I think it's healthy. I'm glad that people are enjoying this version of Bear. I think it will actually get a lot more people tanking and enjoying it. No worries. Can just end it again. We were flying. Just send it one more. Orin, get it. We got it. We were flying, by the way. We had minutes on the timer. It was like pace for 21. I think you missed earlier. Yeah, sorry. I have a question regarding her. When we saying in Dream Guide instead of Dreamless Scenarios? So it's a good question. They buffed Dream Guide on the 0.5 patch, and I think that this might actually be worth playing. Without Apex, you get significantly less of this anyways. Ultimately, one is passive, one is active. The active one probably heals you, like it probably makes you slightly tankier, and the passive one might do a little bit more off healing, but you can't control when it is. So maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. And that's just it. Hopefully I feel easy to heal though. I don't know who has the Resil here, but someone has it. Can't you just do it this way? And you go actions. I actually think we would have had that key. Unfortunately, if I just didn't pull it like that, I think we would have had it. This will show me only on the light spawn, the Holy Bolt. It won't actually say who kicked because you won't know if it was the right one or the wrong one. I don't kick. Like you can see I only kick the bolts. I won't kick the boss. I'm really bad at it. That's probably it's hard to get into high keys. It is tough. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I could not get into high keys for a long time too. Like, I couldn't also get into high keys. But now I'm meta, so I guess I can't relate. Am I winning? Yeah, we got some good keys today. We just had 20 Nexus. It was Zapira. Oh, no. Boss was still... I think it was close. That boss was like 3%. It was really close. We just had 20 Nexus, and then somebody kicked on the last boss, Anthony. So 20 Nexus would have been time just now, but we kicked on the last boss. And then we wiped. Here. When I shapeshift, when I'm out of form, by the way, that's what Stream said too, but apparently it wasn't. He said he turns his pets on passive because he's hyper aware. Apparently, this DK is a badass. Here, when you're out of form, just make every single global bear form. That's what I do, at least. Hey, sleeping. I'm doing okay. I'm enjoying some push keys for today. I got a 20 Pit of Sauron very easily earlier. I did a few 19s that were IO, and then we'll get this 20 right now, hopefully. And then I'll need, what do I need still? Oh, the Algathar Academy. We need Algathar and Seat. I have Seat in my bags. So IO is feeling nice. It's good to, it's nice to be good, you know? It's a good feeling. Okay. Here we go. Wookie. My pre-incarn. Are you having trouble? Nah. Unless my bars were off one time today, but no, I think that actually, especially with this build, I'm extremely confident about first pull AA. Ooh, slow. All right, lock-in time. No mistakes. No mistakes. I need to just delay that one defender for a second. So we go to the side here, and then I just go here. We don't pull that side pack, which is the hard part about this route. Then we're going to go here, all right? We come up here. This first pull on bear, actually, although it seems super scary, is not that bad. I say that, but I almost died there because I missed a single global, but it's okay. It's not that bad when you don't do what I just did. It's totally fine. You definitely didn't see that. This key is going to go very clean. That was fine. You definitely didn't see 8 null sunders applied to me all at once. That was absolutely fine for what it is worth, though. Don't worry about it. Yep, don't worry about it. That was nothing. All I'm saying is that I did big damage. We're very alive right now. Everything is totally fine. Nothing bad happened there. It's so funny. Like, you guys saw my health flash? Like, what are you talking about? My health didn't flash at all. I'm extremely confident. I'm extremely confident. Some might say overconfident. In fact, many would describe me as potentially being overconfident, including myself, apparently. Yes. Me? I'm fine. You didn't see anything, right? Outside of this stun, I'm going to have SI up. And then this pull, I might need to kite a little bit. This is where I might need to kite. So I'm going to SI again. This is double SI pull. Okay, good. And then here, I'm actually going to kite out a second. So we just go here. Vortex backpedal instead of the Typhoon. And then I can Barkskin go back in for damage with Sundering Roar. I'm going to trust my healer a little bit more. I tend to be a little bit too independent as a tank, to be honest with you. Like, my healer can also heal me. Like, I'm the only one that takes damage on this pull. So, in general, I tend to overspend on my Frenzied Regens, and I lose a lot of damage because I don't trust my healer. But I know that this healer is really good. So, he understands how Null Sunders work. And honestly, I'm very confident that I'll be fine. Like, he will be able to heal me, you know? That's what, I mean, darkness is a cooldown. Why not? You can ask for it. We're chilling. Oops. Okay, 1 B-res being spent there. It's no problem, because that's the only death we're going to have, like, for sure, right? There would certainly not be another death there. It's okay. I think our timer was good, but remember, we only had 1 death by that point. We were flying, though. I will say that the last time we did this, we had like 14 minutes coming out of second boss, if there were no other deaths. Okay, good. Pulling the boss. Whew. I'm going to come right over here, give or take. All right. If I miss your comment, though, I am trying to play extremely well this key. And I can tell myself I'm a little tired. My real life has actually been super stressful recently, and so I have not been feeling fantastic. Normally when I'm playing WoW right now, I'm like a little distracted, I can tell. And it's also dark now because it's about to storm. Not because it's late. Is it late? Oh, it might be. No, it's just storming outside. There's like a thunderstorm happening. I don't tend to play better as... I don't know about you guys. As a tank player, I don't tend to play better when I'm in comms. And the reason is pretty simple. I can't handle voices. Like, I'm actually, as funny as it sounds, because I can stream, right? Like, I can talk to you guys the whole time and also do key. But what I can't do and what I'm pretty bad at doing is actually listening to people and also doing callouts while I'm in the key. How often does it storm in Thailand? So we're coming up on rainy season and then pretty much every single day. Thailand is an absolutely amazing gigabit type country. However, the weather is not exactly the best part of it. You don't live here because of the weather, I'll tell you that much. I can explain, let me explain a few things. There are many reasons to love Thailand. The weather is not one of them. Yeah, you like that soap? You remember that? Yeah. Yeah, if you ever watch me do offline keys, you're like, why are you so mad? It's true. You're not wrong. All the voices in my head are the reason I can't speak out loud. You live in Thailand? Yeah. Oh, no. Of course, Shinny. I would love to talk to you, but I also want to give that story justice. Do you think, out of curiosity, would you be here in like 20, 30 minutes for what it's worth? Because I would love to answer that question, but I also want to be able to focus on the answer to that question. And as of right now, I will struggle to give you my undivided full attention because this 20 Nexus, although I just did it before and it felt okay, if I misplay, even though Bear is powerful right now, for sure, if I misplay, then, you know, I will be dead. So I still have to play well. How are you swapping bear forms? That is the glyph of the Ursile Chameleon. I think I actually want to turn on the lights. I think I have just enough time, by the way, to do this. While they're doing this RP and I'm flying, I bet you I can turn on the light. Probably. Because it's going to start getting really dark. I can do this. I won't troll. Fuck. Fitness, bro. Fitness. Yes. I did see that Squish and Dorky made a video, yeah. To be fair, Squish was playing it the way that I play it. Dorky is actually playing it slightly differently than I play it. He's still pressing Mangle, and I still don't know if you actually do that or not. I'm not convinced that Mangle is the right play. Like, I have since found that he has aggro on one of those. Please don't die. I ought to do a big pull here. It takes me a second to gather it. If he builds resources on them, he needs to just... Yeah, okay, perfect. I also want that Null Sentinel, but it was a bad pat. Okay, don't get hit. This is actually a pretty hard pull. And when I say pretty hard pull, I mean this pull is like really hard for me. There's like a bunch of different things that can kill you here. I prefer it if we let the Dread Flail activate, no joke. It's better if we let the Dread Flail activate. I don't know how Brewmaster heals. I don't know how Brewmaster feels on this pull, but that pull is very scary. These Null Sentinels, like, they can kill me. They will kill me, in fact. Please, just give me a second. I can't chain yet. We're flying right now. Let me just live this. I'm actually going to flash my macro. I have a macro, and I'm just going to ask my healer to heal me. Cool? All right, good. After this AoE, we can go in. Okay. I don't mind aggressively pacing this dungeon, but I have to be aware if I do so. Watch the Thrash. There's one thing for the Devourer Demon Hunter. God damn it. I knew that would happen, actually. That one Scrounger. I think I might need to SI right here. Probably. To make Mangle hit targets in a cone in front of you, like give it cleave. It actually cleaves right now, if you didn't know that. During Incarn, Mangle already cleaves. Okay, you're supposed to be pulling this up, actually. You're supposed to take this and bring it up like this. And then you fight this, because all of those guys will move, but this guy doesn't move. And you need to pull both of them with this route. So this is a pretty aggressive, it's just a lot of chaining here. I'm kind of going to trust them to get the kicks, because I am just a little focused right now. Good. Scroungers are okay. We're not going to go crazy just yet. Here we go. This is just this route, the way that I'm pulling this, it's omega fast, but also I have to be kind of hyper aware. Let's call it hyper optimized. It is a 20. And since I'm not super comfortable with this route, and I also am just feeling a little lightheaded today, you'll have to excuse me if I cannot be as interactive as I normally am. Normally, I'm a lot more chill than I feel right now. There's something about playing with people that I want to make a good impression with that gives me a little performance anxiety, you know? Okay, so now we bring this over here. Right time to chain is now. And then I can even pull a few things into this. Yeah, we want that one to activate. Let it. Let two of them activate. It makes it end so much easier. Okay. I much prefer it. I kind of want that thing to activate, but if we just have to play the end pack, then it's fine. Whoops. What killed him? I'm assuming that was just a frontal, no? So we've had 3 deaths now. It's kind of silly deaths. So if we get one of the... Come on, guys. Stop dying to this. Stop dying to this. No way. We cannot lose this like this. We're just actually trolling. Yes. Yes. We're supposed to let them... Wait, why are we throwing up an abandon? We're fine. Why are we throwing up the abandon? Aren't we just dying to lines? Wait. What are we doing? Why did we abandon that? I actually thought we were doing just fine, to be honest with you. If we... Wait. Wasn't that just lines? The abandon buttons have become way too easy to press? Yes. 2. So we don't have to take back at end. At end. That's the part of the route. Yeah. I think they're easier to fight than the end. We're intentionally trying to let 2 in. Otherwise, we need the last pack. I mean, we could also just take last pack. Some guys just macro it and some guys just macro the abandoned. I thought we were fine. If you guys prefer, we can just stop all of them and take last. We have the timer is really easy. Timer is easy, actually. We just had line deaths, no? Alright, he wants to run this route. It's just the 2 engineers with that pole. We can take the 2 extra engineers, that's fine. And then you just pull these 2 with that. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. He wants to just play this? Okay. Sure, we can do it this way. Sure. Can do. We have a lot of damage. The timer is not a problem here. The timer is definitely not a problem. I did say at the beginning that we were going to let them go in, but then there was a miscommunication about it. Okay, all right. Run it back one more time. Run it back. I still think they're safer because technically speaking, they're mostly tank damage. Like if I can live the dread flails, then they're not a problem, and I know that I can live them, so I'm not that worried about it though. I think it's okay, because the DK can still do most of his... In my opinion, I think the Dread Flails are better than the last pack, but fair enough. We will play the last pack instead. Or the 2 engineers. Or we take the 2 engineers into this pull, but honestly, that is super sketch in my opinion. Alright. Okay. Chill. I'll take 2 engineers into pull 3 then. All good. All good. Okay. Don't you like the no response to route comms? That's when something goes wrong, there's issues. Kinda, yeah. Thank you. We need to CC caster or chain. Where? That becomes... I think it's an incredibly scary pull if we do that. I don't really like that, though. Not all at the same time. Sure. If you play 2 engineers, then you have circles. Yeah, the engineers, it'll be omega circles. So people need to get out. Linked route after a key call the route bad. It's okay, it's okay. If you're... I mean, my healer is amazing. This healer is very good. We had... The problem is... We had this 20. If you're just tuning in more recently, we literally had this 20. We actually had timed it, and then somebody kicked at the end, and we died. We had it. That was super sad. That was the saddest thing, is that we actually already did this whole key, and then we only died because we did that, and then I tried to chain a pack, and I did it a second too early at the end. Yeah. I can't pull Seer back because he'll activate. You have to, so we have to go forward if we do that. All right, pre-in card. Let's go. Okay. This time, for sure. This time, 100%, right? This time we can't fail. My light is on. We're focused. We're locked in. My flask still has enough duration to actually get through this key. Everything will go fine from this point, 100%, right? Okay, we roar here. I go here for aggro. I thrash that. I frenzied regen myself because you can't... One of the things about this pull on 20 is you cannot actually walk in here with the null sunders applied to you. I have that thrash ticking there. If he builds resources, he just has to give me a second. Okay, great. So you have to make sure that you alternate globals with frenzied regen here, because it is actually super toxic if you let the null sunders start stacking on you. That's what actually kills tanks on this pull, if you didn't know that. But a lot of people are not aware of the fact that the null sunders are a healing absorb, and if you out-heal them, then you'll be fine. So from this first pull is actually the easier one for me, because I walk in with Incarn, Lust, full cooldowns. I'm not scared. The next pull I have to be extremely careful of. The next pull can actually be kind of hard, so we're going to Moonfire these guys in. I want to make sure that I thrash for aggro, and then I want to make sure that I actually use my mobility to get to this pack here, thrash here, fight around this spot at here, and then we're good. Now, if the Demon Hunter wants to be building a bunch of resources, he just has to give me a second, of course. I see that he has aggro. I'm going to get that back from him. So again, null sunders here are dangerous. I won't die, but I have to make sure that I power heal them. And they do stack, so you have to be kind of very aware of them. So I'm going to kite here. I don't mind sending a double SI. We're going to go another SI here. One more frenzied regen right now. If I have frenzied regen ticking on myself, I will be able to out-heal them. And then I basically just vortex and run away for a second, which gives my healer time to heal them and gives me time to get back to Barkskin. Perfect. So just a little bit of a kiting action. Then I go back to Lunar Beam. And then through this Lunar Beam, I hit a Frenzied Regen, which will definitely keep me fully topped on these Null Sunders. They're not that scary unless you stack them like crazy. So as long as you're fighting them reasonably speaking, I think it'll be okay. Now, the group wanted me to do a pull, which I don't think we need to do, but they wanted me to do it. I am scared. I think this could be very, very hard. But they want me to pull these 2 engineers with this, and then we are going to imprison that caster. We talked about it before the key started, but then you have to worry about the circles, and the circles are super toxic, so we're going to have to fight this seer plus the engineers. I guess we're going to Windrush totem the circles. That's kind of genius tech, actually. My Warlock goes offline. That is less than ideal. Hopefully he comes back online soon, and then we go here, and then this has just been a series of tragic events, because I think that we'll die eventually. And then we go here. I get stunned. Less than ideal. Oh, no. Maybe he comes back and then we can still do it. Otherwise, might just be go like this. And then We're going to have to see if we can live this forever. And then eventually my D, he's not going to be able to get out, so he's about to die. He doesn't have blur either. I think he's maybe given up a little bit, though. Going offline is not part of the tech. It is less than ideal, 100%. It's not quite what you want to have happen here. And then we're just going to keep fighting this and then pray that the Warlock comes back online, and then he's going to die, and that makes sense. And then probably... hopefully they want to go again, because for what it's worth, I feel like I tanked this actually pretty well, and would be great. I would love to be able to get this. I would really like the 20. I feel like we had this super easy. Or swapping over from Wrestle. I can't seem to... there's probably a lot of spells that you are casting that you do not need to be casting. If we had the first one so easy. He's relogging. All good. Thank you for having me. I fell behind a bit. And up to date. Certain routes. Thank you. Appreciate the chance. Appreciate you taking me. Hope you're enjoying the new buff. I am. I'm doing a 20 right now, Secret. And we already timed 120 earlier. We got 20 Pit of Sauron, which is nice. And now we are here doing this. I feel like my bear is performing extremely well. Yep, I do big damn. This is my build. Builds. It's trying now is my build, so I'm having a good time. You haven't had the 100 jumping jacks to your total yet? I thought I did. Oh, you're right. I didn't. That's true. I did 100 earlier. It's a good point. It's a good point. I have a second milkshake downstairs. That would probably help me lock in even further. There you go. 100 jumping. You're right, Shady. I've got a second milkshake. I had one milkshake here, but there's a second milkshake down there. Yo, what's up, Secret? Okay. If you are really struggling with Guardian Druid damage, just like with Brewmaster, by the way, you can live with this build, but if you're struggling with your damage, you're probably hitting the wrong globals. Mostly take Swipe off your bars, first and foremost. Second, take Maul, and if possible, and if you're okay with it, take Mangle off your bars too. You will do more damage like this. I spend my bonus rolls in Nexus because I actually want the rings. I know I'll be playing this at the end game, so I think rings are a pretty impactful deal for me. And then, yeah, I like to play my bonus rolls here. I don't think we need Symbiotic. I'm going to go for movement speed in this key or another point in Wellhoat Instincts. Either one. It's fine. Whoosh. Now, if you're a brand new bear balance, I would say going into Seed of the Triumvirate is not a bad idea for bonus rolls because you'll have every single piece of Mythic Tier there. Although, if they don't nerf this build, you technically only need 2 set. It's an interesting interaction that you, for what it is worth, only need 2 set to play this. Review. Are you only moonfiring between thrashes? Correct. So basically, the whole point of optimizing this build, and there is still optimization in this build. Like, you will still have certain Guardians doing a lot more damage than others. It's straightforward, just like Brewmaster is straightforward. But the thing about this build in particular is you have to try to maximize your crash, okay? The homie Forest. I love Forest. No, I'm not done yet today, but he is the homie. It's a 3-set button rotation. Well, that's the thing, Little Titan. Brewmaster is also effectively it's a 4-button rotation when you include Frenzied Regen. And that's what Brewmaster is. So I don't really understand the arguments against this build of like, oh, it's too simple. It's like, this Guardian Druid build is just as complicated as Brewmaster. It's the same thing. We're going to go here like this. Big dash. Here we go. And then I want Frenzied Regen ticking as I actually walk past these guys. I want to see if I can actually get past them here, though, and then save the Stampeding Roar. It would be good if I could take that Lock Gate here as well, get my Starfall rolling, hit that with the Thrash. I believe that Thrash connected, although it was a little bit delayed because of my ping issues. And then from here, we're going to go here, kick that first thing just to get a bit more movement speed, And then I'm here, bam, make sure that I have an instant heal so that the first few null sunders don't apply too often. And then we're bam like this. Those defenders will walk into the pole. I'll make sure that I'm back here so that I can thrash them. And then we're good to go. Now, this build does actually have rotational complexity. There is things to min-max. A lot of people are saying, oh, but like Guardian Druid's so simple now. The thing is, I don't agree. It is super simple and straightforward. To clarify, that's not what I'm disagreeing with. But it's identical to Brewmaster. Brewmaster has Blackout Kick, Keg, and Fire. And if you're good at Brewmaster, then you know how to weave in your Blackout Kick, Keg, and Fire. That is part of being a good Brewmaster, is knowing how to weave those buttons in, right? A good Guardian Druid is going to know how to maximize their Thrash uptime. And a good Guardian Druid is not going to ever waste their Lunar Beam. And they're going to know how to weave those buttons in. It's the same thing. And my 4 buttons are Thrash, Moonfire, Lunar Beam, and Frenzied Regen. And if my Frenzied Regen, if I waste it, I will actually be significantly less tanky. Just like if a Brewmaster wastes their brews, they will be significantly less tanky. So it's pretty identical. Like, I don't really think that this version is that much different than Brewmaster. Now, because it's a Guardian Druid, your positional requirements and all of the other factors of tanking are so much easier. And that's what I think actually is causing the divide. Because of the fact that I can walk through packs, because of the fact that I don't have to worry that much about, for example, taking back shots and everything else. Single target, you still want to maximize your Thrash cast. There's going to be some complexity with weaving in. Not complexity, but you want to make sure that you weave in Feral Frenzy at the right time. Make sure these Null Sunders get off me. Perfect. Kill this. There we go. I will go Starfall real fast. He's going to imprison this. This is the route that we had discussed. Perfect. I do not Thrash because I don't want to break the imprison. We go pull this. I go here, and then voila. Now, you can live with this build and do suboptimal damage, just like you can live with Brewmaster and do suboptimal damage. The best Brewmasters in the world will smoke you in parses. Just like this build, I will do more damage than you because I have been playing this build for a while. And I know how to min-max it, give or take. Yeah? This is a super hard pull. I'm not a huge fan of pulling the engineers in here. I know people wanted to, but I don't think I like doing it. I should have B-res there. I thought maybe we would save the B-res, but here we go. Sorry, ping issues. 1 second. I got stunned as well. Let's use the updoor space. Let's use the more space here. That Adept is back. I'm a little bit dry on my cooldown, so I cannot get stunned here. 1 second. I played that suboptimally. And that is because... Wait, why are we always throwing up the abandon vote? Why was the abandon vote so fast? Why are we just abandoning every run? We sure about that? I feel like we just don't pull the engineers on that and honestly fight the last boss. I feel like engineer, I think maybe just take the last pack after last boss, to be honest. Complicates that a lot. Brazil was a mistake. I feel like Brazil was very good for most key levels. Could do with boss. Could with boss as well. We could with boss as well. But I don't think engineers in that pull is particularly good, to be honest with you. One said route causes death repeat. It kind of feels like that a little bit. What level gives Resil? So 12 is the first level, but once you have timed any key level past that, then yes. You just automatically have resilient keys. Okay, after this next attempt, I'm getting my milkshake from the fridge. I think it's hard at the top key though. What's up, Reborn? Why are you guys just not just running the route you basically timed the dungeon? That's a great question, Reborn. That is an excellent question. That is what I recommended. But, I don't know. I am beholden to the group. If they want to do something, they will do the thing. That is it. It's that simple. Very analytic way of explaining everything you do in a key. I hope that I can. I'm a little tired today, Papa. Sometimes I'm a human being and
Believe it or not, I know I used to think of myself as an alien when I was younger, but it turns out that I am actually a human being. Isn't that weird? Isn't that wild? So with this new build, what's the rotation of damage? Your damage mostly comes from Thrash and maximizing your Thrash casts. So a good Guardian Druid is never going to miss a Thrash, and that means, for example, understanding that you Thrash, Incarn Thrash, Sundering Roar Thrash, or, for example, not missing Lunation, so cooldown reduction on your Lunar Beam, hence that you want to start pulls with Lunar Beam, not with Thrash. You want to make sure you're standing in your Lunar Beam because it is an area of effect damage. You get the Mastery benefit, but you don't get the damage if you drag things out. Single target is around 50k right now, maybe like 45 in some fights with heavy movement. So I would say Brew still does a bit more single target. My gear level is 283. I'm not as high as some of the other big bears right now. I know, like, I feel like Now and Squish, I think they're all like 286, 287. I think they're really geared now. Maybe 285, I'm not sure. I'm only 283 this week. I'll bonus roll this 20, and maybe I'll get something I want to send from Crestlon. We'll see. All right, we got this. Ready? 3, 2, 1, pre-in card. Let's go. Let's do it. All I know is that I do like playing without Aug. I think that's good right now. All right, ready? So, start the key, dash. This means that when I go back into bear form, my first global, and this is important, can be Frenzied Regen, because I will start with 25 Rage, so I can Thrash and Frenzied Regen. Therefore, these first few Null Sunders will not stack on me. I do not have the toy that allows me to take this Warlock Gateway, so I'm going to stay here for a second and make sure I Thrash. I do this because I know for a fact that my Demon Hunter will be building resources on that. Now, this was a suboptimal gather for many reasons, mostly because I didn't adjust for my ping delay, which is something that I always have to do. I did not adjust for the ping delay there. It is still going to work, but I could have cleaned up that gather and saved a second and also just kind of made that a little bit cleaner, 100%. From here, we make sure that we drag this back, keep him in the corner right there, keep everything stacked for my team, Lunar Beam before the Thrash, and then this first pull is no problem. It's actually the second pull that I have to basically lock in a little bit more. Otherwise, from here, we just Thrash and Frenzied Regen, and that will off-heal the Null Sunders. Once again, the Null Sunders are a healing absorb, and so if you can power heal the healing absorb, you don't have to worry about them as a mechanic. So I will Barkskin as I go through here, make sure that the Thrash connects. If the Thrash doesn't connect, I will Taunt one, and then here I'm in a little bit of danger. I'll SI. That was close. I didn't want to have to send that SI there for what it is worth, but I did have to, just because I didn't want to die. I know I'll be in a little bit of danger here, so when this expires, I'm going to SI again, and then I'm just going to have to kite a little bit. I do normally commit double SI here, so I'm just going to do this, and then that Vortex will keep them back a little bit. Nice. It'll give me just a second to get back to a Lunar Beam, a War Stomp, a Typhoon away, actually, because I just don't want to stress my healer. Then I have Barkskin. Then I have Sundering Roar, and I can go back in. Null Sunders are no joke, especially on pull, where I know they're going to last a little bit longer because my DPS have used cooldowns on the previous pull, which means they don't have them here. And then from here, I Lunar Beam. I spend one Frenzied Regen. I know I have a second Frenzied Regen charge, which I will use shortly, but not quite yet. And then the next question is, if I think that our timer is going to be Omega friendly, I do not have... I'm going to just Vortex that away, give my healer time to heal me. They do apply on melee hit. They're not a range ability or a cast. So I don't think we're going to play the Engineers here. I don't think so. I think we're actually just going to play this. I think it's a bad idea to add the Engineers into this. If we want to add them, we can add them into Boss, I think. Okay, Warlock died, no problem. Warlock died again, less than ideal. What happened there? How did the Warlock die there? What happened there? I missed whatever that was. Was he like way ahead of me? Like, how'd that work? What wait, what happened there? Right, it's free. It still costs rage, but it has no cooldown. What happened there? Oh, he got a circle. He got a circle. Well, he rezzed into a circle. He got meleeed by the seer. No. He got meleeed because he was... I've done that same pull all the time. You just drag it back for a second. I think he must have been way ahead of me to pull aggro there. Yeah. I need 2 minutes on Incarn. 2 minutes on Incarn. Second. Yeah. Yes. First pull, I absolutely need pre-incarn. I mean, actually the first pull probably you don't like super need pre-incarn, but it would be good if you had it. It would probably be worth it if you had pre-incarn. So we'll just wait a second. Did he Warlock Gateway up, or how was he so far ahead of me there? Okay. This time for sure. We had this an hour ago. We must get it again. What's up, Cambo? That was not the dot. That was just circles. It was him getting meleeed by the seer, actually. And then it was circles. I need to be here for now because I won't find another group to do 20s in a little bit. My ping is 220 right now. It's pretty stable. I feel like a little laggy, but it's not like the worst. I need to do heal right now. I use Incarn after Sundering Roar to reset Thrash. You should use it the opposite. You should go Incarn before Sundering Roar. So you should, for example, Thrash, and then only Sundering, like, so Incarn, Thrash, Incarn, Thrash, 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 and then Sundering Roar at 5 stacks. Then keep going. Bear would be chilling. 21. Yeah, so the idea is that Sundering Roar is still at 5 stacks. Yep. Yep, ready. I'm ready. I will, we got this. We got this. Here. There's a feast. Oh, he's going to have a hearty feast, even better. Is that a hearty feast? Ooh, my feast has been outclassed. That's a hearty feast. Okay. Just do it the same route as first. It's an easy time. Easy time. We were flying. What tank do you recommend for people to get into tanking for the first time? Either Brewmaster or this version of Guardian, for what it is worth, though. If they are at 5 already, no. So Sundering Roar gives you a buff for what it is worth, okay? Sundering Roar actually gives you a buff, which lets your Thrash stack to 5. Does that make sense? So it actually enables you to do the thing that you need to do. I don't know why I dashed there. That was a bad dash. I apologize. I will be slightly slower on this pull for no reason. I normally have dash right there. We can... I still don't think it's worth it. I think that what is good is that I should Moonfire this. I should Thrash them here. And then I should get a second Thrash off. And then I know the Warlock Gateway is here. And then I'm going to go like this. And then I will go here. I might die for a second. That was a slow gather. I'm so sorry. I changed it up. And then I went too close to this far back. And then I did this. That was a really rough... I bet you this first pull still works, believe it or not. But that was not ideal. I have fucked up. I fucked up. I'm going to recover. I'm going to recover this. I actually think we'll be okay. No joke. I do think it'll be all right. But my apologies. I also had to send an SI that I didn't want to send. All right, lock in, folks. Lock in. Lock in. I must alternate every single global here with Frenzied Regen. We got to move up, actually, not down, because we will pull the seconds here. I actually don't think that this is the worst thing in the world with the DK in my party. Okay, good. I have Barkskin now, which is a small problem. And then we need to kill all these bombs. We're going to make it work. I seriously don't think that that's actually the end of the world. And funny enough, we've solved our problem. Now, this pull, I'm going to need a little bit of help because I normally have Barkskin on pull here. I'm going to use my handy Pug macro, and then I will Kite. And I will just Vortex this back because I need Barkskin to live this, basically. And then I go back in with Barkskin. That's okay. Good recovery. I'm anti-locked in right now. I admit to you, that was mostly my fault. I took the Warlock Gateway instead of running. I changed up what I was doing before. And a lot of people don't realize that tanking high keys is about reps
and kind of just learning to do the same thing over and over and over again. So that is actually my fault that I did that. Yeah, the build and everything is linked in Discord. It'll just be right there. There's also a little guide I had made pinned to the general chat, although I will be making another guide for this build shortly. Okay, we can bark skin here. We come back in. I'll be fine. We make a plan. My cooldowns are slightly off, but you know what? We made that work, and because we made that work, I think that we are hard chilling at the moment, actually. Cool. Just kill this battery here, and then we're good. Now, technically speaking, because we pulled that corner pack, if we take these engineers, we'll be even more chillin' for a percentage. Why don't we do that? Okay. Let's fight this up so there's a little bit more room. I like that strategy. I don't mind it. We're going to come up like this. Perfect. Then we're here. No problem. We just want to make sure that these guys don't basically get a single tick of their ability off. So I go Thrash, Sundering Roar, Thrash again. I incap that. Boom. You can use the boss room because the boss won't spawn. So you can actually just use this area here. It's fine. Now, do you think it's worth pulling those engineers into boss? Considering we actually just got extra percentage. Like, do we really want engineers on boss? I honestly think it's not worth it. No, just safe. Safe. No engineers on boss. We do not need them. Trust me. Trust me, trust me, trust me. I know what our percentage is right now, and we don't need them on boss. It is not... It actually will not be beneficial to the team, I don't think. I think it will detract from boss damage. Even though it is technically funnel, it'll create a lot more chaos. And this boss, we have time, so I'm going to make a decision to alter the route right now. Because we had accidentally... I was the one who butt pulled earlier. And then this fight here, this fight's pretty chill for tanks in terms of the fact that I'm not going to die. But there is tech for this fight, which is that you're supposed to hold the reflux charge before the core spark detonation. The other thing that I can do is try to position this boss a bit more toward the middle, because he always targets somebody to the side, and it will give my DK the slightest bit more uptime. See, so if I get him like right in that perfect spot, it's even better for what it's worth. Cool. Let me come like this. I out heal myself, so I don't take any of my healers' smart healing. Just pay attention to where we are. Okay, we're going to go over to this kind of corner-ish area. I think we actually want to... Sorry, right here is good. My DK is following me, so I want to make sure I make this fight as easy as possible on him. And then we'll go like a so. I'll press one mango there just because I want to keep myself full health, and that will give me the rage for the frenzied regen. Otherwise, no mango with this build. Thrash Incarn resets the cooldown of Thrash back into more Thrashes, and then... Now this, my Demon Hunter is saving his charge. That means we have, look at this room that we have here. Excellent. So he's going to take somebody here. I will not Sundering Roar on this global because I won't be able to connect with those Thrashes. I actually could have because he was perfect. See that corner right there? I need to get better at that. Because if you're playing with a melee comp, they can do so much more damage. They don't have to lose uptime, right? See, there I could have Thrashed before the Sundering Roar. I would have gotten even more damage. I'm getting lazy. I'm getting lazy. I'm feeling a bit too cozy in this 20 right now. I'm feeling a bit cozy. There are many moments in this key, even though the Guardian Druid feels good right now, I can still die. Now, I would love to get my Feral Frenzy off here. There we go. I'll only get one Feral Frenzy on this fight, so my damage will be lower, especially because I can't maintain melee uptime. I'm not greeting my damage here, so this will be the lowest single target I'll have all dungeon. But see how he's going to be right on the edge of the circle, I'm pretty sure? Yeah, see, he's like kind of on the edge, so if you had melee, they could still hit the boss right now, and I think that that is kind of valuable. That they can do that. Cool. If I miss your comment, it's because I'm kind of locked in right now. I want to time this. I don't see why we couldn't, so that's less than ideal. It's okay, we res him. Any little deaths like this on 20 can really cost things. Oh, did he DC? That would be problematic. That would be rough. Okay, he's back. That's good. That's good. So that's a little bit of a time loss. It's mostly just that it costs the B-res. I don't think our timer will be that tight. Guardian Druid does very high damage right now, and on top of that, I think my team does a lot of damage, so we should be flying so long as we execute the following area of the dungeon cleanly. Then we should be all right. I think we'll be okay, actually. Okay, let's kill the boss here. Most of our damage is range, so should be dead. I'll press a Frenzied Regen just to get this healing absorb off, and then we should be A-okay. All right. First part of the dungeon done in about 7 minutes, 20 seconds. It's pretty good. It's not bad. I'll rebuff for my Warlock. We'll take this portal, and then this next pull is a big pull. So I'm going to use everything in my power to make sure that it goes well. Here we go. We're going to go cat form dash, and then I don't want to... I actually don't... So I'm going to go cat form dash. Then I'm going to tag these with a Frenzied Regen already ticking on myself. Then I'm going to go here, okay? I don't quite have my Heart of the Wild up, so I'm going to go Skull Bash to this nullifier there. Just gives it an extra second. Then this pat is actually in a pretty good spot, so I'm going to pull all of this. It's a pretty massive pull. That means I have to be aware of where it's funneling into. Make sure I have thread on this, so I just tag it real quick. And then everything else is now in the radius that we need it to be in, so we're going to be fine. I have Incarn, so I don't have to worry too much, but this is a lot of tank damage on this pull. These Null Sentinels can kill me. Doesn't matter how much they buff Bear. These guys hurt, especially as key levels get higher. I missed a Sundering Roar global, so I'm going to go here, Thrash, bam. Great pull with cooldowns, I will say. Nice job. I just need to live this blast so that I Barkskin. Here we go. And then we're like this. Oh, yeah, we're blasting. The damage in this key is extremely high right now. Cool. There you go. Okay, nice. We're going to make sure that we kill the smudges because we had decided that we are not going to let this activate. Although that was actually a strategy that I learned in a previous key. Please kill this. Please kill this. Oh, thank God. That was really close, actually. Cool. So we're going to go here. Tag these Scroungers because they do like to port to people. I have to Barkskin here. This version of Guardian is weak on pull still. So the hardest factor to consider, or the thing to consider, is that you must be aware of the fact. We want to fight this up, by the way. We don't want to fight this here. It's so much value, I think. SI. Still weak on pull. Those Scroungers, exactly what I was worried about. Because I got a little bit too close because I was waiting for the Dread Bellow. That was my fault. I should have actually just committed to that and gone straight in. I'll send the SI here. And then I'll be back to Barkskin, and then I'll be okay. I just have to not get hit by this, so I'm just going to watch my feet. Watch my feet. There it is. I'm okay. I'm okay. A little bit of a whoopsie daisy there, but it's okay. We're flying through this dungeon right now, so honestly, taking additional risk is almost certainly not going to be worth it. I Incarn here. I go kick that. Perfect. This Null Work Blast on me is fine, because I have Incarn up. And then we just kind of need to kill this Herald. My apologies on these Scroungers. It does hurt. Nice grip on the smudge there. Perfect. Don't get knocked up. I have a War Stomp for that if need be. I do want to now pull this pack right here on this Herald, because we can group them. Hardest thing about this pull is actually just grouping it. So we want to fight this on the Herald, and then we need to make sure that none of the smudges activate. Although, if the smudges do activate, it's actually not the end of the world, because knowing what our percentage looks like right now, I actually wouldn't mind an extra Dread Flail, to be honest with you. They do give percentage if they activate. And when I did this on 19, we intentionally let 2 of them activate, and I felt like that route was incredibly fast. So we'll see how it goes. We're doing very large damage at the moment. Yeah, so don't worry. I've got the Vortex for these smudges. We can just kill this Herald, and then we can go into the next pull all at once. That would be no problem. There's zero reason for me to chain aggressively right now. Save the DK, make sure he lives that leech. Good. We're just going to kill off this guy. He doesn't move very well. I will save my Heart of the Wild for the next pull Starfall for threat, because it's going to be a kind of a big pull with a big AoE gather. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to rebuff for my healer. I'm going to make sure I tag the Scroungers with that Thrash, which will guarantee the threats. I don't think the Dread Flails are that bad, personally speaking. I would actually rather fight them than the mobs at the end of this dungeon, to be honest with you. I need to wait for this Thrash. Boom. Thrash right there. Perfect. I might need to send an SI, but I would really prefer not to. I think I live this without SI, but if I die right here, I will regret my decisions. Okay, make sure that Nullifier doesn't get a kickoff. Thrash is back. Perfect. Lunar Beam is here, and then we go like this. Wait for 5 stacks of Thrash. Then I Sundering Roar. And then I'm here like this. Bam. Remember, plenty of min-max still, even with a no Apex build. You can hear it in my voice. I'm a little stressed. This is still a 20 Nexus. I would very much like this for IO. Would be cool to get another 20 on the board today. My Guardian Druid feels strong, but I still need to execute the route. Remember, just because a tank does a lot of damage does not guarantee in any way, shape, or form that you all of a sudden time all your keys. So, the boss RP, we actually killed the other thing before this Dreadflail. It should be fine. I think the RP starts when the image dies. I was about to say, so I'm going to be careful here, because we're going to need aggro. Scroungers immediately, taunts, nice, got all of them. Hit that one with Thrash, taunted the other one. That means no aggro problems are here. Perfect. Want to make sure that little smudge here, just thrash him. Perfect. I do like to pull a few Scroungers in here just for a little bit of safety. It's no problem. I've got them. I in-cap roar just in case my DK does have aggro. Should be fine. Perfect. Don't get knocked up, and then I'll be fine. There we go. Sundering Roar. How much has my overall damage gone up since the buffs? I mean, a lot. Like, a massive amount, to be honest with you. Maybe 60%? Well, actually, it depends on the dungeon. Depends. Not 60%. Maybe like... Yeah, no, I think like 50% from no Apex build. It was a large buff. If I was doing like 80k before, I'm doing... No, like 60%, yeah, because I'm doing like 130k now. In a dungeon, I would have done 80k before. Oh, so here, what we're going to do is get the pre-Boomy Starfall rolling, which should guarantee threat. It should have done it even a second earlier for what it is worth. Okay? And then I'll incarn this pull here. I would like to actually go grab another Scrounger into this pull. It'll just make the boss a little bit easier. I don't mind a tiny bit of funnel on boss, but I would prefer them in my cooldowns. Okay. Now, I can and I will die on this following boss. On 20, this guy hurts. Him plus the ads are no jokes, so I want to make sure that I am uber locked in. You guys do not distract me. Deal? Look at our timer right now. We are really, really healthy. Extremely healthy on this timer. So, we just got to play it nice and clean, right? No silly mistakes, no nothing like that. See if we can avoid this null work blast. That would be very good for me. I do take it at the last seconds. That is actually a bit concerning. Heal me for 5 seconds. I would prefer not to actually use a cooldown. Heal me. Oh, thank God. Okay. Let me just grab this real quick. Still worth grabbing these for percentage. I need to go grab these. I could not get out of range for a second. It's a slight efficiency loss to just quickly get these. Boom. I need to Frenzied Regen, but nothing else. I have Bark and Lunar on pull, which is good. I can go taunt this boss now, and then I go here. Cool. All good. Nice. Okay, here's where we lock in, folks. Here's where we lock in. I cannot take any extra damage here. I must be hyper aware. I have an SI for the first ad set coming up. Okay. I'll be fine here. I do not need to SI. This is not an SI moment. Not yet. I'm fine. I will send one SI right now. I'm just going to move a little bit. I bark skin here, and then I'm fine. I'm going to keep these away, because the Dreadflail is not dead. So I will not get in the Light Scarred Flare with everybody else. That's okay. Perfect. Nice. I probably actually should have held Incarn, to be honest with you, but that's okay. I do want to get a Feral Frenzy straight into the boss on the damage amp, so I just shift out to do that real quick. And then on the next set of ads, I just need to be a bit aware. I have Incarn and stuff here. I won't have it on the next set. I'll have Barkskin overlapping with an SI. And a Sundering Roar, which is actually a pseudo DR. Okay, so here, bam, one, bam. One Frenzied Regen, but not the other one. Save the Barkskin for when these ads spawn. I have the debuff on me. Okay, make sure I don't get cleaved by the circle. Going here, taunting that. Barkskin is up. I will also send SI if I need to. I'm not afraid. I will send this Frenzied Regen. I will live. I'm living right now. I've got the taunt. I'm okay. I don't like the fact that this says healer NCC. I don't know what that means. Oh, he got hit by the circle. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's what that meant. Holy. Okay, I had to send another SI there, which means that now I'm going to need to make sure that I'm clever here. There was a puddle in the light scarred flare. I see. Okay. I'm in a bit of danger on this next set. We're not playing this super clean. We only have... The timer is good, but it's not fantastic right now. We've had a few deaths. I cannot bark this. Don't die, don't die, don't die. Please, 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 please don't die. I was about to say I had to hold bark. There was no way for me to not bark that. Okay. I'm going to taunt the Dread Flail. Need to be clever about this bark skin. Not yet. Not yet. Bark now. Those nullifies won't go off for sure. Keeping the Dread Flail facing away from everyone. Okay, we're fine. I think we're okay. The timer is good right now. 11 minutes is no problem. I'll still send this into boss. Just kill it real fast. Okay. Warlock Gateway up. Beautiful. All right. So far, so good. We're actually okay. We're okay. We're okay. That boss is pretty scary for Bear. Okay, we got to do one big pull, not a triple. Then we're going to banish. Okay, we got this. I know what we have a little bit of extra percentage. I think we're okay. I hope we time this. I want it. I want it with all of my blood and my sweat and my heart. Nope. That was a circle in the puddle, by the way. That's actually what that was. Okay. Make sure I have good threat here. Incarn here for extra threat. Nice. Combat potion. Not gonna die, not gonna die, not gonna die. Perfect. All good. Double Searing Rend on me, no problem. Fast Gather, all good here. Yeah, I know. You have to really get good at that boss for cooldown management on tanks. Even as a brew, you can still die there. But it's just about, I think for me on Bear, it's about trusting Frenzied Regen. Okay, let me lock in. Very rarely will I lock in to this extent, but this is one of those moments. I want this key. Oh, the Lock. He's in danger. He has no unending resolve. He might die. Don't die, Mr. Lock. We can't afford more deaths. Holy, I don't know how he lived. I don't know if he helped the healer or what, but that was very impressive. Because he got both of those. Just unfortunate RNG sometimes. Demon Hunter gets hit by this, but it's actually okay. I'll Vortex it here. Okay. We're going to aim this Light Scarred Flared over here. And then maybe Banish. So we're going to aim that there. Perfect. Our timer is okay. It's not fantastic, to be fair. It's just okay, to be honest with you. So ideally, I want my Warlock to kind of go ahead of me and banish one. And if he can just get ahead of me and banish one, then I will pull the other. There you go. Perfect. And then I'll kick this first one. And then from here, we dodge the flare. We kind of fight these like one at a time a little bit. They are very scary. I think our timer is good right now. As long as we don't kick on the last boss. Ooh, last tick there. Okay. As long as we don't kick on the last boss. Let's please don't miss a kick on the last boss. Just don't do it. Just you know, just don't do that. No kick on last boss. If we've banished this, that means I need to pull this. He can't unbanish it, right? We need to pull this then. And he's just going to keep one of those banished. That's fine. I'm not a huge fan of the end of this dungeon because you really can't... You can unbanish if you do that. I actually didn't know that. I, for some reason, thought that if you banish, it's just over. And you can't ever unbanish. Okay, watch out, watch out. Because you can only fight one of these light rots in higher keys at a time. You literally can't fight two of them. So the tech is to banish one. And then fight other things as you're killing the one light right off. They're very scary mobs. Okay. So now, yep, we're going to go kick this. Perfect. That flare doesn't go off. Okay, good. I just want to taunt this guy. Although keep in mind that we have mobs at the end here. Like, we're going to chain this guy after this. Kill this first, and then I will chain into the next. Timer is now looking a little bit tighter. Oh, no. The death. Okay. We B-res that one, probably. That means we have no more B-res, though. No more B-res. Just a clean run would be good. Little bit here. We have to kill this light rod. I have to lunar beam here. Okay, kill that guy off. Good. Now I can go in, and we have to fight this pack right here. I will vortex it. These guys are all vortexed here. Don't take extra damage. We have no more B-reses. Please play safe. We have this key right now. It is our key to lose. It hasn't been the most clean, but we can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Okay? Because also our percentage is very good. That's what I had calculated earlier. Remember, we don't need a pack after boss. We have percentage now. And so we're actually going to be okay with that percentage. That's good. That's good. So all we need to do from here is kill the boss. We have 5.5 minutes plus bloodlust. Bro, I was actually going to wait to see if that guy got one more debuff off. I was really scared. Okay. We have so much time. The only way we lose this pretty much is if you kick during the intermission the wrong target. Please. Don't do that. We have the entire room. We can't lose. Probably. I will remark of the wild after that death. Okay. Time to lock it. This is big lock-in moments. I'm going to position this here. Actually, it's a better time to bark right there. Perfect. Look at this. A lot of space, plenty of space here. We're chilling. Big damage in this comp. We will not have a problem. Just please, please do not kick the wrong target. That was a super fast RP. Okay, great. Excellent. I don't know if they're doing some sort of snowball tech or what. That was super fast. I don't know how they do that because I refuse to kick during that RP. Whew. 20 Nexus on the board. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Let's get it. I got Bark for the next little tank buster. And then I save SI in case I need it somehow. Let's go this way. We're right here. I am very blind, Nyx, but it's a good point that there is tech that you can do for stuff like that. I'm just extremely blind. That's right there. I actually saw that one. Okay, don't greed the Feral Frenzy. I get 2 more regardless of timer, but I can do it here on top of this Lunar Beam amp. There we go. Not bad. Use the space. Have plenty of space here, plenty of space. Okay. A little bit like this, a little bit like so. Fantastic. No panic, no tilts. Just keep it clean. There's one more intermission to do, and then basically we are home free, and we win. I will even frenzied regen myself there so that my healer doesn't have to worry about me. Plus 20 Nexus on the board. Let's go. One more intermission. That's it. Literally just have to live. Well, look, we have plenty of space. No one can get knocked back into one of these images. We have giga space. Just do not kick the wrong target. Please. Please. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. Bro, I'm like shell-shocked from all of the pugs that have accidentally kicked the wrong target before. I don't want to like breathe yet because we haven't actually timed the key, but like, I feel like you can't lose from here, probably. Actually, you totally can. We don't have a res. All right, lock in, lock in, lock in, lock in. I have double SI. I SI the next Tank Buster and the next Circle. And then basically we're home free. Should have hit Thrash before that Sundering Roar. Woof. Okay. All good, all good, all good. Yeah, Kira, we win this 20. The funniest thing is we had the 20 before, but somebody kicked during the intermission. All right, GG's. GG's, well played. Like 2 minutes left on the timer. Easy. Easy key. Well played, well played, well played. Well played. What'd I get? I got the boots. I got mythic booties. I used my bonus roll. I actually still needed to use my bonus roll here. Ooh, all right. I feel happy. I feel happy. Was it worth these snowballs? Well played, well played. With the 4 deaths, actually? What do we think? I think that was good. Okay. Okay, I actually butt pulled. Messed up first pull, but is that corner pack with first bans if you have DK? Because percentage is perfect if you take it. Out of curiosity. It was definitely scary. I admit, by the way, I did do this. It was actually, I butt pulled it. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna die, yeah. It's just an extra, extra team damage. I feel pretty immortal. But it's the casters, yeah. It's the extra caster. I think it's good if you can live. Which add-on shows you the alerts? It's called X-Win Tools. It's a Chinese add-on. With the new build, no, you can't complete it. You need 2-set. 2-set is still very valuable, but you don't have to play with 4-set, to be fair. To be fair, you don't need 4-set. So there's a world, Maroon, if you wanted to, you could drop 2 pieces of tier for like mythic pieces for whatever reason, but the thing about this build is that your secondary stats just don't matter that much. Like, whether or not you have this haste or this crit or whatever, it kind of doesn't matter too much. I wouldn't worry about it. Yes, you still have the Moonfire benefit, and Moonfire is still enough of your damage, so that was pretty good. Yo, buddies, hello. We timed a good key right now, so I am happy. That was a plus 20 Nexus. That was cool. All right. I was so locked in, man. I was so locked in. I need a milkshake. Sorry. Is he mouse clicking? So I was talking about this earlier. NH, if you're still there on YouTube for what it is worth. I think it's really cool when people have hobbies and they have any sort of physical disability that might prevent them from doing the hobby, let's call it optimally, right? However, for what it is worth, I have a weird hand. My hands are a little different than your hands. They're extra bendy. So I do click my cooldowns. My rotation is bound to my left hand. I don't need to click any of this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, E, R, and Q. But I do actually click my rotation. I click my defensives, all right? Can I add you guys? More keys later on? I'd love to do some. More sometime. I saw you sneak exactly 1 mangle. Yeah, I did, actually. I noticed that as well. So yeah, for what it is worth, when I'm just not very coordinated. So when I try to move my fingers in a particular way, they don't always hit the right buttons. And I find that I have a lot more accuracy if I do it that way. So it works for me. And yeah, sorry if I missed your comment, Pallitur. If I miss your comment, just by all means send it again. No problem. So glad to see you back in Prague. He's on the bar. Thank you, Kira. It has been fun today. Today we got, let's see, we got 20 Pit of Sauron. Very easy key. We got 20 Nexus. Solid. This was a weird comp too, but we smashed this one first try. Just logged in, immediately clapped this. And then here as well. Is there no raid build? I bet you play the same raid build, to be honest with you. I have a feeling you would play the same raid build. Did I watch the final episode of My Hero Academia? You mean the one from, like, several weeks ago, LV? I'm assuming that's what you meant? Like, from several weeks ago? Let me add these people. They were all pretty good. I think we all did good that key. No problem. I am in need of some keys if they don't want to do anymore. The one that just came out. That came out recently. Wait, what do you mean, LV? The one that just came out recently. They did a follow-up final episode? Yeah, wait a second. Hold up. I'm just saying. 7:30 a.m. bedtime. Degens. It's 7:30 a.m. for them. 6:30 p.m. here. I think you could do 21 too. I think so too, for what it is worth. Oh, can't accept? Oh. Let me eat someone. All right, my friends list is full. Let me yeet some people. Here we go. I need to yeet some people. 1 second. Cold Bobby. Sorry, Cold Bobby. You haven't been on in 6 months. Bye, Cold Bobby. All right, who else is getting it? Cody Winslow. I vaguely remember you, but you haven't been on in a month. Sorry, Cody. All right, here we go. Who's this Tirashi guy? Should I delete him from my friends list? Maybe. Maybe. I actually don't like that I only have 6... You only have like 6... Wait, really good Havoc 6 months ago. Sorry. You can only have 600 people on your B tag, and I'm trying to get more people. Hey, buddies. Buddies, are you looking at my screen right now? Just now, rank 1 bear on 22 Nexus. Look at my friends list. Look at my screen, okay? So you can only have 600 people on your friends list, right? But there are some people that I refuse to get rid of. So you basically check. Like, if people aren't offline, if people haven't been offline, there are some people that I refuse to delete. No matter what. And they'll take up a spot forever. Flyboy 20 days ago. I don't know who you are. But some people I will keep forever. Out of respect. All right. Cool. I can add these people now. Another day of surviving the friends list purge. If I know who you are, it's not going to happen. I won't get rid of you if I know who you are, of course. Okay. GG's, guys. Thank you for having me again. I'm trusting my bear again. My bear again. See ya. Okay, cool. Thank you. That was very nice of them to take me, by the way. I did not technically have the required IO to do that key. Oh, hi, Kimatona. How's it going? Are you playing Prez right now? If you remove me, I'm leaking the DMs. Holy, that's bad. That's definitely not good. The people are playing at the moment. I just didn't push early. Hi, Kimo. I remember you. You played Prez before. In Raid, I still am, but I made a Resto Druid for this season. Fair enough. I wonder if Resto Druid is actually going to see a little bit less play with the fact that if Guardian Druid is obviously considered now the meta tank, I wonder if you'll play Mistweaver or Shaman, because Mistweaver and Shaman are both incredibly powerful, in my opinion. I think both of those specs are actually really good right now, though. I think Mistweaver is surprisingly good. Shaman is just because there are some comps that you get so much damage for what it's worth. Do you guys actually know the difference? So like Ret Pally is an example for what it is worth. I have seen one Holy Paladin. He was able to heal. He just did no damage. He did actually like no damage. So that was tough. Mistweaver has great synergy with Bear. The thing with Shaman is the fact, don't you think Bear will get nerfed? I think it deserves a small nerf. I think that in some keys it doesn't shine as much, but I definitely think that it should receive probably a small nerf. I mean, this Nexus is not a very high tank damage key, but even so, this is... You have crazy thrash damage. Will you, Nishia? Resto Druid is interesting. I don't feel like it's a great pug healer. Okay, let me go get my milkshake from downstairs, and then I'm going to decide what to do. I'm just happy we timed that 20. That was a good one. All right, I have a 19 seat. If you guys want to tank for any more 20s, let me know. See ya. I don't know if they're doing more, but I have a feeling they're going to bed. See ya. All right, cool. It's a great healer. This season was... I feel like the season changed a lot. Kimatono, this season was a weird healer season, right? Like when it first started, you had this kind of breakdown of, well, healers don't do damage, we just heal. And then all of a sudden, nowadays, like healers do damage, actually. There's a fair bit. Oh, yo, thank you for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. I hope you're enjoying Midnight Season 1. I've had some issues with it, to be honest with you. I've been feeling a little... Oh, there's a Holy Paladin. Let's see if they want me. I've had some issues, to be honest, with this season, but overall, I'm enjoying it. I was upset before they buffed Bear, and now I'm happy, because that's how it works. To be fair, isn't that just how it works? If your spec is meta, you're having a good time. And if, by the way, if your spec is meta, you do good. And if your spec is not meta, you don't have a good time. Isn't that it? That's just actually what it is. Oh, does the Demon Hunter stream, Kima? I didn't realize. I asked them if they were streaming because I was gonna shout out. That's how it is though, right? Like if you're like, oh, like my spec is doing really well this season, it's like, what a great Mythic Plus season. And if you're like, my spec is not doing so well right now, you're like, this Mythic Plus season sucks. That's how it is, man. Insane damage. It's actually a lot of damage right now, yeah. I'm having a great time this season. There you go. Yeah. I used to only play HPAL and Prez. So, Kima, I'll tell you this. Prez was my favorite healer. It's the first time I ever put Dragonflight Season 4 was the first time I played a healer, not a tank, right? Here's the thing. Ooh, I did get invited to this. Okay. I need to get my milkshake, though. Yo. Need a few minutes, though. Take your time. So, I played Prez, and I was like, this is super fun, right? I was like, this is super fun. And I healed some pretty good keys. It was like Season 4 Dragonflight, so after the key nerf, it was like 19, I remember 19 Tyrannical Halls of Infusion Caution was insane. Like plus 29, basically. Like, that was hard. And then I made a mistake. Kima, I made a mistake, and I inted myself. Do you know what I did wrong? This is the problem. This is what I did wrong. Okay? Listen. I played Resto Shaman. And I could never, ever go back to Prez. Because I didn't actually know how hard I was working. Until I played Resto Shaman. And then I realized that my giga complicated, super nuanced, epic ramp life bind combo shit is the same as pressing one freaking totem that does it literally passively. And I was like, I can play it on, I can play Prez, but do I want to? And I realized the answer was no, because I am actually an apathetic individual. I like to consider myself as being efficient. I don't waste energy. And that is what I felt like. Okay, let me just run an ad real quick. I'll be right back, sorry. Let me just go to the bathroom and get a quick milkshake, and then I'll be right back. I think Resto Shaman now is actually... That was before. Resto Shaman before was the simplest healer. Now it's a little bit like thing. I think Resto Shaman and Mistweaver might see some dominance if they don't nerf. If they don't nerf this. But honestly, if you ever played Mistweaver... Oh, what's up, Squish? Hi, Squish. Dude, are you enjoying the build? Are you having fun right now, Squish? How are you feeling? Oh, hi, Squish. How's it going? Are you having fun? This is the question. I want to know. I want to know your thoughts on the bear build. I've been really enjoying it. Yo, you were an Oracle with this build? Thank you. I've liked it even beforehand. It felt just as tanky beforehand, but obviously the buffs have made it feel powerful, and that is good. Yeah, that's what I like, Squish. Personally, I think there's a lot of people who really enjoy like heavy min-max tank gameplay. But honestly, I feel like it's just I like it when tanks can vibe. You know what I mean? 16-hour streams. I hope you have had a great time with it. Yeah, I think it's actually such a benefit when tanks don't have to do calculus to just be a good tank. It's just a vibe. Like, I like that feeling of it, and I want to make it work. To be honest, I think that a lot of bears were happy, but I was sad when they got rid of Thorns of Iron. Going into Midnight, I was like, can I play it? Sure, but I just feel happier when I can just basically like talk to people, hang out, vibe, and also just know I'm not going to die. And this season when I was playing Apex, there were so many moments where I was actually just, oh man, like if I don't play this Battle Axe pull on Algothar Academy pitch perfect, I'm like, wait a second. I play Bear, not Blood DK. Like I didn't really like that sort of maybe like, oh, I might actually die on this pull. I'm like, huh. I felt like stressed. You know what I mean? NRML, but it should underperform. I think, though, too, Squish. I think that would have been a much better option. And it's also because, for what I will say, obviously, Squish, you are at the pinnacle of Bear. But Bear was always the tank that was like, hey, if you want a really friendly first tank to learn how to tank on, play Guardian Druid. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was always the thing. That was the driving force of when people came and they said, hey, I'm a little nervous about tanking. What should I do? And it's like, play Guardian, because you don't have to think. It'll teach you and give you that sort of confidence as you're learning how to tank. And then when you are confident in that, you could try a different tank, because Guardians, you can walk through packs. Your abilities are omnidirectional. That's the most underrated part of Guardian, not rotational, but just the fact that you can actually hit things behind you. And then you might enjoy tanking. And then if you want to, you can try something else. But I think that it's super underrated, because most new tanks, what they struggle with is the fact that you're not supposed to walk through things as you pull, right? Like, that is the problem. Most tanks don't know that, because there is zero indicator in game that shows if something's behind you. Anyways, I hope you have a good night, Squish. Get some rest. And I hope that you guys continue to blast. I've been watching you guys. Oh, and if you're playing in the MDI, I don't remember if you are or not, but I will be excited to watch you on my TV. It will be cool. I always enjoy seeing you guys on the TV, and I hope you have a fantastic time. Oh, but Squish, one more thing before you go. I need to ask you a question. Hold up, sorry, just one more real quick question for you. Am I officially invited into Daddy Boosting LLC? Or, like, was that a joke? I don't know. Was I debated by this invite to the Daddy Boosting service? Or I saw a Twitter post that somebody linked me. And so I'm just a little curious if this was a legit offer to join Daddy Boosting LLC. The very funny thing, since you're EU, I'm not EU. What do you wait? I'm not EU. I'm on NA. No, well, I live in Asia, but I play on NA, so I just play with like 250 ping all the time. I just play with high ping, but yeah, I play NA realms. Yep, I'm an NA gamer. I have once upon a time healed and tanked for Mr. Nox and whatnot, though. Oof, I appreciate it. All right, we'll talk terms later. Come join us in OCE. For what it's worth, my character is OCE, but I have the same ping either way. So, like, if I'm, this is an OCE group, and I'll drop to 170. Most of the time, I just play with, like, 220, 250 ping. It is a little annoying, and I miss some global sometimes, but overall, I'm chilling. But I'm glad you guys are having a good time. You have a good night. And yeah, Kima, can I speak Thai? I'm not very good at Thai, because Thai is a tonal language. So ma are 5 different words, and they're not similar words, and it throws me off literally every time. Yeah, of course. The thrash macro is just, it macros to Iron Fur. So when I'm in a pull, right, I don't have to ever think about pressing Iron Fur, right? Yeah, you just plan, you just memorize it. That's what I have to do anyways, vanilla. I get into the habit of memorizing. So for example, I'm not pressing anything other than this, but every time I press thrash, it will automatically cast my Iron Fur for me, which is really nice. So that's a nice little benefit. And then I have it here on my bars, but I don't have to think about it too much, which is nice. And my macro for Moonfire is just a mouse over macro. So for example, if I am targeting this mob, but I want to go pull from range, I can still just pull, and my Moonfire will hit whatever I am mouse overing, like this. Like that. What healer should I take? I feel like Mistweaver. I think Mistweaver is a vibe to play with. You guys know, okay, if you're a tank player, you know how chill Guardian is to play when you play no Apex? Like, this version of Guardian is super chill, right? It's a vibe. Mistweaver is also a vibe, because I have a clip somewhere on YouTube. Let me find it. Hold up. I got to find this clip for you, because this is
A hilarious example of this. Hold up, wait. Easiest healer ever. It is, to be fair, it's more complicated than this on single target, but I'm gonna be real with you. This is Mistweaver in a nutshell. So if they don't nerf it, LV, I think very possibly you will see significantly more bears. Yeah, just straight up because of the damage. No mangle is a single target. I seem to do no damage. You have to still, so one of the problems, right? And it said, my, is a tongue twister, yeah. Because it's technically, those are three. Kima, are you Thai, by the way? I have, how do I say this politely? Hold up, wait, no, I don't want to be rude. Kima. Okay. So I've seen your stream before, and I know that you have at least some Asian ethnicity in you. I don't know why I'm making this awkward. But anyways, so because you have some Asian ethnicity, I don't know what, I don't want to assume like what Asian are you Thai? Going from high ping to low ping, I don't know what that's like. I would, sometimes when I go to sleep at night, Cheeky, I notice that there's a puddle next to my pillow. And I think to myself, I don't remember doing anything on this pillow. And then I realize it's because I've been crying. And you're like, why are you crying, Awu? And it's because I don't know what it's like to play with double digit or single digit ping. I dream about what that would be like. I do. I would love to tell you that I just let it go, but I don't. I wonder very much what it would be like to play with regular people ping. Would be nice. Okay, let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then we're trying a 20 Windrunner Spire. It's going to be an interesting comp. We got a Holy Paladin. High ping at 25. Oh, that would be a dream. I play EU at like 120 always. I don't react to mechs. So this is a pro and a con. It makes me good at planning, but also bad at reacting. I don't react to mechanics. I plan for mechanics. Yeah, hold up. Let me just go to the bathroom real quick. So in case we find somebody, we go into key. Be right back. Can you show your build? Yeah, of course. The build is here. Also, sorry, I didn't post anything to YouTube today. My apologies. Here. Build is here if you want it. You can just copy the exact import here. But of course, this is the build that I'm playing. We've got this going on. There you go. Here. That's the build. Okay, be right back.
Come here, buddy. It was cold in here, huh? Come here. Come say hi. All right, we have guests. We have guests. 1 second. Come here. Come on, honey. Here, let's put the chair here so that you can hang out, huh? It's only me with the cats today. So, here, come on. I want you guys to meet my cats. You want to meet them? Did we find a group for this, by the way? Still missing. What's up with the kid? He's just very vocal. This is just him. This is just what he does. He just does this. Yeah, this is just his thing. Here. There's two of them. One of them I can pick up and hold, and the other one, she likes to be included, but isn't really a big cuddler, let's put it that way. So, here. How many feral druids do I have? 2, although they're not really my feral druids. Buddy, you can't be on the desk and you know that. Come here. So this one, this is the baby. He's not really a baby, though. He's actually an old man. He's 10. This is Cookie. He's the vocal one. He's the one you hear. He's adorable. And he wants a lot of attention all the time, so he does like cuddling. He's the one that you can basically just... You just get right up in here, and then that's Juju. You just... Right up in there on him. There you go. Yep. He is happy if he gets attention. And so, yep, he's super chill. If you like cats, I actually post them on social media, but he's the little baby, so he's in heaven now. Touch his belly. He's not a huge fan of the belly scratches. Yeah, he does not like the belly scratches. Now, this one here is the orange cat. Can I slide you back, honey? She's 14, and she's very smart. So you can see her here. She is extremely smart, but also a regular cat. Let's put it that way. Okay, yes, I know. You can, I'm gonna give you treats. I'm gonna give you some treats, all right. Here. You get all the treats. Watch this, ready? She knows tricks. Juju, sit. Good girl. I haven't done them with her in a long time, so she might forget. Ready? Okay. Juju, up. Good girl. She's 14, we'll take that. I would consider that to be a good up. Are you ready? Juju, up. Oh, wait. Finish chewing first. Sorry. That was a good piece, huh? Here we go. Up. Did you choke on something? Was that a weird piece? Here, you could just take this piece. Hi, honey. You okay? Are you choking? Are you gonna have a hairball? Are you good? Okay, ready? Up. Good girl. Okay, we'll take it. Yeah, so this is Juju. She's actually so soft, which is sad because you can't actually touch her. Here, you could just take her. Don't worry. You can't pet her. Like if I stole one pet, I could probably steal one pet while she's eating. But we respect her space, basically. We do not intentionally touch her if she does not want to be touched. You can ask her for permission, and if she wants to, yeah, so you can, for example, she just wants treats right now. Okay, all right. She also has very sharp teeth, so I'm not gonna try to... She seems hungry. I don't know why, because I gave you guys a gigantic breakfast, and also, for what it is worth, you guys have had so many treats today, so you're not hungry. Don't act and pretend to them. Don't try to lie to the people and pretend you're starving. You are not starving. You are both extremely well-fed cats. You are extremely well-fed. Both of you. Don't even start. Don't even start. Here, you guys can have some more. They literally both just got, to clarify, they both got like 20 pieces of a treat just now. There's 2? Yeah, so actually, Kimo, if you didn't know this, my entire social media is just them now. They're not starving. They are extremely not starving. But about maybe 6 months ago or something, I started posting, no, like maybe 4 or 5 months ago now. Once a day, I post a single reel of my cats. If you check that Instagram, it's crazy. Across Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, there's like 20 to 30 million views per month. There are so many reels that just have millions and millions of views. Like, I don't know how it works, right? Just Kai is good? Okay, Kai works. Like Sky, sounds good. Kai, I don't know how. It's wild. I don't even understand what I did. I don't know anything about social media, to be honest with you. But it kind of magically works. Okay, let me just show you this really cute cat here for a second, and then we finally found an Aug. All right, buddy. You're fed now. So yeah, basically it's just cats. And also I'm a new cat. Hi, buddy. Are you happy now? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ready? Yeah. What else do you want to tell the people? You want to tell the people anything else, buddy? No. You just content now that you got a bunch of snacks? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So the problem is that neither of them are allowed to hang out with me too much. Are you just happy now that you got a bunch of snacks, buddy? Yeah. 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 You happy now? You got full tummy? You happy? You feeling good now, buddy? You feeling better? Yeah? Having a good time now? Yeah. Yeah. No, he's my little buddy. We get along. Look at her. She was so offended that she almost kicked him. I'm sorry, honey. Okay, I'm sorry. My apologies. He won't get close to you again. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt me either. I apologize. Yeah, go, buddy. Yeah, I know you want to cuddle, but I'm streaming and I gotta go do this key. I know you want to take a nap now. I know it's nap time, but you gotta go. Okay, no more treats. Okay, now I gotta get them out of the room because they're gonna jump on my desk and demand things from me while I'm streaming. All right, guys, out of the room now. All right. Go. Okay, I'll see you soon. Thank you for listening. All right. Basically, it's only me right now, so they're a little lonely. They're not, they're used to my partner being home. And she's not home. She's at a work conference for a little. See you soon, Cookie. Yeah, once a day on Instagram and TikTok. What's crazy is that, okay, so you can't monetize TikTok or Instagram. They don't pay you. Even if you get like 20 million views, it doesn't matter. They won't pay you anything. But Facebook does. And I only just started posting to Facebook. And I have like 30,000 followers there. And one of the reels I just posted has, since I monetized like 2 weeks ago, one of them has like 3 million views. And I checked and I was like, bro, this video made like $50. Isn't that cool? I think that's so awesome. It's a cute one. It was with Juju, actually. I was like, whoa, it made money. All right, on my way. On my way. All right, we're back to the game. I drink milkshake. We go Big Burr. TikTok doesn't pay because of the fact that I live in Thailand. So TikTok doesn't pay. Unfortunately, it would be cool, huh? But I can't access the creator funds in TikTok because my TikTok is Thai. So I'm not allowed to do that. Yeah, it's only for US. Otherwise, I think I would make more money. I'm in combat? Oh. Even with the VPN, they're really good at it. You can't just VPN it or whatever. I think that there might be a way for me to be like, I'm a US citizen or whatever. Yep, we got the Nexus time, 20 Nexus time, 20 pit time. Now this is a 20 Windrunner Spire, and we'll see if we get it. It's a weird comp. I don't know if you've noticed our comp here. Look at this. We got a Holy Paladin, a Ret Paladin, etc. I'm glad, first of all, Victorian Cuddler. I appreciate it. / yes, of course, no problem. Happy to answer this question / because it is not a well-written talent, I will say. It is particularly not a good written talent. Okay? They got Brazil 22. That is pretty wild.
So, is your new Apex build the same one as your old? It's pretty much the same one. No, it's the same one. Have all done videos on your build? I do know. Yeah, I know that they have. I think I want to make a proper guide video as well. My only problem is that when people say there's nothing to min-max about this build, there still is. And also, this build is it plays near identical to Brewmaster. Like, it actually is just a Brewmaster. That's actually what it is. It's really interesting. But it plays very similar to Brew. Okay. So this talent right here, Slash. Tiger Us, will it be nerfed? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. Unsure. Do I even need Beacon? Good question. I want to say no for most pulls. Like, there are some without cooldowns, maybe. But it's hard to say. Okay, so... But like Gear Bear. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. I don't think I die in this key. I think I'm actually chilling, to be honest with you. Okay, so look. This talent right here, it says physical damage dealt by your abilities, right? It does not say physical damage done. This says magical damage dealt by your spells, not magical damage done. So, unless they have changed this, because I actually think I saw Squish running Circle of the Heavens for a key, so I just got to make sure they haven't changed the weird spaghetti code. This actually reads as this. Let me explain, Slash. What this actually says is, every ability that is not a Guardian Druid spell is buffed by 5%. So that's Moonfire. What this reads as is every ability that is a Guardian Druid spell is buffed by 5%. Which is Thrash, but also Lunar Beam. Lunar Beam is also a Guardian Druid spell. So this Lunar Beam and Thrash get buffed by Wild, not by Heavens, even though Lunar Beam does arcane damage and Thrash does arcane damage. It's stupid. But that's the difference. This tooltip is just written very, very extremely poorly. Like, really, really bad tooltip. That's all that is. I would say it's a little easier than Brew, but you still have to tank. As in, just because I go in and smash random buttons doesn't necessarily mean that we win this plus 20, you know? I don't think it quite works like that. So rotation is just Thrash Moonfire. There is more to the rotation than just spamming that, for what it is worth. This Windrunner low cortisol Spire. Hopefully. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. I would say... I'm not too stressed about this key. I was more stressed about the 20 Nexus right before that, though. It does work like that. Well, so just like Brewmaster technically works, where if you just keg fire, you'll live. That doesn't, however, mean that you will parse well. Like, if you want to min-max Brewmaster, it isn't actually just keg fire, but rather understanding all of the interactions behind the fact that during your Aux window, your fire is going to give you 9 flurry strikes instead of 3, and therefore you want to maximize your Aux window during that moment. And so there are ways to min-max this build, for example, as in, you never ever want to miss a Thrash in particular. So if I Thrash Sunring Roar, if I had Thrash before that, or if I missed this Lunar Beam, then I actually would be trolling my damage a little bit. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Well, no, I don't want to lie to you, Lemon. I'm not a big fan of lying. It's not a lie. Real life has really challenged me recently. Not in a terrible way. But real life has certainly been just stressful. Let's call it stressful. Let's call it that, right? Real life has been reminding me that I might need to take a few more breaks or just take care of myself a little bit better. I think that is how I've been feeling recently. Yeah. There have been some unfortunate things. Real life doesn't always suck me out, Druid. I would disagree with that. I think that, to be honest with you, if you look around, there are so many amazing things in this world. There are also so many things that are less than amazing. It's a combination of both.
It's not one or the other, it's both. For example, do you know how amazing and just kind of wonderful it is that we are having this conversation right now? I am like 8,000 miles away from you. Maldred, I don't know, for example, where you are in the world. But in general, I live in Thailand. I am across the world from you. And yet, here we are, having this conversation. Isn't that cool? Isn't that actually kind of amazing? That didn't exist, like, not so long ago. That's a pretty new thing that we are able to do that. But the news and everything we see online kind of leads us to believe that the world is all bad. There are certainly bad things happen. There are absolutely things in this world that are, let's call them less than ideal, huh? But there's also a lot of good. And I think that you don't have to feel bad if you want to focus on the good. I think there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, but you have to realize that there are bad things. Yes, I know. But that doesn't mean you can change them. And that doesn't mean that you should be ignorant of them either. It's a combination of the both, right? We have a bunch of poison dispels, so it should be fine. Just thrash here. This is called mini CC that shows my party frames. We have a bunch of poison dispels, so this actually should be fine to just be chaining right now. I just have to be independent. My Holy Paladin effectively will not heal me at all this key. Like, he asked me if I even needed Beacon. And I was like, nah, I'm probably chilling. We're not going to pull links into this. I actually think our damage looks pretty decent right now, so I don't think our timer is going to be suspicious. Let's go nice and safe. Yeah, you don't pull... I don't like pulling links into this. I like pulling links next. Thank you, so I promise you I won't delete you from my friends list, probably, maybe. We'll see when you wake up. There's a lot of good things in the world, but good news don't always sell. Oh, good news doesn't sell at all. I mean, that's one of the problems with good news, right? Is that it is very hard to market good news. So yeah, unfortunately, good news doesn't quite make the headlines, but it doesn't mean it's not there. Okay, let's pull this nice and safe. I want to make sure that this spider dies kind of before I actually go do a bigger pull. I'll be fine. We just SI 1. I'm going to go here like this. Remember, I will need no healing this key. My desire and my full goal here is to basically do this key with 0 healing required. And I think I should be able to do that. So watch this. I'm going to grab a little bit of funnel here, but not a lot. I'm going to keep funnel by keeping that pack to the left into here, though. And so we do not need to go. Okay, this Aug looks like he's actually doing this properly. Oh, we're fine. We're fine. Oh, it's right. The Pally's listening to my stream. I should be fine. I think there are a few moments, even on Ember Dawn, I should be actually kind of chilling. So we kill the Lynx first because the Lynx cannot jump during this. Now, after this jump, I can go pull the other dude. I'm going to get distance to reset my stacks as well. We can pull this. Make sure I thrash for a threat. And then we can pull this here. And then you want to pull this guy back so he does not activate the spores without me wanting him to. And he should not activate the spores behind him here. He should be out of range of that. Perfect. Nice job. Cool. I'm not going to die here, but I just need to be a little bit aware. I don't mind playing this extremely well. Oh, there I actually did this here, so I want to go grab these spores now. Perfect. We're chilling. Actually, this Aug Evoker is actually tab targeting bombardments. He seems good. I don't know who this guy is, but he's getting his breath up much more frequently than most of the Pug Augs. So that means that's actually a good sign. That's a very positive sign, by the way. I have not been liking to play with Pug Aug Evokers right now. I've been feeling really... Every single time I play with them, I'm disappointed. But there are really good ones still out there. It's just very hard to play. Dude, if they actually made those bear forms, that would be so good. There are good Augs, yes. There are a lot of good Augs. I do think it's important, though, to realize that there are a lot of great things happening in today's world. I think it's important. I actually think that it is important to literally take the time to realize those things. Because if we don't honor that, we just feel scared and stressed and miserable all the time. And that's kind of where I feel like that's kind of intentional, that the news kind of wants to make you feel like that. But there are actually good things too. Boom, Insta Typhoon. Holy, we're like all using our CC. This is fantastic. I'm not used to this. I'm going to hold Incarn and hold damage. I'll lose overall, but it's fine. We'll grab Funnel on boss to start the RP. Start the RP here. I'm going to go grab Funnel after this. We still have to kill these guys. I'm going to go grab Funnel. No, it's a little healthy. Okay, so I'm just going to go start running here and grab the Funnel. Yeah, it depends. I mean, it totally depends. When I was growing up, I was a cynic. I had a lot of bad things happen to me in my life. That's why I didn't want to chain that early. That Fire Spit is just actually walking through. He procs his cheat death. That could be bad for the boss. That could be bad for the boss. That's why I didn't want to chain early. So, when I was growing up, Jovi, I had a rough childhood, right? And I was very cynical about everything. I was just upset. And I kind of thought to myself, in many ways, I was just like, nah, life sucks. I was wrong. And I am very, extremely thankful that I didn't actually believe that. Because I'm still here. And the fact that I'm still here and able to actually appreciate good things, like the fact, for example, that I have a milkshake to my right, or the fact that Guardian Druid No Apex was buffed, all those things are really cool. And I'm really happy that I am able to experience all of this. You're going to be turning 40 next year, but if it stays the same, so you're right. I agree. I think that there's certainly a lot of, how do I say, doom and gloom about the world, or honestly, maybe just a lot of rough things that happen. Like, I think there's just a lot of bad as well. But it doesn't discount the good. And I think that that's important. In YouTube, there's also a question over there. I do have a very hard time. If I'm pushing 20s like this, Bear, I gotta kind of lock in because I told my healer basically not to heal me. And I'm pretty confident about Windrunner Spire. I've done this key like a bunch of times. It's probably one of my favorite keys, so except this boss. I cannot actually read YouTube chat too well right now, and I do apologize for that. If you have a dying question that you need answered, you must kind of come over to the purple side of things. Eventually, I will figure out how to combine my chats. In fact, if you remind me, I'll work on it whenever I can. But as of right now, I'm not so good at that. Was flaming your build in the end? All of them plays it? Oh, I'm not vindictive. The one thing is, I don't know why they put so many words in my mouth. Like, I swear a lot of them have just like, maybe there was like 1 or 2 people in there who really didn't like me. And then all of a sudden, everyone else just decided that they also didn't like me. And I don't know why. I actually, to be honest with you, and to be like really honest with you, I don't know why. Like, I'm not sure what I did to incur the wrath of the Guardian Druid Discord. I really don't know. Like, I made this build, for what it's worth, for me. I didn't make it for anyone else. I made it for me. I did it because it is something that I wanted to play. And I was like, will this work? And I was just like, I don't know. It was a bit strange for me, basically. I was just like, I just wanted to do my thing, and then all of a sudden I'm like getting hated on, and I just don't really understand exactly why that happened. You were asked to do better. Oh, that was funny. I will say there was a single... That's a good point, Wiz. I accept that. I accept. I got this. For what it is worth, and everyone plays in group searches. Yeah, it's okay. I don't go in there anymore. I don't know. I'm sure that I have figured that there's been a lot of juicy drama, a lot of hot goss in the Guardian Druid Discord recently as of these builds. But to be honest with you, I have a feeling that I just don't care. I don't care. The fact also that we did not have a single death on Eberdon. Are we going to time this key? Maybe. This is a pretty good sign, actually. Our timer is very healthy right now. We're doing pretty good. Nice. I would say we kill Caster and then we lust after. Kill Caster first, then lust. And I go Woebringer. I'll go Woebringer after. Just to ask this here. Hi, Drublin. Sorry. Thoughts on macroing Ironfur? So macroing Ironfur is totally fine. I know, again, it's something the Guardian Druid Discord is super against. They've always been against it. I don't understand why. I hear the argument for it. There's the argument for against macroing your Ironfur is what if you need the rage? I'm gonna give you guys a secret. Are you ready for this? Because I don't know if you're in there, you'll notice that a lot of them, for example, will say, "But what if you need to B-res?" And it's like, then you hit Mangle, and then you hit B-res. The Mangle button right here, that's what it's for. It's in the rare moment that I don't already have the rage built, I'll just hit that button, I guess, and well, then it'll be fine. But what I would say, and I think that this is important for what it is worth, I do actually think that this part of things is important, okay? Do not macro your Ironfur into your Moonfire. Do not macro Ironfur into Moonfire. This season, it is very important that you are able to hit Frenzied Regen as you need to. Because Frenzied Regen is actually a preemptive heal now, not a reactive heal. And that is an important clarification, actually. Let me kick that blade. So it is incredibly important that you have the ability to press Frenzied Regen when you need to. You do not ever want to be in a situation where you cannot press Frenzied Regen. It might kill you. And so I would not macro Ironfur outside of Thrash. It basically guarantees that you're alternating globals. You won't be wasting. You won't always be no rage, if that makes sense. And you don't tend to need Frenzied Regen during Incarn anyways, though. He's doing extremely well. Yeah, this key is super clean right now. I think our comp is the fact our timer is good. It's not fantastic. It's just good. Are we going to pull these cutthroats in? Okay. I like getting them to about 50% health before I pull this pack, because this pack is actually kind of dangerous here. So we just have to be careful. But I guess we have a Ret Pally. Ret Pally actually makes this super friendly, so that's kind of nice. Incap this. When the Ret Pally has Wake of Ashes, they'll all get stunned, and that'll be really nice. We just got to be careful of the poison blades. Thrash, Thundering Roar, Thrash again. Yeah, exactly. So one of the reasons you're like, wow, his health doesn't move. And it's like one of the reasons my health, quote unquote, doesn't move is because I pre-frenzied regen most mechanics. Whoops. I'm going to go kick this one. That's okay. We lost our Ret Pally instead of our Aug, so I'm just going to go here like this. I'm going to watch my own health here. I'm going to go here, and then I go there. Perfect. I don't need any healing. So yeah, you just want to make sure that that's a factor. Holy fuck. No. A bunch of poison blades went off. Ooh, that was almost died through Incarn. Poison blades hurt me, by the way. If they get their poison off on me, then it's very scary. I'm curious to know what our timer looks like with this comp. It's not exactly the most meta of comps. One of them is evading. Which one? Oh, shit, there's an evading guy up there. Okay, he snapped, finally. We'll have to take him in. You cannot chain this guy into the next. You have to kill him. You have to get this behemoth down. He came down. It's good. You cannot go in. It is death, actually. Good luck in that 20. Thank you, Random. I got 2 20s today, by the way, and a few 19s. I'm getting up there. I'm in the poison. We have to get him lower. It's a massive time loss, but I cannot chain. It's a bad idea. You got at least one more AoE. That's okay. We have to at least... We can go now. This is actually the right time to chain if you were going to. You would go here, and then this Woebringer will cast outside of everything else, so you'll be fine. Just don't die. The AoE is going to go off now, and then after the AoE, he'll get one more AoE, and if I've done this correctly, everything will be the right time. Because we just need to kick this Shriek, and then basically trust your healer, and defensive like right now. Kick it. It needs to be right now. We really need the damage here. No. Oof. Ouch. I feel like I needed to chain. I was pressured into it. I feel like our timer was okay. We were good before that wipe right there. Give me full health. So, you want it because your overhealing gets converted into a shield. And we spent our B-reses. Technically speaking, we can still try. We need, like... I think you need 12 minutes after this boss, 12 minutes after this boss would be doable. I can't. The Woebringer is very high. This is going to be problematic. Is he playing Execution Sentence? He is. I don't think you could pull the Woebringer into boss, dude, because he's going to get another AoE for sure. Yeah, so after this AoE, we can go into boss, but that's no sooner than this. I'll just Feral Frenzy into him. What's our timer at right now? Okay, we technically, if like everything went really, really well from this point, I think we have time. How do you manage your secondary stats? Secondary stats for Guardian of all the tanks is actually the least important. You don't have to think about your secondary stats too much on Guardian. I would say good amounts of haste. Whoops. All good. I think that would be GG's. We were pushing it. It was actually not too bad. Guardian does feel extremely powerful right now. Not bad, not bad. So basically, it's like haste. You go... I think that most people will prefer haste then verse, or haste then crit, or haste then mastery. They're all very close. Yeah, I miss having a kick. Yeah, I'm assuming we let a Woebringer kick go off on top of everything. That makes sense. We were having to chain. All good. All good, all good. Why don't you use Mangle? Great question. So let me answer. Mangle is at the end of the day, right? Oh, NH, thank you for saying that, by the way. I appreciate you saying that. Reload and back to normal. I was a no Apex hater till I tried it. I must say, complete game changer. Saw your video about working all day and wanting to just come home and chill tankies. And yeah, that's kind of what I feel like. When I'm tanking, like, I just want to be able to talk to people, right? Let me go over the Guardian Druid secondaries for what it's worth, all right? GG's. Nice try, nice try. By the way, we were smacking that key. This is a very... I like these interactions. Look at this, by the way. That was a plus 20. That was a plus 20, right? I'm going to show you the party chat. We had a few accidental things happen. We all could have played a little better, but we were doing pretty good. GG's. Nice try. GG. Nice try. GG. Nice try. GG's. Actually, a lot of the toxicity that you experience happens in mid-range keys, not in plus 20s. Believe it or not, it happens less in plus 20s, in my opinion. I think that's very interesting. I actually do find that to be fascinating. Everybody here, like, that was a 20. Like, we all wanted that 20, and we actually looked like we might have it. A little bit of a few things, no problem. Literally, GG's, nice try. That actually immediately makes me want to play with anybody in this team again. Because it's like, it happens. I also made a little positioning error and whatever. Like, you know. We don't know how they're going to nerf the build is the problem. I ain't beaking you. Oh, it's Jacob. Is that you? Are you the healer? Was I really... How was I the heal compared to all the other tanks you've played with, by the way? I know. You don't need to heal me. Chilling. Guardian is powerful now. Guardian is the meta tank. I am the meta tank. Whoa. 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 It's kind of first key of my week, and it was fine. There was that one moment at the end there. Yeah. One moment at the end. Oh, a 20 with Mr. Anthony. I'll see if he'll take me. 20 Terrace. I think there's some routing stuff I got to learn for 20s, but otherwise they feel really chill right now. 20 Terrace would actually be a good key. They want me. 20 Caverns with Vladimir. If you want me, I will try to apply. Well, I might actually get in. You never know, right? Guardian is meta now, so maybe I'll get in. I think I'm not a huge fan of how they designed the Guardian Druid Apex to begin with. Wah. Ooh. Yo. This is kind of a cool accomplishment. I would like to share it with you. Also, Shinny, you asked me a good question earlier. You asked me about why I moved to Thailand. I would love to tell you that story if you're still here. What's up, Apothecary? Whatever I enjoy playing is the true meta. Oof, that's good. That's good. Guardian Druid is top 7 keys. Guardian Druid was already good before this. Oh, you are still here, Shinny. Great questions. All right. First of all, I can run my 19 seat as well in the background. I don't mind listing it. It is a key that I need. I don't think my IO is quite high enough, unfortunately, for them to realize that I would be doing good in this key. I'm missing a few things at this point. Unfortunate. Oh, shit. Nice. Bet. I think Anthony got me in. Hello. Hello. We need to talk about the routes in this key, but otherwise we will be owning it. You cannot lose to timer here. I will ask them about the route. I think higher keys are less toxic because you go in with the expectation. Yeah, it's just hard. High keys are hard. Which tank do you think is the best Apex? Brewmaster. Brewmaster has the best Apex by far. Brewmaster's Apex talent actually makes them significantly better. Like, it actually adds so much to that spec. Every other tank Apex is like that. I think actually Warrior Apex is kind of cool. After our latest changes. I think if you ask people how they're feeling about this stuff, I would wonder, not how Squish is feeling, not necessarily how Now is feeling, or Yoda, because those people are whatever. I specifically wonder, this is the thing that I wonder, okay? Are people having fun? Because I'm having fun. Maybe at the highest level, it's a little boring. I get it. But I think that the vast majority of people who play this game don't do plus 22s. And for what it is worth, I think a lot of people enjoy tanking the way that no Apex Guardian Druid plays. I think it's an excellent tank for the vast majority of the player base. So I think it's good. Should it be tuned down a little bit? Maybe. Or they need to buff other tanks at the very least. Flying Cow Moo. Holy, that is a name, and I like your name. Flying Cow Moo. Avatar The Last Airbender reference? Or just Flying Cow Moo because why not? It's a good name. It's a solid name right there. I don't like being forced to play Apex. I don't know. Guardian Druid has always had this. Just Moo, fair enough. Guardian Druid has kind of always had this problem where there are so many good points down here and you want all of them and it's sad to not take them. Do you know what I mean? It gets sad to not be able to take them. I think that doing big damage as a tank is good, Apothecary, but not dying is better. As cool as doing big damage is, not dying is way better, for what it is worth. I genuinely believe that tanks, when they taste dirt, is not so good. Suppose with lock we can skip. Either we take end or get lock, yeah. I have taken the end, and it is okay to take the end. End is a time loss. Even if we live. I won't die. It's all chilling. Honestly, a lock is probably value. A lock is probably a good idea. Just to skip the end it's quite helpful. Oh, Starkey's there. Starkey. Yo, what's up, Starkey? Alright. What's up, Starkey? What's up, Starkey? Okay, so let me just go over my Magister's Terrace route with them, and then we'll see what happens. This is if you have to take the end, and I don't like it. Honestly, my favorite route for this place is you do the Pyromancer here safe. You just solo this guy until he's lower, and then you sequence him into boss with this. Now, the real thing is this. Pull 7, right? We have to Spirit Link this explosion pretty much. And then you chain 7 into 8, if that makes sense. So, a few things to go over. Number 1, in order to get the percentage, you just add to pull 13 these 2 packs. It's not that bad. You go like this, right? So, pull 13 is to get percentage for lock skip. And then pull 7, we basically defensive explosion and then chain in to next pack or Spirit Link it. That's the route. And then everything else is pretty much the same. That's the lock skip here. The timer is Omega easy. timer is Omega easy if we just live. I would like to get a 20, so if we just live it, we will time it, basically. Everyone here in the US, the pro players are copying your build. You know that? Oh, I have seen, Gus, but it's okay. The thing is, I'm not a vindictive person. Like, a lot of people had sort of, you know, shunned or hated me for doing this, and it's like, but I don't really care about their approval, so it's okay. I don't feel like, aha, I was right. That don't really bother me. That would, you know what I mean? Like, I don't really care. They can do whatever. If they want to, you know. I like actually lusting Pole 13 for what it's worth, though. Behind his build, behind Pale. Does he really? Is now hiding the build? You just find it here, X. Sorry, if you want it, just find it here. The build is very openly linked in Discord. You can just find it. Type hashtag talents. Oof. Should I do that? Ooh, that's good. Maybe I should do that. No, I mean, I had a guide for this build months ago. That was locked behind a paywall. To be fair, that was for YouTube members and for Patreon. Mm-hmm. That's okay, Hana. I don't mind. So that your secret MDI team. Ooh, my secret MDI team. I would be excited to see Squish in MDI. I'll be excited to watch Mr. Squish and his team. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. I actually play this game because I like playing this game, and I like streaming. I, in fact, do not play for the sake of being right. My value as a human being is unfortunately not tied to this number. Do you know why I say unfortunately? Because if my value as a human being was tied to this number, then I would have to work so much harder at getting this number higher. And then I would be 4 KIO. And I could say, well, if you want to fight me on my build, then your IO is less than my IO, and therefore I'm a real tank, and you're not a real tank, so you can sit down and go eat your nacho cheese, or whatever it is you eat, and I don't have to listen to you because I'm better, because my number is higher than your number. But unfortunately, I don't care. So, oh well. Why does he not press mango? He started to answer that at some point, got distracted. Nistano, you are absolutely correct. If I ever get distracted answering a question, by all means, ask it again. It's how my brain works. Okay, so when I was originally testing this build, you can find the talents here. Sorry, just find it in Discord if you're on the YouTubes here. Let me just link it for you. Listen. Mangle, when I was originally testing this build, I was mangling. I was actually originally mangling in single target. And the first guide that I made still mangled in single target. And I even said maybe up to 3 targets in Incarn. And then I was really thinking, okay, so the damage of this build is a little bit behind other builds. How can I optimize? And then I started to think about optimizing this build, and I realized mangle is a DPS loss. It is probably a survivability gain, by the way. For what it is worth, it is almost definitely a survivability gain. Oh, my shoulders haven't been enchanted this entire day. Wait, what? LOL. I forgot to enchant my shoulders, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, haha. So I figured out that over time, if I stopped mangling, I did more damage. And I was like, I never intended for this build to be the turtle build. I actually have always I've always wanted this build to be competitive. So I tried to get as much damage as I could out of it. So when I dropped mangle entirely, I realized, okay, my iron for uptime will be a little bit less, but that's okay. I only need this amount of iron fur, and I'll actually be fine if I just play it like that. So when I realized I could live without mangling, I immediately stopped using it and noticed the DPS increase. It's pretty minor. In mass AoE, it's much bigger. But yeah, it's just basically if you need it to generate higher stacks of iron fur outside of Incarn, you can use it. But otherwise, it's not required. I think that's the important thing. It isn't like a you must press mangle or you must not press mangle. Either one works. Totally fine. Both are good. If you end up pressing it a little bit more, that's fine, but keep in mind that it also allows me to drop a talent. And that talent drop allows me to have even less uptime on it. So, all good. It feels weird. I feel like I haven't been streaming that long, but I was late to stream today because my power completely bricked. Get rid of that polymorph. There you go. On top of this knockback, what we're going to do is just give a little cheeky war stomp. Boom, 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 boom. No caster on this overlap. I actually also send Incarn on this pull now, because I know I'm going to live the next pull with this build, so I can just send Incarn here and do bigger damage. It is certainly nice to blast. Mango lights up on Gore proc. I have to click shiny button. I have it on my bars, but honestly, when I was training myself, it actually took a lot of training not to use it. It's a weird thing. But I'm so used to having to mangle on cooldown that it's actually strange for me not to mangle on cooldown. You can take it off your bars. If you find yourself over mangling in these keys, just take it off your action bar, because you can also do the entire key without pressing it once. But just to clarify once again, everybody has a different way of playing World of Warcraft. I like the way that I play. I like this. I have my own version as to why I enjoy this game and how I enjoy this game. And honestly, I'm a big fan of that. I like the fact that I know who I am and how I like to play World of Warcraft. That's actually a big thing for me. That being said, a lot of times people who didn't have the same philosophy or also just didn't bother to understand the build, keep in mind, I actually did share this build with the Guardian Druid disc many times. Like, even over beta cycle, even before the season even came out, I was like, yo, this build is kind of cool. And I really didn't like how I was treated in there, so I just left. I'm not really a big fan of being in scenarios where people don't value me. I'm myself. I am hopelessly me. I did not fight 29 years of my existence to be in an environment where people do not value my opinions. If you want to have a conversation and you have a difference of opinion, that is great. I love that. I'm a big fan of debates and stuff. But if you want to be weird, then I don't really want to engage with you. It's just not my thing. I'm not a big fan of that. So I am very okay with not being in environments where people don't actually want to talk to me. So to be honest with you, I do not go in the Guardian Druid Discord anymore. I still don't know what I did. I mean, part of my brain goes, I kind of want to know what I did to deserve that sort of wrath, you know? But it's also okay. If I never find out, I probably won't lose sleep over it. Mostly just because it's such a weird thing anyways. Get the book. Get the book. There you go. It's a weird thing. I mean, a lot of the suggestions are sort of anti-new player friendly, and that does bother me. For what it is worth, it does bother me that a lot of new players go to class discords for the sake of finding information about how they can improve their gameplay. But the fundamental difference, because I had asked at one point, actually, I asked like Dalgroth and I think Bullock and Brybear were in here and everybody, and they were all in here at once. And I said, why don't they like me? And they said, the reason they don't like you is because you promote suboptimal play. And I thought, okay, suboptimal for who? Because I heard that argument, but I thought to myself, suboptimal for who is the question that I have, for what it is worth. I don't want to say that they're a cesspool, though, because that's just incorrect. Actually, there's a lot of great people in class discords. There are seriously some extremely fantastic people in there. There are people who really, really actually care about helping you get better. My problem is this. They are not always the best at understanding what it is that you actually need. That is the problem with class discords. If you assume that everyone is trying to be the rank 1 fully, why did we tab target this pack? No way. Not on a 20, guys. Not on a 20. What is this? Was that just Warlock Pet, or was that a very unfortunate tab target? Because you can't really lose 20s. You can't lose a 20 Magister's Terrace. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. This is not an insta-wipe, necessarily. I mean, probably recoverable. Not a resilient key. It's not GG's. It's only 3 deaths, and technically speaking, I have no idea what this percentage is. I've never pulled this corner pack before in my life. It's so funny. We lost the 20 earlier because somebody kicked the wrong target on the last boss of Nexus. Do you use Focus Kick? No, I do not. Maybe something I should learn how to use, actually. Okay. So I can't pull the Healer or the Magisters into the next pull, but I can pull the Enforcer in. I won't die to the Enforcer, so we have to be careful about that Dispel. What does the percentage look like right now? We can save a pull later, and we would still have time. Easily, actually. I'm pulling the Pyro in. We would absolutely still have time if we... I know how to fix the timer here. I know how to fix the route with this butt pull. I know what to do. If we live to that point of the key, I know how to fix this. And then you actually pull these guys in now as well. Okay, I have a feeling that I got this. Wow, we killed this Pyromancer extremely fast. Holy. Okay, wait a second. These guys are going to die on the AoE. Good Spirit Link. Good, boss. Wow, that was a very fast Pyromancer kill. I wasn't expecting that, though. Yeah. That was scary. I actually shifted forms early there. Okay, so my cooldowns, I actually think we're fine. That was a good save. It was a good recovery. We haven't all wiped here. Okay, let me make sure my DK can hit this. Otherwise, I'm basically just going to plant here. We have a Ret Pally and a DK, so they need to hit the boss. They're going to come around to that corner right there. Perfect, so they can still melee. And then otherwise, I keep this stacked. Because this is how you do this boss fight for maximum success and efficiency. In my opinion. Never go to class discords. Oh, I think we're still in this, by the way. Okay, so here's the thing. It's got to be worth like 3%, no? What is 16 points? I don't know routes based on points. I know it based on percentage. Oh, he wasn't quite at the door properly. There you go. Only 4 orbs spawn. Beautiful. Help me out, Tiger. What is the percentage of that pack? Could you tell me that information? Okay, so I'm just going to be tanking in here, but I want to make sure my melee can still hit things. And then we're going to go like right here. Class Discourse, a lot of people's identity. Exactly. That's and he's absolutely right about this, by the way. And he is 1,000% correct. I would agree with that statement, by the way. I think that is correct. Random. 2.72%. Okay. So if we save Lust and my healer feels comfortable healing the pack before the second boss, I know what I need to do in order to fix the route and the timer. I know what would need to be done. Ooh, I didn't get into the door. I wish I had Monk's. Monk's Speed Taunt is weirdly good tech. Okay, I will get all of these. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Let me get these ones. Oh my god. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. He has AMS. Perfect. No! One's gonna hit the boss. No! Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. This was rough. The DK actually just saved that with AMS. Okay. Let's do a little better here. 2.74. My pull 13 is going to make this up. Okay, good save, good save, good save. We're fine. I'm going to keep this in melee range. We're okay, we're okay. Let's just use the room a little bit more, and we're keeping the puddles stacked. That's not going to kill me. We can get out of the bad now. It doesn't do too much damage. I don't want to incarn, though. And I charge back. And then I come back over here for a second. So we still have room by the door, but he's close enough that I can pull him back after the explosion. He knocks me back here. I save Incarn for the following pull. I get him right up in the door. Perfect. That was right. I was a little bit too far from it last time. Feral Frenzy into the damage amp. Now we'll only get 4. That was a good save. That was a beautiful AMS. So we're going to be fine. I'll take 2 of these, and no problem. Okay. The pull after the second boss, we can add a corner pack to it since we have a DK who can grip the caster in. We won't get another phase, so I can just use this door now. That is the plan. We're going to add a pack in there, and then we're not going to worry about it too much. Now on 20, let me buff if I didn't do that. We're going to go here. He's going to knock me back. Let's bring him back over here for now, and then we'll be chill. Okay. All good, all good, all good. I might need SI. No, he doesn't actually hit me that hard. I didn't need to SI either. Okay. Onwards and upwards. Let's get this 20. Really enjoying the insight and explanation here. Oh, thank you, dude. Okay, this is where we will have Spirit Link. So we're going to pull this corner into it. I don't need any healing, but we just need to one defensive. It's big defensive, unending resolve, whatever it is, right as these worms explode. I position this frontal to the right, and then I chain in. This has actually increased the success of my keys drastically. Good Spirit Link. Oof. We still need to press that unending resolve, in my opinion. Yeah, still press it. He just releases here. It's okay. I feel like you have to press. That's like the reason you do that is to combine defensives because it will actually help a lot. Hey, little tattoo. Whoa, that sacrifice, not quite. He had Astral Shift up. It's going to be a little tight now that the healer died. Still possible. I can stop this. I don't need any healing, so I'm chilling. But Anthony is probably going to die here. It's all going to fall apart. Less than ideal. Yeah, I feel like you can't save on this dungeon. Like you have to be willing to send on overlaps. It is technically, so it's all healable damage, right? But you have to be willing to send on overlaps. The Spirit Link was a second early too. SI plus Lunar. I still think with 6 deaths, now we're really pushing against the timer problem, and you cannot chain this in. Not while a healer is left alive. Enforcers I can change because they're just on me. Okay, good. I still think you try it because we can do some cool routing stuff, but we are behind right now. No, you still don't maul. You just basically let go of the set bonus. It's a little sad for sure, but it is something you just have to accept the fact that you unending resolve. Ouch. Maybe I'm tracking it improperly. That's probably GG's. All good. But I think that Max's observation about class discords is absolutely correct. I think that that was the best explanation that I've come up with too, and I understand why. The world is stressful. Being able to help people actually makes you feel pretty good. Like, it's a nice feeling to be in a position where you can actually give other people advice. I think that it really does make a difference. We live in a world where we don't have a lot of connection. A lot of us are quite lonely, to be honest with you. And being able to form those connections and basically be in a position where somebody says, hey, how do I do this thing? And you can answer that makes you feel good. It gives you that nice little dopamine feeling, you know? And that's a nice thing. That's a good feeling. Okay. So you would go into this here. You have to... We lost the lust. GG's or... Question mark? I meant to do a question mark. I meant to do a question mark here. I'm so sorry. Like question mark? I meant to do a GG's question mark, as in, are we still going to try for time, or are we calling it? I accidentally just said GG, which was a problem, because I didn't mean it like that. My bad. Awkward. I don't think you can time this right now. You would have, what, 13 minutes after second boss? How over is this? Like, if we had 0 more deaths from this point, would it be doable, or... I have no idea. I feel as though the answer is no, but you never know. I just played the first dungeon, no Apex, and it's so chill. It is very fun. It's a very fun playstyle. Okay, Shinny, you asked me a good question. Let me do this, though. You timed 20 with 10 deaths? Really? That's solid. We have the Warlock skip. We lusted here. We didn't actually send lust. Okay, so when do you send lust now? Looking at our timer, we only get 2 more deaths. We only get 2 more lusts, right? So do you lust after this? We had a butt pull earlier, which was actually really rough. I actually think the answer is no. I think that maybe it's doable. Oh, never mind. Oh, well, Del Papega. Well, never mind. Never mind. Nice try, nice try. The vote to abandon strikes again. Oh, that's funny. Yep, we did a slash abandon. I actually hit no because I was willing to try it, but fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's see what's in queue right now. I accidentally sealed the deal with a GG's. It's true. That's true. Damn. Gotta put the question mark. I meant to type a question mark. I just missed it. I missed my question mark. The power of punctuation, indeed. I am tired. I think that my real life has been hitting me. One thing I want to do, and my mental health and my physical health are so important to me. They're unbelievably important to me, and to be honest with you, I think that I'm not actually taking care of myself properly just because I've been busy. Like, I've been really enjoying WoW, but pretty much every hour of my life gets spent on stream or WoW, and I like that. Like, I have no problem with it because for me, just being able to stream and do all this, like, it's a dream, you know? I remember when I was younger, I told my mom, I was like, Mom, I'm gonna play video games when I grow up. And she was like, okay, honey, like, whatever you say, sweetie. And I was like, no, Mom, I'm going to play video games. I promise you. You have no idea. I'm going to play video games when I grow up. I will be a professional gamer. And she was like, okay, sweetie, like, whatever you want. Now, please eat your breakfast. And I was like, no, Mom, you don't understand. I'm going to be a professional video gamer. And she was like, okay, just, try to go outside and make friends or whatever. And I was like, I want to go outside and just play video games. I'm going to be a professional one day. I'm going to be a streamer. And she was like, no. I mean, she was like, wait, my mom was very supportive. She was like, whatever you want, sweetie. So I was like, okay. But now I'm actually in a position where I get to just stream and also, like, make some money streaming, which is super cool. And, like, that's sweet. Leveling up stream is, like, the coolest in real life RPG ever because it gives me that gamer feedback dopamine where what happens is when I turn on stream, the number goes up. That's so cool. That's so cool. I literally, every time I turn on stream, I'm like, wow, the number went up. And I was like, yeah, I did my daily quest or whatever. But the problem is sometimes I feel like I definitely spend a little bit too much time. Not this. What does my mom say now? I think she still says, I think if I was to guess, she would probably still say something like, okay, sweetie, you can do it. She's still very supportive. Never using mall mangle. That's the way, right? So I'll explain why for what it is worth. But for me, I just think it's so cool that I get to do this. And also, like, this is my entire social life, though. Every stream financial fully under control. Review them now regularly. No, I don't actually check analytics that often. My brother told me not to. And I was like, okay. I don't really check. I don't go after each stream and be like, oh, look how much I earned. Like, I don't do that. That's still because I have a real job too, But the problem is because I have a real job and also because I have stream and also I have all the other things that I want to do and work on, I feel like I'm just busy and I want to make sure I take a proper weekend. Now, I am learning, guys, I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to have a moment of honesty. I'm going to tell you something for what it is worth that you might not know. This could be disturbing. But I am often mistaken as an adult due to my age. And for the first time, it might not be a mistake.
I am actually an adult. And this bothers me. It's a strange life out there. I am old now. I am becoming an independent, functional human being. And you see, the problem is that my whole life I didn't really have to learn how to be an independent, functional human being. I tried to be, but I never was. And now I am. So all of a sudden, here we are. And I'm just like, okay, well, got to learn how to manage my time. And I think that I could use, just like a regular functional human being, I could probably use a weekend. I have a real job, and there are some days where I only have a few calls. And I think that I will try to take 2 days off per week from stream and World of Warcraft in a row, every week, for what it is worth. That's what I will try to do. I'm going to do better at taking 2 days where I do not play WoW in a row. 2 days off. We'll see if I actually manage to do it. I don't think I'm going to be very good at it, to be honest with you. I'm almost positive that I'm not going to be very good at it. Hey, guys. I have a question for you. Do you hear music right now? Because have I just not been playing music for this entire stream? I thought there was music on. I just checked, actually. I don't play with game volume. I didn't really pay attention. My bad. Nope. Oh, well, all right. All good. There's a 21. Holy. 19 terrace. I gotta do 19 Algathar still and 19 seat. I have 19 seat. I don't mind listing it at the moment. I could just try my key real quick. Have a good day, you good, independent, functional being. Thank you, Sleepin. I appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys ever want to come hang out, I'll be here. I think it bothers most people when they finally realize it. No music? That's super weird. Also, is my add-on just casually not working right now? Dude, everything's bricked. Except me. I'm not bricked. I wouldn't be bricked up at this point. That'd be weird. Ooh, what's up, Kegarai? Are you Steve starting to say no Apex is biz for pushing? I am noticing that, yeah. Hold up, my thing is not working right. Oxydrana. Who is this? I recognize this name, but I don't remember why I recognize this name, to be fair. Your macros, please. All in Discord. Everything that I use is in Discord, by the way, Kegarai. I try to keep my Discord as organized as possible. But I appreciate people coming to hang out for what it is worth. Miho. This guy has done a 20. All right. We take Devour. We take... I was going to take the Shaman, but he's only 276, which is a little weird. And then we will take whoever else. Hopefully we time it. I would like to time it if possible. Would be good. Then we would basically just need the Algathar, and we'd be set. Oh, that Disc Priest was healing the Algathar earlier, but I think I might just go with a more traditional comp here. The thing isn't working. That's a good point. You've made a good point here, though. Wiccan, thank you for the Prime sub. Hello. But I'm just like, I don't know. It is pretty cool for what it's worth, though. I've just basically been chilling here this whole time. I've been a WoW gamer for a very long time. It's never been a productive part of my life. This is the thing is, it's never once been a productive part of my life. WoW has always been like if I didn't play this game all day, I'd probably, you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm talking about? But now all of a sudden, when I play WoW, it's also productive because I believe that there are two ways to handle addiction in your life. Number one, you can do the work and the very hard work to potentially get out of that addiction. Sometimes this is necessary and worthwhile. The second thing is learn how to profit off of your addiction. That is another option, and I chose the second option when it came to World of Warcraft. You see, this was a decision that I made. Smart decision. This is a 3,000 IQ play. I thought to myself, I could, for example, learn how to not play WoW when I started playing again. And I was like, I don't think that's going to happen. So I was like, what if, and hear me out, what if I just turned it into something positive? And here we are. You do or you don't. I don't remember what's that's in con. I don't remember even what that's a reference to now, Wiz. All right, we got Anthony in here. I kind of want a Mistweaver or a Resto Shaman. That would be my choice. If I had to choose, it'd be Mistweaver or Resto Shaman.
Resto Shaman probably be simple.
Okay, sorry. Has Twitch actually paid me this year? No. No. And the recent development with the whole like Twitch being hacked and everything thing, that's also gotten way worse too. But you know, it's okay. I'm sure it'll resolve itself probably, maybe. Well, I'm trying to maintain a certain level of optimism here, Wiz. I'm doing my best to maintain a level of optimism and positivity about this very unfortunate situation. Just finish your DPS don't understand tanks video. Amen, brother. Thank you, Fluke. I think that it is an important thing to consider. A guild member, OCE ping. Oh, we will be OCE. If I take a warrior, we need Resto Shaman. But honestly, I'm not against the warrior. Sure. Which tank do you suggest as a first timer? Interestingly enough, it's changed this season around. I would say it's either Brewmaster or Guardian Druid no Apex. Guardian Druid no Apex is a very straightforward kind of vibe tank thump where you will be able to learn and focus on the skills of tanking without worrying too much, if that makes sense. Should we trust this healer or should we wait a second for another shaman? Something on your face makes you remember the Deep from The Boys. You're not crazy, Zari. A lot of people have mentioned that I look very much like the Deep. I still don't really see it, to be honest. I do like Octopus, just not in my bedroom. So I don't know if I'm that similar to him. And I would like to think that our personalities are not that similar at all. But fair enough. Also, you play on controller? I think that the no Apex Guardian is actually a great option for that, to be honest with you. I feel like no Apex Guardian is probably a good option. Wait, check ping. He's in... Where is he from? Check your ping. Check your ping. We'll be OCE. Timer is omega easy. We will have to take the double destroyer, though. Unless the warrior... Oh, no, we don't have Aug for rescue rating. We would have to take the double destroyer. That's fine, because I didn't take a warlock. That's okay. Okay. Now, let's get this right, please. All right. Timer is omega easy here. So first boss, just kill the ads. No CC. Okay? DK grip together, just kill. Please. I have seen so many groups try to weirdly CC the first boss, and I do not think so. Have you made a no Apex talent guide? I made one many, many, many months ago, Bree, and it still holds true. You will learn a lot. It will teach you how to play it. If you look... No, actually, I made it free. I can't publish the YouTube one for free because it doesn't work like that. You can find it here. I'm going to link it. Just go to Patreon. You don't even have to be a member. I put it for complete free access on my Patreon. Because everybody now wants to play Apex, so I just made it free. The YouTube one is still locked behind YouTube membership, but otherwise this one, there's the full damage Apex guide, and then let me just find it here. I have the link here. First not playing Apex, Yeah, I made it like a long time ago, but this won't still teach you how to play. The only update is, of course, that we have updated the fact that we no longer mangle. That was one of the big updates. Here, this link right here, you can watch it. There's a lot of other cool stuff on Patreon, but that right there is completely free, right? This is the 100% the free guide. I will make an updated one. I was going to make one tonight if I have time. Let's see. I'll do this key, and maybe I'll have time to very quickly just be able to do this, though. Updates the class tier list for Patreon. I want to make more videos soon, but the problem is I'm spending all my time gaming, so what time? Okay, shoulders is called Silver Moon Mending, right? Is this the shoulders one? The expensive one? Yeah, 166 leech. Cool. I can't believe I've been playing without leech for a while. I'm not normally one to not enchant my goods, you know? So most likely, just to clarify, I will probably decide to take either a Saturday, Sunday off, or that would be like I'll stream tomorrow and then do Saturday, Sunday off, and then I could work on some videos then. But I also want to take 2 proper days off. That's a huge time sink. Well, we could update like the meta. We could do like a meta update video, I suppose, TH. That could be a thing. Okay, Shinny. They still a punch? I would do them only on beta. Like, it's from beta testing. I think that they're fun to do after beta testing, but not so fun to do outside of that. I think I used my port last time.
All right, Shinny's here. Fantastic. All right, bet. Why did I move to Thailand? You have been waiting long enough. I shall answer this question. How's the Druid tank? Is good right now. Okay, so here's the thing. Wait a second. Think about it. Think about it. I'm going to Seat of the Triumvirate. That's not a good sign for this key, but I'll be fine. Okay. I wasn't planning to... I'll tell you the Thailand story. Basically, Shinny, I've lived here for 8.5 years now. Quite a long time, actually, that I've lived in Thailand. But for what it is worth, right? No. I seem tense only because I'm tired. My brain is all over the place right now, Shin, just because real life has been like, ugh. And I'm a little tired. It's the end of the day. I have to do this, and then after this, I got a bunch of work calls tonight, and they're important work calls. No. I love talking about that. The Thailand story is really cool. Shin, where are you from? A lot of times people, it's hard to appreciate why Thailand if you haven't actually been here before. Beautiful country, but amazing culture and people. So I didn't actually plan to move to Thailand. Okay, first poll. I can still die on first poll. Portugal. Okay, have you ever been outside of Portugal before? For most of my life, I had actually never been outside of the US. And when I was just before I turned 20, basically, I was asked if I wanted to go on a round trip to Asia. And I was like, ooh, never been to Asia. There's a lot of context about this. Basically, I didn't actually plan to move to Thailand whatsoever. This first poll, even with the buffs, are still probably really scary for me. So I'm just going to focus a little bit. I'm going to press this global there, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm here, and then we're all good. That poll is still very scary. This is actually like such a scary first poll. No, it doesn't matter what tank you're playing. This poll is always terrifying. I do not like these champions. They are anti-friendly mobs. Let me get that kick. There you go. Okay. So, anyways. I did not expect to move here. I had no plans to move here. I didn't even know anybody that lived, by the way. I had literally never met anyone who lived in Thailand. I didn't know anyone. I didn't know what I would do for work. I didn't know what I would do for my visa. I didn't know what I would do for anything. But I basically figured out that it might be possible. And I was like, ooh. So what happened was when I first got here, I was here for like a week. We landed in Singapore first, was my first ever experience in Asia. A few days there. We went to Laos. Then we went to Cambodia. Then we came to Thailand. And I was just like, whoa, I really like it here. But I couldn't figure out why. I just had this random feeling. I had like we were like backpacking. I had a tiny little suitcase with me with like a few pairs of clothes in it. I did not plan to be here. And then just in kind of a random turn of events, I was like, what would happen if I didn't go back? And then I canceled. There's a lot more to the story, of course, but effectively I canceled my return flight and I gave myself 1 month to figure things out. It was December at this point, and I told myself, okay, so if this is December right now, by my birthday, which is in January, I said to myself, okay, if by the time my birthday rolls around, there are people who actually want to celebrate my birthday with me, then I will move to this country. Because I had never, ever, ever in my entire life prioritized people. It's something that I have always done an extremely bad job at doing. I've always prioritized accomplishment, achievements, work, this, that. When I was in high school, all I ever did was study because I wanted to be valedictorian. And then I did more studying. And then I did more volunteer work. And then I wanted to do more this. And then I had to build my resume for the college apps, which I didn't actually end up even pursuing. But I needed a sponsorship for some reason. I needed a scholarship, right, for college. And then I did this. And I don't know, I was just always busy with trying to progress my life. I have this unhealthy relationship with moving forward. I always felt like I had to do more because I think as a kid, I felt always like I was a burden to my family. I had a lot of medical problems. They spent so much time and resources making sure that I was okay And I always felt bad about that somewhere in the back of my head. I know they've always told me not to and that it was okay and it was a, you know, it was a pleasure for them to do so, but please guys, please. I put the vortex down. Please don't let those hit. Just kill them. Play this extremely safe. Please. Don't break the seat to this. Okay, fantastic. I'm a little bit scared here, but I want to pull some funnel. Whoops. Okay, we have a res. It's okay. Let me just tag these, and then I will res. Watch the frontal. And then here we go. Okay. Whew. Very scary. Okay, kill the oozes. Please just hard swap to them. You cannot lose this timer. You cannot lose. I do not like advanced strats. Yep, you just bring those together, and then everyone swaps, including the warrior and the devourer. Just swap. I don't care how long this boss takes. It literally doesn't matter. Oh, no. Holy fuck. No. Just kill them. Just literally put cooldowns into them. It's not ever worth it. This timer is so easy. Please. Okay. I can't pull extra funnel on this boss, though. It is hopeless. I cannot pull extra funnel because that whole area has been blocked off now. I could maybe get past it, actually, and just, like, quickly pull a funnel, but it's probably not worth it for my melee. Okay. We're in it. We're alive. We're alive, guys. Here we go. But I think when I was growing up, I had a turbulent childhood, you know, and there was something about feeling bad about that. And so throughout my life, I worked extremely hard forever to just be not a burden, which was silly because nobody really saw me like that except for me. I was the only one who actually saw myself that way. I don't think anyone else actually viewed me that way, but it's something I did to myself. Anyways, when I came to Thailand, I wanted to prioritize people. It was a different objective, you know? So I told myself, if there are people who want to celebrate my birthday with me, then I will stay here. And in that month, I actually, for what it is worth, I found people who were like, oh, your birthday's coming? Like, what do you want to do? And I was like, this is new. This is cool. So I decided to stay. I canceled my return flight, and I was going to be here for like a year. I was like, this is going to be my late gap year. And it turns out that this has ended up being my life. Shinny, I ended up getting married to a Thai person. I made my entire life here. To the people who I was friends with back then, not really, no. The Awu lore is back in the day, I didn't know how to be friends with people without dating them. So I basically, the actual lore here is the fact that I was staying at a hostel at the time, and the people at the hostel, there was like a group of people, they were great, but I ended up becoming friends with one of them, but then we ended up dating for like a few months, and then after a few months, we weren't like it wasn't like a serious relationship, it was like a few months, and then it turns out that we were not supposed to be in a relationship with each other, and then when that split off, I kind of also like lost contact with the friend group, you know, because it's weird. So, unfortunate. That's a good way to gauge if you made friends. I think so too, actually. I like that. I like that metric, personally speaking. Okay, we are full YOLOing this route. There are a few problems that I didn't even consider. I didn't get one of the oh boy. I didn't get one of the sides. We're not doing this, and I'm pulling this. Okay, that should be fine. I'll look for your guide for the No Apex to learn Bear. It'll be on Patreon. Just go to Patreon. I think there's a link. Can you find it, Wiz, by chance, if you're free for a second? Find the link to it there, and then it'll be here, though. No. I just think that we had maybe different appreciations for what a relationship was like. I'm a weird person, I guess. I did have a really big, so like I've been the sort of person my entire life where I have like one best friend, and then that's it. Like I don't know how to have multiple friends. I think I'm better at it now, maybe. I don't like having multiple I just have like one best friend, you know what I mean? And then the problem is that I tend to end up dating my best friend. And at the moment, for example, like it's just the type of person I am. Like I don't know how to invest in several different friendships all across at once. So right now, like Kitty is the only person that I actually spend time with in real life, and she is more than enough. I do not need anyone else. Because Kitty, how could you be better than Kitty? It's like not gonna happen. So basically, I end up in this weird situation though, where I don't really know how to like do friend things. Like I kind of, you know, like basically, if somebody was like, "Yo, are you free this Saturday?" I'll be like, "No." But if I was free this Saturday, I just want to spend time with Kitty. I don't want to do anything else. If you ask me if there was like, who would you rather spend time with outside? I'm like, Kitty, obviously. She is very funny. She's extremely funny. Do 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 do. Well, Wiz, who's to say that she cannot? I'd rather $1 over 4 quarters. Kind of, yeah. I mean, basically, I kind of think that. But I guess last year, right, I gained in a little bit of an appreciation for the fact that maybe I should diversify my friend. Like, maybe it is important to have, like, multiple people in a friend group. I think I invested a little bit. I tried to. However, I don't know. It doesn't fit my personality. I like progression, but I've certainly let go of the fact that I need to progress. That's one of the biggest accomplishments that I've ever gained in my life was learning I don't actually need to prove myself to anyone. Like, I am extremely proud of where I am today. And no one would be able to fully appreciate that because you didn't know me when I was a kid. But also, I like who I am, and I get to help people. So I don't actually care if the Guardian Druid Discord doesn't like me, or if there are some people on stream who are like, why can't you just talk about the game all the time? Why do you have to do all this weird life stuff? Like, that doesn't bother me at all. It literally doesn't, it doesn't even register to me for what it is worth. Why they don't like you on the Discord? I've asked that question many a times, to be honest. Because I'm also the sort of person who is extremely direct. One of the things about me is I don't mind asking the questions that other people don't want to ask. For example, I'll be like, why do sloths hang the way that they hang? And why do the birds and the bees do the things that they do? And also, why does the Guardian Druid Discord dislike me? I don't mind asking the important questions, you know? So, that's a great question. Why don't they like me? Basically, I asked, it happened to be like about a week ago, I was streaming, right? And there were 4 people, there were like 3 or 4 bears in here who were all big bear players, right? A few of them were very active in the Discord. So we had like Dalgroth in here, he's a bear. I don't think he talks in the Discord too much, but Bry Bear was in here, Bulak, Thorak was in here. And I just asked them, I was just like, yo, hey, quick question for you. Do you know what I did for the fact that the people in the Discord don't like me? Like, I actually just asked that question. Thank you. My allergies have been acting up. I was actually just like, oh, I don't mind. I'll just ask. So they were here, and I said, what did I do the fact that people don't like me? And they said, I was promoting suboptimal play when I said that you could play the no Apex build. But I asked them a question. I said, suboptimal for who? Because I think that that's where the disconnect is. Yeah, but the thing is, I asked the question, I said, but suboptimal for who? And Dalgroth had a great analogy, which I totally respect this analogy. I just think that it's not a reflection of, he said, if you want to learn how to ride a bike, you shouldn't start with a tricycle, right? And I thought to myself, okay, that actually makes sense if you are trying to learn how to ride a bike. But that implies kind of like the fact that most people in this game right now are not actually trying to be the rank 1 player. The vast majority of people are kind of trying to chill and just be a successful tank. And I thought to myself, I don't understand why it would be a problem to ride on tricycles if your goal is to basically go outside with your friends. If your friends are like, yo, you want to do a key? And they're like, yo, can you tank? And you go, oof, I don't know. That sounds really stressful. What would be the problem of basically taking a tricycle instead of a bicycle? Because my thing is, the part that's fun about riding bikes outside, I don't actually know how to ride a bike, by the way, so this analogy I might be very wrong about this. I actually don't know how to ride a bike. I never learned. But the idea is, right, isn't the fun part being able to spend time with the people that you care about? Isn't that actually the valuable factor? And so I'm not going to B-res this. He's fine. Just kill this big Rift Warden. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Don't B-res it. Save B-res for Seat of the Triumvirate. Third boss, last boss. Okay, good. Yeah, perfect. And then I live this, no problem. And we let this guy come back. Ooh, he might die. That's okay. No other damage here. No other damage. We stun the Rift Stalker. He comes back. Timer here is infinite. We'll be okay. Just try to kill him right now. Good, 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 good. Yeah, I made this build for me. But I never made this build for everyone else, though. Just want to go outside with their friends. So the thing is, Caesar, I don't want to stream is automatically a tiny majority. True. But I also think that I've been making tank content for a little bit. So I feel like I have a pretty valid opinion of what people actually want, Caesar. Like, the vast majority of tanks, I have a pretty good understanding of what they're looking for. And I can tell you for a fact that 98% of tank players kind of don't care what their damage looks like. They actually just want to be a successful tank. And they want to do adequate damage, but that is the goal. The whole motivation is, my friends, my guildies have asked me, because this is what would happen a lot in the Discord, and this is one of the things that I actually did fight against, because I don't like it. It's fine to be like as optimal as you want to be. Like, that's cool. Press a blur, thank you. All you need to do is this, to realize the amount of times that somebody would say, hey, my guildies asked me to tank. Could I play like a macroed Iron Fur? Like, could I use single button assist? And they go, no. And I say, okay, that makes sense. They say, can I play like the no Apex build? And they're like, no. You'd be trolling if they play that. And they'd be like, oh, man, that sucks. I really like that. I guess I'll try the Apex build. And then they'll message me because I get a lot of messages. And they'll message me privately and they'll say, oh, the Guardian Druid Disc told me that I can't play this build. I was just wondering, like, is it okay to play? And I was like, yeah, like, what key level do you want to do, by the way? And they're like, well, my guildies asked me to start tanking Mythic Plus. I've never done a Mythic Plus, and they want to go into, like, +2s or maybe even, like, a +5 next week, and I'm just a little bit concerned, like, can I play this build? And I'm like, hey, Caesar, do you think it's okay to play a slightly suboptimal damage build in a +2 or a +5? Context is lacking. We forget that the vast majority of people are not trying to do +20s. They're actually just trying to play the game with their friends or with pugs or for themselves. Do you see what I mean? Like, that's the context that was missing. Imagine telling somebody, no, you can't play the thing you want in your +2. I'm like, I just don't understand that mentality. That's fundamentally, I do disagree with that. And if you think, well, a +2 is a gateway to a +10, and a +10 is a gateway to a +15, and a +15 is a gateway to a +20, and at a +20, you might need to actually play 100% perfect, I would think to myself, all right, we disagree then. And I respect you thinking that, and there are some people who are really going to benefit from that perspective. And I genuinely believe, though, that there are more people who would benefit from just playing a build where they might just actually be able to kind of chill, go at their own pace, not worry about the rotation so much, think about the routes, think about being a good tank, focus on the things, and then actually gain confidence, and then they can play whatever they want. Because I understand how scary it can be to tank. I've been doing this for a long time, so I'm kind of chill with it. But it's not chill to tank. It's actually very nerve-wracking. There's a lot of tank anxiety is a very real thing. And I think that that should be accounted for. I think that should be talked about, basically. He might die, he might die, he might die. Ooh, regrowth. Nice. Okay, so we go through here. This is going to be a tough gather. We are taking the double destroyers, okay? I should save my wild charge in the future for right here. Okay, because this guy pauses now, and then we're just going to wait for him. Wait. Heal, heal, heal. Everybody heal first. After this cleave, we go. Oh, Anthony. It's not worth it. Our timer is fine. So I normally just wait and then pull him up after that because he doesn't move when he does that. And then if we don't go there here, I know he got stuck in the water. It's okay. We can still go into this pack. Okay, I take that circle. Got lucky. It's pretty good. All good. Timer should be fine, but remember, we can't do the skip here. So our timer is actually not super fine, though. Super interesting. I think a lot of people are enjoying it now, yeah. No, there's no curses here, yeah. And honestly, Little, you can totally do it. I have full faith in you. And if you ever have any questions, just ask. This one, we need to be res. No, don't release there. Our timer is looking kind of tight here. Kind of tight. Nope. Don't let that cast go off. Okay, good. Remember, we have to take the next few. We cannot skip them. Okay, if that enhancement goes off... No! What was that? Careful, careful, careful. Okay, I'm kicking this one. Oh, no, healer. It's all falling apart, Caesar. It's all falling apart. Oh, the spirit link comes out. That's not good. That was a rough spirit link. We didn't need it there. Okay, kill these real fast. That's okay. This is not Resil. I don't actually have Resil. The recovery, the timer is fine right now, but not like fantastically fine. So we'll see though. First piece only. Victor, if you are Victorian Cuddler, if you are on YouTube, oh, he's dead. Ouch. It's very hard to heal this dungeon. We have to B-res that one. Come, heal. The Rift Stalker's still alive. He has Astral Shift up now. So we'll tank this here. I will not pull Morges yet. I still think we have to try because it's not Resil. I would really like to time this. It's one of my last ones for Resil. If at all possible, I would really like to time this. We do have to actually go chain these guys. They're in the perfect pat because you can't pull them later. Okay. Technically speaking right now, we probably have time if we didn't actually die any further than this. I am not supremely confident that that would happen, but it's a worthwhile endeavor to try. So we cannot chain this up. He's got 2 dots, but he doesn't have blur. Ay caramba, dude, that's how I'm feeling right now. That's literally how I'm feeling right now. I just got here, I believe. Is bear meta? Honestly, probably yes if they don't nerf it. If they nerf it, then no. Okay, big cooldowns, guys. Big cooldowns. We walk in here, full cooldowns. We have to take this corner pack. I incap roar the first set of casts. I Vortex Typhoon the next. Vortex Typhoon. Those guys in the back, they don't matter. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Just focus on this. 1 bolt goes off. It's fine. Okay, I answered my kick there with that stun. I have a War Stomp. Big healer. No. Ouch. That's unfortunate. We don't have a res. He has to release. This is a hard dungeon. If you don't have like a healer that you super trust for this place, it can just be pretty much impossible. Release. Release. I still think you could do it, maybe? Question mark? I said wreck instead of release, but I meant release. Who is this guy going to target? What's the timer? It's looking really sus now. Like 8 minutes last 2 bosses? I mean, bear does big damage, but not exactly the highest single target in the game. Who's this infusion on? We got to kill him right now. Okay. We are alive at the moment. I live this without a healer. We kind of need to triple this, though. And the healer will show up in the middle of this pull. We do need to triple this. If somehow we lived this, but then If the healer has been struggling with these packs, what do you think the statistical likelihood is that we're going to be able to heal the end 2 bosses here? Unlikely, right? All right, big dodges, big dodges. We're in a tight corner. Oh, the Spirit Link coming out here is a weird choice. Not a good choice. Not a good choice. No Spirit Link for boss then. And there was already no debuffs there either. Okay. I still think because it's not Resil, I would like to try to fight for this key. But I'm looking at our timer, and that means we'll have 8 minutes for the last 2 bosses, which in general is not enough. I think Brew is still significantly more tanky. I don't know about that, actually. I think that if you play this build extremely well, I am not sold on the fact that it is actually less tanky than current Brewmaster. There will be some things that Brew is better at and some things that Bear is better at. Okay, we have to try. 7.5 minutes. Lust on last boss. Maybe. Go Feral Frenzy. Combat Potion. Let's give it our best shot. If we get a really good damage amp here, though, he ported to the entrance, changed talents to more single target. You know what? That is not a bad idea. I don't even know if the raid build would do that much more, but that actually makes sense. That actually does make sense. That's interesting tech. Okay, perfect. That's a good RNG tentacle spawn. Nope, we're dead. All right, GG's. GG's. Nice try. GG's. Nice try, nice try. No problem. No problem. No problem. All good. All right. Onwards and upwards. This is a hard key to tank and heal. It's okay. No problem. Yeah, you could probably do it though. Prot Warrior and Bear are most tanky. Interesting. What's up, Eric? This is the only tank spec that I constantly get told I'm a breeze to heal. Yeah. You know when YouTube chat is drowned out? Sorry, Heavy. Yeah. I got 10 different new No Apex videos today. Yeah, I know. It's okay, the real Alex. I know. I know a lot of people are enjoying it now. That's no problem. I'm enjoying that, though. How long come tank this? I can't come tank it because I have work coming up. I gotta go. Another time. Another time. Gotta go work. Do. Alright, GG's. Ooh, we got some good keys in today. I got 2 20s. Not Resil. Not Resil. All good. No flag. I know the YouTube. No, it's not that it isn't as important. It's just that you know that my chat is on the middle of my screen, right? I think someone has to say something in Portuguese. It's hot tank. Another time. We should have had the 19 earlier, but we had some weird stuff happen with that 19 Alcatar. I was like, we'll get it tomorrow. I'm not that fussed about it. For example, I have my chat on my screen. Okay, if you want to appear on stream, this is your opportunity. This is your opportunity. Are you ready? I'm going to show you how I play the game. Are you prepared for this? You probably don't know this if you're new to my stream. You probably don't know this, but this is how I play all the time. You ready? This is cool. 3, 2, 1. Hold up. Yeah, you say hi to your mom. Say hi to your mom. Screen capture on. Bet. So when I'm playing World of Warcraft and I'm in pull, this is how I can talk to people. Like, look at that. Gleno says, hi, mom. Trey says, hi, mom. Hi, mom. Hi, mom. Have a great day. Oh, my God, mom, I made it. So this is how I play. This is why I'm able to engage with people while I play. Hi, Dalgrowth1. Hi, Caesar. I made it. I'm on TV. So this is how I play right here. And I can see, I haven't actually set up, some notifications aren't showing right now, though. Hi, Freddy Fire. Hello there. Oh, hi. So this is how I play. I just have my chat like this. I can move it around if I need to, but this is how I do it. Now, the problem is I don't know how to combine YouTube with this. So YouTube, I have to look to the right. That's the problem. That's kind of the issue, right? So this is just a transparent overlay. Occasionally, I'll make a mistake by clicking on it, and then I can't click in game, as you can see. But otherwise, it's here like this. He wants to have so I want to have, I figured like I'll have like Twitch right here, and then I'll have like YouTube right here. You know what I mean? How is that not distracting? The brain power required for me to tank keys is mostly memory. So I basically memorize the strategy and then I just execute that memorized strategy. But sometimes if I'm tired or if I have to lock in, then yeah, it can be a little bit problem. Like I play a little better normally when I'm not streaming, but I like streaming, so I prefer to stream. Yeah. It's not, I don't mean to, YouTube is not second class citizens. Y'all are like 1.5 class citizens. I don't want to say, yeah, y'all are like 1.5. It's not second. That's too low. You're not giving yourself enough credit on the YouTubes for what it is worth. Yeah, I mean, I could make it bigger, but if I made it too much bigger, then I don't actually have a fair time with it. But that is why if you ever want to engage me in conversation, if you ever want to, converse about anime or whatever it is, just come to Twitch. It's a much better way to talk to me since this is actually just right here. Yo, I will share with you guys a very cool accomplishment. This is kind of cool, and I did not think that we would get here, but now we are here. Soon, I'm going to hit 10K followers on Twitch. That's kind of awesome. I don't know what to make of that information. I'm thinking that is a pretty solid accomplishment. I would like to do something special for that stream, for what it's worth, right? Interesting. I have to think about it. I have never done like a 24-hour stream or anything like that. I don't know if I would even be able to have a 24-hour stream, but maybe. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think that would be actually kind of cool. Something special, play on EU. Ooh, maybe I just re-roll EU, yeah? That could work. Yeah, that would be something that people would be interested in. Twitch breaks Firefox. I don't know, online privacy reasons. Yeah. You'd have to relearn my name and that's work. Yeah, we'll see. There's something in the back of my mind. I would like to celebrate that. I would be here for a full 24-hour stream. I mean, I would probably, what if I like slept during it, right? Like what if I just did a just sleeping thing? Blindfolded 18 Pit of Sauron. What's up, Deco? Oh, Deco, I did some keys today. I got 20 Nexus with a few minutes left, 20 Pit of Sauron, 19 a few others. We failed the 19 seat just now for silly reasons, and then third boss, and then 19 Algathar, we should have had to, but it should be 19 Rizil by the next time we play. Maybe tomorrow I'll just quickly get him, and then we can be 19 Rizil. Even 20s actually feel pretty chill right now. Historically, 24 are most popular during the time the streamer sleeps. Really? Is that actually some weird statistic? What's up, Deco? Yeah, we were doing good. Well, I don't know about which time you tuned in, because for what it is worth, actually speaking, the 20 Nexus, the first attempt, we got to the end, we were like, oh, we got like 7 minutes here, it's easy. And then all of a sudden, somebody kicked the boss, the wrong image on accident, and then we died. So that was that. We had to do it again. Videos on Prop Pally also helped me a lot to tank. Awesome. I'm glad that people enjoy hanging out. I do genuinely thank you guys. Sorry for the flashbang. Big, endless windows. Okay, I gotta go get ready for work. On EU, you would have like 50 MS. No, I think playing from Thailand, I still would be like extremely high MS, I bet. I have a feeling like that. Hold up, wait a second. Somebody wants to say hi. I hear screaming outside. I hear screaming. Hi, doggy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. How's it going? Yeah? Look at this. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How are you feeling now, buddy? Yeah? And what else do you have to say to the people? What else? Anything else? Yeah? Little squeaks? You know, if I squeeze him just a little bit, he sounds like a duck.
Somebody clip that. Please, somebody. I don't have exclamation clip working again. Please, somebody just actually just go ahead and clip that. I don't have the button loaded right now. Somebody just make a clip of that, please. He's so cute. I like it. I love this cat. I like this cat a lot. He is adorable. All right, I'm gonna make sure I have the clip of that. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. I will cuddle you more friendly, okay? Here, come here. Actually, I lied. Let's wrestle. Come here, buddy. This is the most vocal cat I've ever met in my life, by the way. He just does this. Well, now he's purring because he's actually happy. Play DK. I appreciate that somebody wants me to play DK. I will definitely just be playing Guardian this. Yeah, he's super vocal. But he's also just, he just loves attention. Wait, you know what? Wait, squeeze. Wait. Hey, buddy. Yeah, he's a cutie. Yeah. There's another cat in here too, but she is much less of a cuddler, I will say. Yeah, where do you want to go, buddy? So there's another cat in here, you can see. They basically come every few hours to try to bother me for treats. Yeah. She's waiting patiently for her treats. Look at this. Because she knows that I'll eventually give in. She's not nearly as loud. She's like a normal cat. He is like an abnormal cat. Here you go, honey. There you go. This is her. We showed her off earlier, but she just does this. She just waits on the chair. And if I'm sitting here and I don't give her treats for long enough, she'll start tapping me. We'll see if she does it. She might actually decide to just start tapping me. She's 14 years old and he is 10. Okay, so I'll stream tomorrow, and then past that point, I might take the next 2 days off. Yeah, she's really cute. She's like a regular cat, and he's like a dog trapped in a cat's body. That's basically him. Can you stop knocking things over, buddy? That's rude. That's rude. That's rude. They want dinner. It's basically dinner time for them. Yo, Varun. Stop spamming the YouTube chat, please. You're being weird. I'll go for it today, but we'll join your stream whenever I can. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Dude, I apologize. Actually, I normally I'm a little bit more talkative than this, but I was very tired today. I still feel like I'll be tired tomorrow, probably. Thank you, Papa. I appreciate it. Yeah. Yes, buddy. Anything else you would like to say? Yeah? Would you like to say anything else? Yeah? Yeah, you can't be on the desk. You're going to break things. But, buddy, please be careful. If you break my computer, we're going to have a talk about dinner. Just kidding. They'll get dinner anyways. They wear me down. As much as I would love to be like, oh, I will punish you. Like, no, I won't. They're just way too cute and also way too loud and way too stubborn for what it is worth. Honestly, Varn, I am going to actually block you. Can you not be weird? Just like with it, like appropriate decorum, dude. This is too much. Appropriate decorum. I'm gonna give you like 2 seconds, and then I will actually just time you out. Beware of this. Wait, add as a moderator. Yo, TH, are you still here? TH, say something on YouTube chat. I think I can add you as a moderator. Let's do that. Oh, and last thing to mention is that I am sponsored by Opera GX. Oh, there you are. Let me do this. Nice, bet. Add as a moderator. Cool. Managing standard. Can manage block words, also capability. Yeah, there you go, TH. I trust you. Also, last thing is that there is a link that just came up, the Opera GX sponsorship. If you want to support stream, a very free way to do that, if you are a PC user, is that you can just download this browser. It makes me a little bit of money, and if that sponsor goes well, I can probably get more sponsors, which is a really cool thing. Let me go find the link. I think it's been coming up a little bit. I always forget to actually do the right link stuff. It is a fun way, an easy way to support stream. I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, well. It's actually a good browser. I use it all the time. Okay, I'm tired. I gotta get ready for work. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Who's on? 3, 2, 1. I see a few people that I am friends with. Let's see. Do. There's. Let's see. First person on suggested. No, Guts Warrior is on. Who is this? Third person on the suggested. Who is Darcy? Who is this? I'm Darcy. Who is Darcy XC? I'm not familiar. Hello. I always just say hi to people if I want to make a new friend. Oh, she said be right back. Never mind. You said she's great? Oh, fantastic. All right, great. Some birdie said, I don't know who. Durst? Sure. I'm not familiar with her. I'm always down to make a new friend. Otherwise, I would just go raid Rob. He's always a cool. Or Marcellian. I see Marcellian on. Or Yim Truth. There's a bunch of great streamers. I like this platform. Okay, bye. See you tomorrow. do. I'm glad that you like the videos, by the way. Fatal, I'm glad you like the videos. Okay, we're going to say hi to somebody on a chair. Bye, kitty. Perfect. You're on citizen. Hello. Okay, good night.